Hello and welcome to the show. It's day 4 of the week-long Rocket League festival that is Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix. Yesterday, we saw Team Liquid, Rena Vitality, and Team BDS make it out of Group A, while Top Blokes unfortunately fell victim to their underperformance. Today, all of our eyes are on Group B, and to help me start the day, here's my esteemed colleagues. That's Boyoroyo and Joessi. Guys, how you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for that introduction, Jam. And like you said, it has been an action-packed week, and we've seen so much Rocket League yet. But it makes me so happy to see that there's so much more still to come.
Yeah, it has been a great week, just saying. You said 3 days already done, 3 more to go. The end of the group stage, Group B, will be taking place today, and of course the playoffs Saturday and Sunday. So there's more great Rocket League. It's only going to get better from here out.
No question about that. We know just how high the level of Rocket League is going to be. And here's a little look at exactly how we're going to get there. There's still one more day of group stages to play, and of course the playoffs as well. We started with 6 lowest seeded teams, 2 of which made it to the group stage. Unfortunately, we've already seen one of them exit the tournament today. That was the Top Blokes. Now it's down to Team Singularity to be that David to the Goliath that await them in Group B and perhaps later in the playoffs. Just like yesterday, though, in Group A matches, Group B will have 4 teams in a double elimination bracket. Top 2 teams are going to be placed in the upper bracket during the playoffs, while the 3rd team will be seated in the lower bracket. Finally, the team that will lose 2 games, unfortunately, will be eliminated from the tournament altogether. And we will then regroup for one final push on Saturday and Sunday when the final playoff bracket will be played out. 6 teams are going to enter, but only one of them will win the grand prize of 20,000 euros. Big money, big aspirations for all the teams, a lot to prove. And honestly, this Group B is some interesting business. But first, let's take a quick look at how the Group A perspired yesterday. Current here with us yesterday, Rena Vitality got an expected win from over Top Blokes, and even then the Top Blokes sort of showed positive side in their performance, but they couldn't recreate their performance during the qualification stage, and really it felt like they fell down with their arms still not even swinging against non-formed Team BDS. In the meantime, we saw the first of Team Liquid, at the very least Team Liquid under the banner of Team Liquid. We've of course seen all of those players before: Cookser, Speed, and of course Fruity joining that roster. They had some first day jitters against Team BDS, finally won it, but honestly, by the time they faced Rena Vitality, we witnessed a completely different team. Precise, deadly, certainly made all the fans and their new organization proud. And finally, they concluded with what I felt like was really the hotly anticipated Team BDS match versus Rena Vitality. Rena Vitality just after a loss, Team BDS on the run, and really, Rena Vitality in the match that was only with seeding on the line managed to record 3 close victories over their French opponents, but they still managed to keep away with their pride intact. Boyo, you've seen both you and Joessi rather have seen those fantastic games from Team Liquid. What did you make of their success in that Group A?
They had a interesting start against the BDS side, and it gave me a lot of questions about them. They did get the win, which was really good for them, but it wasn't the most confident of victories. But when they came in against Vitality, they looked like a completely different team. They destroyed Vitality, to put it lightly, and it was so much better from Team Liquid. So I hope they keep that kind of play out going into the playoffs. And this, we could be seeing the winner on our hand already. I don't want to call it just yet, but that was an amazing play from Team Liquid that we saw just against Vitality. BDS could have been better, but it was just so good later on.
Yeah, I do get the feeling that with that performance, Team Liquid all of a sudden have risen in the standings of all of the teams. We talked perhaps Rena Vitality might have underestimated Team Liquid. There's definitely not going to be anything like that coming into the finals. Joessi, what about the other teams that have made it through? Of course, Team BDS has made their spot in the finals as well as Rena Vitality. But for Rena Vitality, that is to be expected. With Team BDS also with a big target on their back, as they were the winners of the last big tournament, the Eurocup 10K. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling about the chances of both Vitality and Team BDS going in finals?
I mean, it's going to be tough for Team BDS for sure, seeing as they will be entering the playoff stage through the lower bracket, and that's just going to be a massive deficit. You don't have that extra insurance game basically on your hands, which makes it tough. But overall, I feel like they played well. That series against Team Liquid, I think they've really got a good start because of their kickoffs. It really helped them out tons and got them their 2 wins. Then versus Top Blokes, they were able to play their type of game. Top Blokes' defense wasn't top notch, and they were able to kind of steamroll through that. But then once they start to play teams like Renault Vitality, who are able to adapt to your play style and kind of just counter it, and Team BDS didn't really get the time that they needed anymore. The infield passes that they are so good at didn't really find the mark anymore because there was constantly someone pressure for Renault Vitality, and suddenly Team BDS doesn't look as good anymore. And on the other hand, Renault Vitality, I think we talked about it a lot yesterday as well. We have such high expectations for this team, and it's a team that we expect to perform in the top 2 of Europe consistently, possibly taking the win here and there as well. And it hasn't quite been up to par yet. I don't think this team should ever be losing 3-0 to Team Liquid.
Instead, we saw exactly that, and really a lot of monocles were popped, a lot of jaws were dropped, and it was something to remember. But that's all in the past, and now with different new targets, new expectations, the playoff sure is gonna be one heck of a thing. But there's also the Group B. Renault Vitality can't just rest in the playoffs thinking that's going to be easy peasy. One of the biggest opponents to Renault Vitality as of late, Team Dignitas, will be starting their tournament along with other teams. We have seen Team Singularity, but Dignitas, Oxygen Esports, and FC Barcelona will be coming in first into this tournament. That's their first time they're going to be appearing on your screens. And for me personally, this group is of the most interest due to the fact that all 4 of these teams have recently acquired their players. Well, Astral have been with his team since May, played in all the recent tournaments, Fusion, Eurocup. He has been fully announced. Juris has also been fully announced as of recently for Dignitas, of course. But it is Itachi and Scrub that honestly are my biggest questions, my biggest interest, and just interested to see them, because even for Astral, for example, Dignitas didn't have the best time, it seems. Yes, Doris has won that Salt Mine tournament, the second one, which can't, but Dignitas really didn't have the same luck with 2s and 3s. And while yesterday we talked about this group being a little bit of a group of death, honestly, taking a little bit of step back and taking a look at that, I feel like this is a group of uncertainty. Boyo, do you share my opinion? Could it be that this there could be more questions after this than when we started with?
I definitely can't agree with that, Jam. For example, with Oxygen, we've seen them first tournament playing with Astral, the Fusion 3v3 bracket. They beat Vitality. Then they come along in the Eurocup 10K. They get dead last in the main event, losing to Barcelona. But they're going from this kind of beating the best European team probably to then failing to one of those teams with a huge question mark. Obviously, Barcelona first time trying to attach in that tournament, so it was a big stark difference, and I think that could have fallen into the whole, where is this roster? How good is this roster? It is so uncertain. The same can be said about Barca as well. We don't know how good they are with Itachi. Itachi looked really good on Barca, but they still didn't get the best of placements in the Eurocup. Singularity on the qualifiers looked very, very good, but so the Top Blokes, and we've seen how that came along when playing in Group A, they could not keep up with that pace. So it is all question marks all around, I'll be honest, for Group B. But I think hopefully we'll get some answers to these questions, but I think more will be coming up later on.
And Joessi, if you had to pick one of these players to really look for, who do you think is gonna impress? Joris, Scrubkilla, Astral, or Itachi? Really, at many points, with the exception of Itachi, I would say, we really haven't seen that much. And I think a lot of people coming into the stream are going to be asking, Itachi? Who? Was he that person back then? Where? He is definitely the biggest question mark, but who do you think is gonna impress the most, Joessi?
I think the one to look out for will be Joris. I think the fact that he is playing alongside the player he does, and especially I think Violent Panda will be really just turning into a mentor for him, speaking the same language as well, having the same type of background in that sense, and really just Violent Panda being a captain overall. The way that he approaches the game is really team-minded. But you saw that in all Dignitas, but you also see it with the people that he picks up now that you wants to almost groom into the players that he would love to play with. And I think that's going to work absolute wonders for Joris, because I do think that Violent Panda will adapt to a play style in which Joris can basically pull off whatever he wants, get those solo plays, get those double, triple flip resets that we saw him pull off in the Salt Mine as well, which I absolutely loved from him, because for me, that was the first time that he was under the biggest of pressures and also showed up. So I think this for him is his proving grounds, and he will be so eager to show that.
Well, fingers crossed for that. If we're gonna have at least a little bit of that flashy stuff that we saw through the Salt Mine, I'm gonna be a happy man. And I do second your idea about there being a new Dutch team, because there's currently a French domination on the scene. Obviously, it's not true, but like half of the now that there are 10 teams, it's not half anymore. But swear, I like third of the teams currently in RLCSX is French, either fully or partly. And if there's going to be a little bit of a resurgence from the Dutch side, that might be a fun thing. We need more Dutch talent, and who knows, maybe we'll get it. Speaking of which, if you want to listen to this tournament in any different language, we do have you covered. This tournament is currently being covered in English, French, German, Spanish, and Dutch. Well, so go get your fixes over to Rocket Baguette at the Golden Cup, at Team Firewall, and Rocket League Benelux if you want to hear them. I do wholeheartedly recommend Rocket Baguette, of course. Reno Vitality played yesterday, but I'm pretty sure you're going to hear some amazing calls today. But time has come for us to finally dive into our first game of the day. That's going to be Dignitas versus Singularity. And Boyo, I'm going to come to you. Who are you picking as the winner of this game?
You know, as much as I want to put some hope in Singularity, put some faith in there, Dignitas is Dignitas at the end of the day. And it matters should there have been some question marks with them playing with Joris. They have also looked really good at the time, and I think the more and more they play together, the better and better they are going to get. Violent Panda just knows how to improve a team, and he knows how to kind of get these players in the right line, the right mindset. So I am going to get this to Dignitas, and I think Singularity could try and push something, but no, I favour Dignitas in this match greatly.
Knowing just how much you're looking forward to seeing Jory as Joessi, I think I don't even have to ask who you're going to go for, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Dignitas as well. I do think Singularity has been super impressive. We've mentioned it before as well, but their run throughout the qualifying stage was so strong. I didn't even see them getting here in the fashion that they did, but they really impressed me there. But like Boyo said, it is still Dignitas. It is still the European champion right now. Yes, it is a slightly different roster, but I definitely think they'll be able to completely win this one. It's not going to be a complete sweep, but I think we definitely see some dominance from them.
Well, once again, I'm going to be a little bit of a lightning rod, or at least a surrogate for all the Team Singularity fans over there in the chat. I'm going to go with Team Singularity. I've been impressed by their improvement during the group stage, and as such, I'm feeling like they are gonna take it. Tell us what you think in a Twitch chat as well. Tell us who you're cheering for. I see a lot of Dignitas emotes, but certainly there must be a couple of Singularity fans there as well. And then also about 2 extra fans that might be swinging that way or the other. It's of course DannyBoy and Craftman, the first today on the deck. What a fantastic match as well. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. And fairly strong desk in favor of Dignitas, obviously. Jam going his usual on his own there, Danny, going with Singularity. But he's not without any backup on that. Singularity were probably the best team coming out of the qualification stages on Monday and Tuesday. And Tho was a phenomenal performer on Tuesday.
They were good, yes, I'll give you that, Crafters. However, they look shaky, they still look nervous, they look unpolished. We could just look at even the clips alone of Singularity. They're more known for own goaling than clip hitting at the moment. So if they're going to play this Dignitas side, they're going to have to improve greatly, Crafters. There's no other way about it.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about the Archie factor when it came to Top Blokes, but then they just crashed and burned out of the tournament yesterday. Whereas in Singularity, yes, Tho has been a phenomenal factor. Do you think everyone else on Singularity, so Scrub and Noli, do you think they need to step up in the same way that Flaming Casio tried to do yesterday?
I think it would be a bit harsh to sort of with Singularity. With Top Blokes, everything was an Archie due to the fact he was new, replacing Freaky experience. Sort of has that ability to go on to win the game alone. When you look on Singularity, you don't really see a game winner. You see a team either work really well or really not. So all three has to function well, or this well-oiled machine will just go to pieces more than anything else.
And as for Dignitas, they have been a well-oiled machine in the past. Wasn't the best runs for them in the Euro Cup, but obviously bringing on Yorez in this team now in lieu of Astral. He harkened back to when Astral actually joined Dignitas. It did take him a little bit to fill in for to get up to speed with this team and really find his role. Do you think it's going to be the same situation here with Yorez?
I would have to agree with you again on that one, but sort of a slight caveat to it though, Crafters. I mean, when we looked at sort of the Dignitas or Mantra and everything that's going around, it was actually Yukio that was somewhat causing a bit of the issues, moving to Flipside Tactics over to Dig, didn't look comfortable, but when they're going the decent, you're still a bit of time required. It's a bit too early to judge the man with his only one tournament performance. This one, we expect him to do better, and this is his first showing here at the Grand Prix.
And obviously not the first showing on a Rocket League pitch on Dignitas for Violent Panda. Obviously the hardened veteran on that team, and alongside Yukio, who had obviously phenomenal season 9, obviously European champions through the RLCS. Do you think that duo of Violent Panda and Yukio is a strong one, and Yorez can just fit in there, or do you think Panda's going to have to step up and be more of a captain now?
I think he's always will be the captain, there's no doubt about it. He will probably sit back a little bit, allow Yorez hopefully in the first 3 games. Realistically, I don't see this being a sweep by any means of the imagination. Let him get into the series, let him feel, get the pace off it, because it's a nervy situation. He's a young lad, inexperienced. I mean, near enough months ago, he was a bubble player. He was in the Superstar League playing in Supernova, where we got to see him in 2020. It's been a heck of an emotional roller coaster for him. So that's what Panda needs to do. Let Eurus be Eurus.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was looking the other day for Eurus's stats while I was getting this ready, and like his history. But it's interesting to think he's only really been around the scene, like in the bubble scene, for around about a year. I've always thought he's been more of a veteran player now, getting his chance on a main roster, but he's never been in the Rival Series, never been in the RLCS. Now he's got his opportunity to show what he's capable of, and he's certainly done that, as you harken back to the days of Boyoroyo in the Superstar League. He's really proved himself over the last year. And do you reckon you're obviously winning the Salt Mine, being the dominant player he was in that, taking out OK Khaled in the grand final of that, he really has proved himself on the big stage. And now with this spot on Dignitas, he's going to prove himself to the world. What do you think is Eurus's goal here to try and fit into this Dignitas team, and how do you think people are going to see him on the field?
Well, that's a much more difficult sort of situation. Dignitas is probably looking at top 4 finish here at the Grand Prix. That's where their expectations should be. If they get 3rd, I think that's fair enough. Make it to the grand final anyway, they're below the expectations right out of the water. Eurus, he has to be comfortable. Yukio, Van de Pylen, they're 2 good players, they're experienced, but how about enough about the talk, and how about gameplay though, Crafters?
Yeah, I think we shall. I think the players have warmed up enough. I think they're ready to hop into the server. And you talked about going into the playoffs. Obviously, playoffs starting tomorrow right here on the Rocket RB channel, and of course across all the platforms, as Jam mentioned. If you come out of this Group B, you're either going to be facing Team Liquid if you win the lower final. If you win the upper final, you'll be playing Vitality. So not a fun time for whoever comes out of this group. And obviously, if you're 3rd, you're in that lower bracket, and you'll be facing the possibly BDS. It's a very interesting situation the teams here in Group B have to deal with. But though, opening shot won't be there as Violent Panda takes that one away.
Well, straight moving into that Group of A was literally labelled the Group of Death. This one maybe a little bit more easier to predict here, and Dignitas already have been on the defensive for 30 seconds plus. And Yukio slows it down, Scrub effectively leaving Tho to play. And sadly, no purchase there. Nolly shots down the way, but Scrub Killer gets the opening goal. Singularity scores in the right net.
For once they do, yes, Danny. But Noli really should have put that one onto target. Yora's not really expecting Scrub to be there, but great communication and teamwork, knowing they were going to miss that one, and Scrub just there to follow it up. And that's the kind of teamwork we saw from them in the first couple of days here, Danny. It's worked here against Dignitas so far. They've had, in my eyes, most of the possession. Dignitas looking to make a bit of a comeback here. Here comes Yukio. Yoris was going for a bump in net. It's on the line. Who's going to get it? It's Yoris, the Dutchman. Scores and ties it up.
That's Joessi absolutely happy about a Dutch pride for that equaling goal. Right now, to be fair, I thought the BDS and Liquid game was a bit sloppy in Game 1 Pool A's match. Of course, 3 kickoff goals. The fact that that's already happened, this one only 2. That back pass here, Yukio maybe could do some damage to regain the lead for Dignitas. Doesn't happen, and Scrub launches downfield. Crafters, I think we actually get a sessions of play. I think there'll be a start.
Yeah, everyone just sort of settling into this one. Getting used to the field and used to their opponents. You see Singularity trying to push a little bit harder now. Don't want to go for this counter-attacking play because they know if they draw Dignitas in, they're just going to walk all over them. Better to pressure them in their own half of the field. Tho gets one out to Noli. All drop down, but easily taken away by Dignitas, and the Scrub going for the challenge there. Now Yukio picks this one up, tries to find Panda on the right-hand side, but intercepted by Noli. Now transition upfield for Singularity. Isn't quick enough, and again, Dignitas just straight on this ball. Yora's in decent position, but Panda can't get there in time. And this is Dignitas just at their best, cutting everything off, akin to what Vitality and Liquid were doing yesterday.
If that is the standard that you're suggesting, Crafters, we are in for a match and a half here. And Nolly will respond straight downfield here, and Dignitas are scrambling. Violent Panda, one save though, will set himself for a second attempt on the attacking chances, but sadly no chance. And 1-8 after near enough half the game gone.
And one shot attempt each for everyone on this field. Only one goal apiece, but it's Violent Panda to put that high just off the crossbar. Noli will take it away. And Dignitas starting to push pressure back downfield once again. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go, and the deadlock still cannot be broken by either team. Dignitas starting to pick out their passes. Nice one there from Panda into Yoris. Singularity just holding strong, and both teams just not really taking any too big risks, but there's a nice little touch there from Panda to try and get Yukio in position. The Singularity defense just going to take this one away. Tho going for the bump on Yoris, who's there to follow up. It's Scrub off the car of Yoris. It doesn't go in, but Scrub on the follow and puts Singularity back up by 1.
When you have a shot like that, you have a few positions where you can aim at. Scrub puts it differently, and yet Dignitas, they had defenders. Not much good if they just give the ball away. Should have really tried to squeeze it tighter into the corner post, however, being cruel. Victimizes Dignitas for it. And that early lead with Nolly trying to make sure they hold on to it. Yukio, other ideas. Now off to the wall, and Tho just wallops himself right into the ball there. Works against him. A couple of demos to spike things up. 1 minute 40, and Eurus looking for goal number 2 for Dignitas.
Singularity defense not allowing them to do so. We mentioned Tho at the start of this game here. Danny, he was my player of days 1 and 2. I expect he was your player of day 1 and 2 as well. I remember us discussing this, but still to really make an impact on this one. Obviously got Scrub in position for that second goal, but just on the back half here. Final Panda just trying to maybe fake it at the defense. I'm not quite sure what he was going for there, but tries to find Yukio. Doesn't matter because the Singularity counter-attack is hotting up. With a minute to go, Singularity still in decent position here.
Panda beaten, moving down. Singularity. The questionable gameplay by probably the most experienced player on this pitch so far, but he is trying to find a way to crack through the defense. Eurus back pass, a play to Yukio. He tried to snipe the bottom left. Tho was waiting patiently, knew exactly where it was aimed at. Deals with it. Eurus up. 30 seconds going to be remaining here, Crafters. Dignitas are scrambling for ideas, and yet they cannot put one on target.
And you mentioned about the patient play from Tho on the back line. Singularity know when to play patiently, know when to play aggressive, and especially in defense when Dignitas are just pushing you, you just wait for the shot to come in and then put yourself in front of it. Don't try and make too many exceptional reads, but that's a hell of a read by Noli. Snipes out the man in the midfield and has pretty much won this game for Singularity.
Yeah, pretty much steals, grabs and pops it up. VP in the wrong position. It's an interesting game here. We expected Dignitas to come out strong, take advantage of Singularity, but there is one thing we didn't really talk about much was the Singularity sort of experience. He had to go through the qualifier Crafter. There's a bit more warmed up in the competitive sense. Dignitas probably only a couple of scrims here and there. Joessi will drop that ball down. Singularity wins 3-1.
And comfortable enough win there for Singularity. Dignitas just looked, like you said, Danny, just looked a bit all over the place. They looked scrambly in the midfield, scrambly on their backline, and scrambly when they pushed upfield as well. They were trying to connect on their passes, but Singularity was shutting them down left, right, and center. And you see the stats on at the bottom of the screen there. Ball possession pretty much dead even. But Singularity, that's actually interesting for me. I thought it would be more in favor of Dignitas. I felt they had more of the opportunities than Singularity had, at least in the blue half of the field. But Singularity winning out that domination stat.
Yeah, I think it's slightly being misled there. Dignitas for the opening part of that minute, shall we say, were being sandwiched with all that pressure in their opening minute and their final third. By that point, their Singularity shuffled the ball, moved around, picked their opportunities away, but
Ooh.
I mean, you just look at the ball touches, the average speed, everything's sort of favouring that Singularity play style, but game one can only tell you so much. Game two, let's see if Dig can actually bounce back.
One thing I just noticed there on the ending stat screen, I didn't notice that. 5 saves from Scrub Killer. We barely said his name throughout that entire game. But Scrub putting in a shift on the back line. Doesn't keep the net quite clean, but at least holds Dignitas to 1 goal and puts Singularity up by 1 as we proceed into game number 2. Dignitas just wanting to go fast right off of this kickoff, pressure Singularity on the back line. And this is pretty much more of the same as we saw from game number 1. Dignitas pushing and Singularity just holding on to the back line.
Lion Panda moving across and Scrub. As you said, those saves were vital, but barely mentioned. World champion, he should know where to be, right time, and he has done well in the opening few seconds here. There's Joessi from his own backline, past 1 second is Scrub. He shall not be beaten so easily in the Violent Panda. That was a quick, snippy shot there, and Scrub Kill has to bail Singularity out by overextension too, and Violent Panda will be the man to take the charge.
That's what you really need to be careful of when Tho has the ball in his hands. He can shoot from pretty much any angle that you give him. If he can see an opening, he will at least have a crack at it. Had a crack at it there. Cannot find the goal this time around. And again, just Dignitas with the lion's share of opportunities. No shots registered for anyone yet, but all spending the majority of its time down here in the blue half. Joessi now towards the backboard. Noli will easily take this one. It seems very calm from Singularity. They're not scrambling about much like Dignitas are. They're just letting these shots come in and then just slowly rotating out, forcing Dignitas to play their game.
It's impressive how they're able to control the game, how they're using each other decently well. They can pick it up, of course, here, and Tho, quick shot there, Crafters. Singularity is as well in that have these testers are not necessarily impressive as those quick 1-2 punches. There's nothing follow through, no support, and Noli. Professional play, but it digs out Dignitas here, and now they can break free with the space they've gained.
Oh, but that's a massive mistake on the back line. Yukio just holding that space, finds Panda on the left-hand side, and everyone from Singularity, Tho was trying to find Scrub, but instead he finds Yukio, and Panda squaring it home for the first Dignitas lead.
We said at the opening here was to see Violent Panda playing a bit more defensive here. He's been quite decent on his opportunities up front here. It's good to see him being released from some of the duties here. But there's Scrub Killer moving into play. There's Noli, no goal here, and Scrub just hunting for the demo. Quick little play by Tho, shuffling Dignitas up and around. Noli once more up into Joessi should be there faster, does so, and they can break free.
Dignitas obviously starting to break this trend of just being on the back line. Here comes Singularity, Tho A little bit high for that one. Scrub might have threaded the needle, but Panda steps in front of it. Takes that one away. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. Singularity again, just trying to find any scrap of offense that they possibly can. Dignitas, their style of play, just holding this midline is starting to work out for them. They're just denying Singularity every opportunity, but that's a dangerous ball left in the air there in the orange half of the field. But this time Singularity picks it up. Noli going for it. 2 men in front of it, and Panda will pick this one up all the way back down. Beats one, can't beat Tho though. They'll put Joessi in good shooting position, and he slams it home into the bottom left corner.
Violent Panda. What a player he is. Joessi, to be forgetting the shot and trying to thread the needle, gets it pin perfect, but VP, well done for the dribble. The defensive clear to set up the young man for Dignitas. They take a healthy 2-0 lead here under the 2-minute mark, and Yukio one fake himself this time, but it goes against him in Singularity. Can rupture one goal off the road, straight at the keeper. Dished out, Noli can have a second play. VP gets enough of the ball, moves it into the corner.
And it's Joessi who puts up that massive save. Great passing play between Tho and Scrubkiller that saves Dignitas' bacon just for the meantime. Noli up to Scrub now, and again, Yukio and the rest of Dignitas just cutting off these passing lanes, cutting down these opportunities that they're letting Singularity have. They let them have way too many back in game number 1, and now they're just playing hardball here in game 2, but here comes Noli over the top. Oh, the double touch down! What an incredible effort from Noli to pull it back within 1.
Oh, this is beautiful. This will do quite nicely. And the young man from Dignitas, recently signed, couldn't even save it. Well, it's one mistake. That's the entirety of the series. They still had that 2-goal advantage, and Scrubkiller moves back. Yukio 50s. Now Dignitas looking a little bit more comfortable, but Singularity breathing with a bit of confidence here. One attack by anybody. Anybody wants to go for the ball? Dignitas will go for it, but sluggish play there by both sides.
Really has been, and Singularity, I mentioned how cool, calm and collected they seem. They now seem like guys on a mission to try and bring the deficit back to even. Now bringing it back into the orange half. Joessi will play from his backboard, but just finds Tho. Scrubkiller was there, but heading back. Go for this 50-50 with Yukio in the corner. Will lose it. Now Violent Panda picks it up, trying to just waste a little bit of time. Gets the flip reset past one in the middle. Tho is there, but Noli and Tho are in dangerous, awkward position, both together, double committed on that one. And with 15 seconds left, Singularity need a miracle here. Scrub over 1. It'll get blocked away by Violent Panda, and Yukio can just take his time, get this one out. But Singularity, maybe one more shot. Noli, maybe another double tap. It is Arsenal out! 4 seconds to go, and Singularity have tied the game.
Probably the greatest escape here by Singularity, moving across if they get the next goal. Absolutely will be. Dignitas only had to see the last 9 seconds of game 2, and yet they failed to do so. There will be some words by their coach, head scratching there, and Tho blocked there, and one quick shot, sadly to say, wasn't taken. OT in game 2.
Holy Noli. Two goals from 2 double taps to save this game at number 2, but it won't be fruitless. Here in overtime, 7 seconds gone, and off the kickoff, it'll be Joessi to square this one away and tie us up at a game apiece.
Well, all that hype, all that sort of celebration by Noli counts for nothing, doesn't even get a reward by sending in an OT. Crafter, that's probably the bit that will sting them the most. But it's nice to see Dignitas able to take a game off Singularity. It's just, can they repeat the performance and remove that sort of poor second half performance away from them?
It was sloppy, maybe a bit of complacency from Dignitas in the second half of that game, as you say, just opening the doors somewhat for Singularity. And I mentioned it back in game number 1, Dignitas were just leaving balls left, right, and center for Singularity to just hop on and create opportunities for themselves. Where they're in the first half of the game, maybe first 2-3 minutes, Dignitas were just all over Singularity, not giving them any opportunity to move upfield. But then just that glimmer of hope, and obviously Noli 2 goals, and extraordinary goals they were as well, put Singularity in fantastic position, but just a poor kickoff will lead to the overtime loss here, Danny.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a few per kickoffs to be fair so far in the Grand Prix. We wouldn't expect it necessarily, but they do happen. Happens in OT. Well, you're just hoping to be able to defend it slightly, but oh well, just try to forget it mentally if you're these players here. But Crafters, from these 2 games that we have seen, it's nice to see Joessi, that sort of new player, finding its feet, finding its form, and taking Dignitas by the scruff of the neck and get them 1 game.
Yeah, it is good to see Joessi just find his role. You mentioned it earlier when Yukio himself and as well as Astro came into this Dignitas roster. It did take them some time to find their feet, but Joessi has really set himself in stone on this roster so far. I'm liking his performance, but just a little bit more from both Yukio and Violent Panda might spell the difference. But Panda, he has been a rock in defense so far for Dignitas, as Singularity tried to go heavy on the shots at the start here of game number 3. Panda over the top, can't get it past Tho, that will go to the corner.
Tho's trying to move it all by himself. He's seen one of his own teammate there has been bounty of double touches. That one doesn't go. Dignitas, sweat was forming. They wipe it off their brow, but Nolly, infield pass. It will go to Tho, blocked there by Yukio, and Dignitas squirming in their defense here in their final third, playing from the corner. Quick little infield pass here, surely. BP, shot on target. No, he does not get it. Singularity are out-reading Dignitas.
Kind of the story what Dignitas had done to Singularity in the first couple of games, just out-reading them, out-pacing them, but Joessi will try and outshoot them in the defense. Can't get it past the blocker in net. Dignitas still with good field position here. Noli trying to take it out of his own corner, not a lot of boost to his name. Will find Scrub instead, not a lot of boost on in his tank either. They have to call Tho up now, full tanks for everyone in Singularity. Allow everyone to push up. Here comes Tho towards the corner. Can't get the double touch. Here comes Noli, the goal scorer in game number 2. Can't find the top left corner, just finds the defender. But Singularity keeping this deep scrub towards the middle. Tho will follow this up. Here comes Noli. Bit right to the side, just an inaccurate shot. And they'll have to try again.
Tho's trying to move that one. It's a strange play by VP, a little bit up too early.
Oh boy.
Scrub killer.
Oh.
Off the post, they have been very good and scored own goals. Singularity testing the feet once again, gets away with it. Would have been trouble in paradise for Singularity. As Joessi once blocked there, and BP will have a shot on target. Moved by Nolly, great block by him in the mid lane. Half the game going away. Singularity had a question in the back line.
Certainly have been, and again, Scrub just making that big mistake, but Violent Panda can't bounce that off the crossbar and down. Yukio can't get it either. But Scrub's got to be feeling a little bit shaky after that tap back towards his own net. Noli did well to defend against the own goal. He cannot be giving Dignitas those opportunities. Now Violent Panda on his own, gets it past the last defender. Tho has rotated in, but Violent Panda has to rotate out himself, and is giving Singularity the opportunity to move back downfield. This is what we see from Dignitas. They maybe try and go for a couple of solo plays, and they're not setting their team up for decent passes all of the time. They're working the ball upfield by themselves and then just hoping that one of their teammates is there to pass to.
Nolly straight into it, and that hope will be vanquished again there. Dignitas will read. Yukio is the man trying to do a bit of damage here. Skrull pops that one up though. Will require double touch to get past Violent Panda. He will be there to read, repel that one further. And Nolly straight across there, just lumping this ball downfield, Crafters. The idea of possession lost on these players for the time being, but VP's double beaten off the wall. Near enough 60 seconds will remain.
Yeah, they don't care about those stats on the end screen. This one, they just want to slap that ball towards net as hard as they possibly can. 4 shots on the side of Singularity. 6 on the side of Dig. Nothing going in right now, and again, a ball just lost in the Dignitas box there. Less than a minute remaining now, and haven't been many too clear-cut opportunities created for either team. They've both, well, they've all really came from mistakes by their opponents. Both Singularity and Dignitas need to start creating opportunities for themselves and stop relying on their opponents from making mistakes, as Noli went for net there. Again, Singularity just not pushing as one unit will leave this one in the middle for Dignitas to pick up.
There was the play they trying to develop. The Dignitas just goes completely awry, and Scrub Killer will have a double. Nolly will play that one, though, really is extending deep. High risk play there for very little reward, and Joessi one shot. That one's how to as well, both of them not having any form of accuracy. Is that one going in? Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh, you lucky boy. He spotted boost. The ball was running across him. We could have OT here. It looks definite at this point unless Singularity wants to tempt fate again with their own goal abilities.
Oh, and Singularity will they'll try slam that one into the ground. Panda's having none of it. Now maybe Scrub wants to keep this one up from the corner. Up towards the backboard, try to drop this down. Who's there to follow up? Noli was, but he can't make the touch. And OT will definitely be reached now. 1-0, this one will end. And send someone 2-1 up in the series, but who is that team going to be? That is the big question.
This is the question, the advantage as well. Moves on to the winner and Tho, good block. And the Panda. Just seems to be Nolly just outreading anything Dignitas is able to do consistently. Tho, quick shot. Nolly's
Nolly!
Oh, the accuracy lacks at the last second. And Dignitas breathes once again.
And they might have a through onto net this time, but Tho shutting that one down. And Singularity, you've got to hit those kind of shots. And that's a lovely pass in from Tho. Finds Nolly. And 3 goals in a row for Noli in this series, and it's put Singularity onto match point.
It's one of those wavy games you just expect somebody to do something here, and right now Nolly probably is the MVP. He has done what everybody hopes that Singularity fans would be asking them to do, but Crafters, not the ideal start for both sides.
Certainly wasn't. And you can see the field domination stat there for Singularity, 59%. And we mentioned this similar stat for Vitality yesterday when they were playing against Liquid. I think it was 59% exactly in field domination for Vitality. But they ended up losing that first game 1-0 to Liquid in that 3-0 sweep that you were so happy about, Danny. But you can see Singularity creating opportunities for themselves. When you have around 60% field domination, you should be scoring a hell of a lot more than you did, especially when Noli has 6 shots on the board.
Well, if you're having the 60% of the field domination, you said you should be, yes, scoring at least probably 3 goals, 4 goals on average from what we've been seeing, but they're not taking their chances. The midfield just seems to be lost. We're just hoping they maybe grip a little bit better, but Crafters, Dignitas, I'm not saying they don't look prepared at all in this series. They're just not clicking. They're just not making that connection, and any type of play they go for here, it just doesn't work, and Singularity just reaping the benefit of it.
Kind of the same story as we saw from them in the Euro Cup just a mere few weeks ago. Losing to both BDS and Giants in that one, and obviously BDS still in this tournament, Giants out of it, but Zorez, 12 seconds into this game, looking to make a statement for Dignitas. Mistake from Noli to give that one down to Yukio and Violent Panda, in fact, and Zorez, great positioning to put Dignitas up early.
Huge statement, as you said, much needed by Dignitas. They're still in the upper bracket. If they lose this, it'll be a difficult road, one they could easily do, especially with the talent they have. Singularity wants the job done, 3-1. So far, the opening play after that restart, Dignitas' opening goal here hasn't been pleasant, but one pass would be decent. VP just moves it downfield, and that will do, Crafters.
Again, just Dignitas leading from the front to dominate this field. Singularity, the defense again, just cool, calm, and collected as you like. But Yukio are going to be able to pick this one up. No boost in the tank as he went for the second attempt on that. Nice touchdown by Zorez though, and finds Panda, but can't find the back of the net. Only finds the bonnet of Tho's car. But Dignitas will try this one again. Panda in position to shoot. No, he takes it away. And a minute gone off this clock, and Dignitas, you said it, Danny, they look a little bit better than they did in the first few games here in this series. They look more a more cohesive unit here in game number 4, and again, they need to win.
Skokil will move that down. That's right, idea of winning when they have to at the most. They are performing better. They will need to continue to. A Singularity, well, there has been a demo on the field, and Scrub Killer will have at least a breathing space for Nolly. He goes for a demo, repays the same opportunity that Scrub Killer awarded him. The ball's just being ricocheted left, right, and centre. No control at all by Singularity, so that ball possession might be misleading at the end of the stats if this keeps up.
Yeah, because Dignitas just cutting off these lanes for everyone, but Scrub through onto net on that one. And able to easily handle this one into the corner, slow things down, but Singularity starting to push through, going for maybe a bump in net. He doesn't even need it. No one's there, and Noli ties.
Strange game. Violent Panda bump, just simply moves away. Yukio just cannot get back in time. It's just amazing how some little plays work decently well. And sometimes creativity doesn't need to be that outlandish. The basics will always get you goals, and that's what Singularity are banking on. And Nolly looking for goal number 2 in their case, and one pass into the middle could set it up. And Foe, quick little play, Nolly just reverts backwards onto the wall, so it'll be Scrub Killer. What a 50, pinches that one close to the net. Keeper was there, and Nolly with the second attempt.
Oh, Foe is going to follow this one up though. Here it comes Scrub potentially. Wasn't anywhere to be found. He will advance on this one now, and Singularity starting to move as a unit. You mentioned they looked a little bit sloppy earlier, but this is the kind of passes we want to see from them, working as a team to disrupt this Dignitas defense. Yora is able to clear his line for the moment. That was a good 20-25 seconds of consistent pressure for Singularity. It's not something that we're able to do consistently here in this series. They do at least have the lead in that series, or potentially one goal away from going through. And remember, whoever wins this series will bag themselves a spot in the playoffs tomorrow. And it's all about seeding. Here comes Scrub towards the backboard. Can he get it down? Hits the crossbar. And that could have been it for Singularity, but Dignitas will start to play at their own half. And again, Singularity just pushing as one unit, trying to shut down Dignitas before they can get anything going in this blue half of the field. But a big couple of demos from Yukio will clear the path. Scrub steps in front of him in the top left corner. Brilliant defending by the former world champ.
Speaking about world champion, here's Violent Panda. Joessi surely will slip this one in, and oh, what a save demos. This game has been slow for the majority. This is the first time the pace has really picked up as Nolly moves that one down. Joessi surely catches it bold. The demo was chasing him down there. Violent Panda on the other hand picks up the ball, pass and failed, and that one was slipped on in by Yukio. 2-1.
And I've always thought this, Danny, that both of these teams play better with pace. Like you said, the pace starting to pick up, but it's starting to favour Dignitas more. Be interested to see the average speed of everyone's cars at the end of this one. But nonetheless, the most important stat is the goal line. And that is 2-1 in favour of Dignitas. Minute remaining to keep themselves up in this upper bracket. Avoid potential elimination match in that lower half. Now Scrub down to Noli, finds the top right corner. Where's Tho on the follow-up? There he is, but it's a little bit too late, and Yora is able to recover that one. Brilliant play by Singularity, but he can't find the back of the net. He comes Dignitas on the return though. Yukio towards net, and just glances off the crossbar. Singularity wipe their brow in anticipation of this final 30 seconds, but they could have tied up there.
Singularity scraped one goal in the dying seconds already, lost it in OT, but a quick little passing play by Dignitas. Stewart snappy, and it worked well, but a loose ball by Singularity. Scrub will have to get on to the end of it, fails to do so. Joessi was the man in question. Violent Panda, one bang, double touch won't be there. Foe makes a mistake there, presumptuous at that one. That goal by Yukio Crafters, 3-1, will go into decider now.
That we will, and you guys mentioned it on the desk that this certainly wasn't going to be a sweep either way. And who can say no until Game 5 action, Danny, here in Group B, the first game of the day. We'll have Oxygen Esports versus FC Barcelona after this one. But they're going to have to play another 5 minutes to separate them. 2-2 in the series, and Dignitas and Singularity will go to that deciding 5th game.
Yeah, at this point here, I really don't know which way is it going to break at all, because Dignitas, when they get the lead crafter, they're impressive, they're running away for it, and we talked about that field domination in the middle of it, Singularity on top of it, but yet not using much of it. Ball possession, they're not controlling it, not using their pace, they're not using each other well enough, and frankly, well, they're just getting outplayed at times.
Yeah, and you can see the boost consumption as well, just wasting a hell of a lot of boost. And a lot of the time when they were pushing upfield, they didn't have the boost in the tank to try and get these passes in. And Dignitas, I mentioned maybe the average speed might be a little bit higher, and it is 53 kilometers an hour for Violent Panda, really keeping the average up for Dignitas in their favor across the board in that one. And Violent Panda did a hell of a lot in that game. 3 saves to his name, 3 assists to the 2 goals put in by Yukio and Yorez. Violent Panda acting as a solid captain here for the Dignitas side. And we mentioned earlier on, he was kind of letting Yukio and Yorez do his thing, but he stepped up in that game there, Danny.
Yeah, he really did, but what has been sort of a fragrance as well, the touch count as well, not normally used statistically or anything, but the numbers have been decreasing downwards as this year is going, so there has been more meaningful touches, Crafters. It's just we haven't seen the benefit of them being converted into goals. The shots are there, just how good is them, and those already opening that count, but sadly not the goal to show for it.
It is not, and mentioned that this series, or that the end of game number 4 rather, was starting to get a little bit more pacey, and I like Singularity and Dignitas when they play with pace. Will we see that happen in game number 5? 30 seconds gone in this one. A couple opportunities been and gone for both teams. We'll try to manipulate that one into the center of field. Scrub will hold back and just keep this ball deep in orange territory. Yukio, a bit of a wayward pass, but finds Panda nonetheless. Singularity just cutting these lanes off where they can. Panda and Yorez in a bit of an awkward position, just sort of clumped in the corner there. Able to take this one away. Scrub holds the middle of the field, and Dignitas with more of the possession, but not the field possession, is letting Singularity push forward, throw onto net, but straight into the path of Violent Panda.
Hugo will move down, and that sort of play with Singularity was decent. Seen that in the last game though, they had all the possession, no goal to show for it. And again, history can repeat itself. Yukio, that's a poor challenge. That is an offensive mishap and a half. Only one word really describe it. Diabolical. Singularity leads 1-0.
And just the instincts from Noli, seeing that Yukio was, and no one else from Dignitas was around that ball after the touch from Yukio. The instincts to jump on that and dive and get the goal. If he missed that one, it would have been a very awkward time for him to get himself back in possession. It would have essentially been a 3v2 for the moment, for the meantime. But nonetheless, he touches it, and it goes into the back of the net in favor of Singularity here in the deciding game number 5. Yukio now try to turn the tables for Dignitas in their favor. It's better off a kickoff, but that's a lovely pass up by Noli to Tho. Can't find the back of the net, just finds Yukio and Scrub with the follow-up. Second attempt onto net will not happen. Noli gets beat out by Violent Panda in the middle of the field. But Tho holding this back line, and you can never really say that Singularity have overcommitted. They've put a lot of pressure onto this Dignitas half, but there always seems to be someone back to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong.
It's good to see the awareness for that to happen. Move into the sort of position that needs to be covered, sort of the worst case scenario. And that scenario, Nolly, right position, right team, and the transition move across, those already up, blocked by Dignitas. That could slip on, and the most experienced player, Crafters, again saves Dignitas, going 2-0 down at the halfway mark.
I was going to say Singularity has been reading Dignitas' touches left, right, and centre this game. The Dignitas are doing the same on the back line, which is where it really matters. Singularity pushing up a lot, though towards net, can't make the save, can Dignitas, and Singularity out in front by 2.
Yukio just moves that one down, perfetti, and Tho just laser-like missile moves it across Eurus. Oh, he's still young, he's still learning, and in probably one of the toughest competitions he could play against. That's a cruel feat to go against, and Tho just immediately puts the kid under pressure here. Eurus done well enough to get VP a chance onto the ball. 2 minutes and under. Dignitas needs 2, and they need them now.
Oh, and they might have one here. Scrub steps in front of it in the nick of time. But Dignitas on a tear right now. No able to snuff that pass out before it can go towards net. Yukio tries a awkward angle. Violent Panda's there on the right-hand side to try and pick it up, but it gets beaten out both times by Tho. Yorez was there, but now Dignitas trying to turn the tides in their favour. Singularity like to just slow it down a little bit. Draw Dignitas in, force them to waste time off this clock. Shots are just not coming for Dignitas, and they're getting beaten on those 50-50 challenges. Noli through onto net, but no boost will allow Joris to pick that one up. But you can see Dignitas, they just need something through on net because Singularity's rotations are not letting them have it.
Something absolutely is what required. Anything, just throw demo, just something to break the Singularity rotation. It's just too smooth. Joris has found that one at Scrub Killer. There is no creativity in the Dignitas' offense here, and though taking a full advantage and quick play, it's a 3v1 effectively, and the pitch goes backwards for Dignitas. That will just be an absolute horrendous shock for them. Dignitas still on the attack though.
45 seconds to find 2 at the very least to send us into OT here in game number 5. Singularity just not making it easy for them. Big demo onto Yukio won't let him follow that up. Just let Scrub Killer come and take this into his own hands. 30 seconds now. Dignitas need to start moving a little bit more with pace, but that interception from Tho up to Noli will dash their chances at finding one within 30 seconds now, 20 seconds now. Yukio out to Panda. What a phenomenal pass, but not enough pace on it, and Noli, what an easy save for him. And Dignitas pushing with everything they have, but with less than 10 to go. The writing is on the wall for the former world champions in Dignitas. Singularity take them in 5 games, and they go through to tomorrow.
Impressive to see a team from the qualifier crafters taking maybe not one of the favourites in the form of Dignitas, knocking them down to the lowers, but great to see qualification system. It works, it shows talent, breeds competition, brings it within the 5 series, and that test, I think there's one smart man at on.
Yeah, and that's Mr. Jar of Jam. He was the one who picked Singularity in that one, and maybe Joessi and Boyo will reconsider for next time. But Dignitas down to the lower bracket, and again, this is kind of what we saw from them in Eurocup. We expected highly of this roster, but they didn't perform against the teams they really should have beaten. Especially, well, if you compare Giants to what they were a couple of days ago, they really should have beaten Giants then. But now they have to face off against the loser of Oxygen and FC Barcelona.
Well, a potential chance, but we could sit here and debate on what should have happened, the maybes and the ifs and the buts, but what we have seen is Singularity move on decent enough here. Will they maybe take the group on for the better seeding? I think we should discuss that after a quick break.
I think we should. We will take a quick break, as Danny says, and we will bring back Jar of Jam to break this one down on the desk. And after that, we will see FC Barcelona versus Oxygen Esports. Don't go anywhere. The Summer Grand Prix continues after this.
it in my feet, and it feels so good inside. When I hear that music, it gets me on my feet, makes me wanna dance all night. Don't make me remember everything you did, 'cause I don't wanna hurt inside. Feel it in my body, feel it in my feet, and it feels so good inside. And I always wanna feel like this. I close my eyes and all my troubles fade away. I was once got so deep into me, but tonight I won't let that out. Gonna make myself forget about you, baby. Gonna make my head forget your name. Tonight I'm gonna dance the pain away. Forget your name. Oh yeah. Feel it in my body, feel it in my feet, and it feels so good inside. Don't need anybody, I just need the beat. I just wanna dance all night. I don't want to remember everything you did. I'm done with the hurt inside. Feel it in my body, feel it in my feet, and it feels so good inside. And I always wanna feel like this. I close my eyes and all my troubles fade away. I was once got so deep into me, but tonight I won't let that.
At Baguette Summer Grand Prix, well, Team Singularity has just taken one over Dignitas in 5 games. I'm Jarv Jam here, of course, with DannyBoy and Craftman, who just saw this game with their very own eyes. And what a match it was, gentlemen. Honestly, this match wouldn't be out of place in playoffs. And yet we're having this as the opener for the day. The bar has been set high. What are your first impressions after this match has just ended, Craftman?
I'm impressed by Noli. What a performance by him. I know we were praising Tho going into that one, but Tho really played more of a second man role, setting up Noli more of the time. And that's kind of what we want to see from the Singularity team. All 3 players are exceptional in their own right. Obviously, Scrub, we know his history with Vitality in the World Championships, and Noli and Tho, they've been a duo for I don't know how long, but Singularity, they're a great team of individuals. I think coming out of the qualifiers, we wanted to see them work more as a team. They certainly showed that here against Dignitas tonight.
And speaking about Scrub Killa, 12 saves. Usually don't think of him as a saving player, perhaps, but man, did he step up when it mattered the most in the net. 6 goals for Noli, whom you mentioned. And though, well, I mean, he brought his team here. Now the rest of the players can finally step up. But Danny, Dignitas, questions? Again, we started this whole day with questions for teams, questions for players, and it doesn't seem like Juris is the answer after all for Dignitas.
I think it's a bit unfair to blame it maybe just on one person or focus. Really, that's a whole team issue there. They didn't look comfortable at all. Yes, there was moments, there was inspiration for the team to maybe cling on to, but they need time. It's too early to sit there and judge it. Don't get me wrong. Usually I'm the heavy criticism of defense or poor performances. Yours is new. It takes Yukio a bit of time. VP should be well versed by everybody as the captain. So give a bit of time. They'll bounce back by the lowers. That's I'll guarantee.
Oh, there's a Danny guarantee. So Dignitas folks, don't be heartbroken just yet. Things can go differently. Things can get better. And what a better way to get for better things. That's for our next game. It's of course going to be Oxygen versus FC Barcelona. another interesting matchup, and most specifically, this is a rematch. Back when Oxygen and Barcelona met in the lower bracket during the Euro Cup 10K, that time Barcelona came on top in a resounding 4-1 win. Will this go any different? Craftman, are we backing up Oxygen Esports here, or will it be FC Barcelona?
No, you mentioned about that Euro Cup match. I watched it back earlier on today, and it wasn't the best showing for either team. Let's be quite honest. It was a pretty poor performance. Obviously, Barca losing that one, and then went on to lose straight after that one against Renault Vitality in the next match, 3-1. So it's really tough because both these rosters, obviously Chaussette and Ferrer, phenomenal duo, but it doesn't seem like it really doesn't seem like the same team without Fruity. Fruity made that team when it was obviously PSG and then Reciprocity, and then he played as Oxygen for a little bit. But I think that this team with Astral on it is just not clicking for me. So I'm gonna go with Barca on this one. In my opinion, I know Oxygen beat them out, but I think Barca might just, or excuse me, Barca did beat them out last time. My apologies. I think Barca just have that little bit more, but again, Barca still have a lot to prove themselves.
And Danny Boy, one last prediction from you as well on this match.
Oh, I love Crafters behind the scenes. He was confident Oxygen, listened to the arguments behind the scene, went with Barca. So you can imagine who persuaded him. I say Barca as well.
Don't have to rat me out, Danny.
Just because I want to break the streak.
It was an informed decision.
Of course.
I think for myself.
It was a good discussion, and I fully trust in the opinion of Danny and you, Craftman, of course. And that's completely not why I'm picking Oxygen for this one. These are the two teams that I feel like are gonna come into this one with a lot of perhaps not inconsistency, but I cannot be certain for any of one of those teams. But for something tells me that if I'm going to compare Astral coming into this one versus Itachi coming in this one, I'm going to back on Astral and the rest of his teammates. So without any further ado, it's going to be Boyoroyo and Joessi presenting that game. We cannot wait for it to get started. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Jam, for that lovely introduction. As I said, it is me, Boyoroyo, joined by Joessi, and it's like our first match together in a while, Joessi, but it's going to be a good one, hopefully. Our rematch from the Euro Cup, as mentioned on the desk. Barca against Oxygen Esports. What way do you have it going?
Well, I think it's interesting that we have so many people backing FC Barcelona, and I was going to say Oxygen, but I've been very impressive at not getting the winners right. So if I'm saying Oxygen, it's probably going to be Barca that takes it.
Well, you know, I'm going to go on the side of stats and history, and I'm going to go for the upset as well. We've had one already of Singularity taking down Dignitas. Why not get another one? Oxygen Esports, of course, had a great performance in the Fusion 3v3 event, winning that 3v3 section of the bracket. But Barcelona, in their last match against Oxygen, were able to take them out, and I feel Oxygen still have a few bumps in the road to get through. Of course, Astro, it's a new person in the roster. They need to improve this team synergy, work together a little bit more, and it will come with time. This will be a top roster in coming time. I'm just not sure if they're there yet, and I have a lot of faith in Itachi. I think he is a star player, and he is really going to show up today for Barca.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see now whether Itachi can step up to the task. He is the one with the biggest question marks regarding himself, and he still has to prove himself. At least in my eyes, been doing all right, but just all right isn't good enough at this stage, Boyo.
And all right isn't good enough at this stage for Joessi. Can Itachi prove that Joessi that is good enough, and prove to you in chat as well? The ceiling he will go trying to find a follow-up. A 0-0 start. No, nothing falling through just yet. Oxygen Esports pushing upfield. Shot down by Devo. That's to the back wall. Up high. Dropping down. The shot from Itachi wide of the net. An easy opportunity wasted. And the score remains 0-0.
Yeah, I feel like that should have been the first goal from Barca. It was a good attack with a couple of shots coming in. Itachi was the one with the opportunity to slot it in. Couldn't quite find the angle. Here's sloppiness on the side of FC Barcelona here in that first minute and a half where they should have been 1-0 up, and another miss right there. This time is Roniki, just both sides not being too close with their opportunities.
Yeah, to the back wall. If Itachi the drop down over to Astro, trying to bring it in centre. A great second touch. through the clear away to Ferrer once more. Trying to break through, trying to get on a tag onto the esports. Lackluster on the offense at the moment. But trying to make that change with Saucet dropping the ball down. Coming centre, it will go. Ferrer rushing in. Beat to the ball by Ironically. A counter attack now. Upfield it will go. Astro with the save and out to the side to Saucet. Booming upfield right now. Ping pong motion. Both teams trying to find that sustained attack. Find that sustained offense. Find a goal as well. It's now still the scoreline with half the game gone. No one able to break through.
No, it's been a close one in the ping pong, like you said. That's the thing that's going on. Neither team really wanting to commit. You got Ferrer on one side, just staying so far back, and on the other side, it does feel like it's more of Roniki's job to just make sure that their own net is defended. Neither team really creating any chances, but I do think that favors Oxygen. I feel like the individual skill that you see on that team, and especially Astro, that can just pull out a crazy play out of nowhere and get the first goal for Oxygen.
Astro up high to the ceiling, past one, a chance for Ferrer off the crossbar, so Set takes it slow. Not gonna work out, off the corner to bounce away. Oxygen esports their best chance, wasted, and a deal upfield for the counter. Met by the Saucet, but Atachi not slowing down. A great touch, a great bit of control. Can't push it away through the clear away, met by Devo once more. Up high, 90 seconds. Barcelona onto the esports to score now, but not for long. Oh, Astro almost working out, but the save coming last minute. The clock keeps ticking, the score remains the same. Who is going to take the lead?
There's no pressure coming out from either team right now, Boyo. Whenever they have an attack, it just stays with one. They're not willing to commit that third guy in order to keep the attack going, and this is happening on both sides. It's just going back now. Ferrer does get the opportunity. The pass from Astro. I called it out. Astro the one to make the difference. He gets the pass, and Ferrer finishes it off.
Devo last man back, pushed up too far. A perfect opportunity for Astro to find that pass. Ferrer finishing off the shot easily enough. And Oxygen esports start off 1-0 up for game number 1. With 1 minute left, the Barca need to get a move on this. It took 4 minutes for one goal to be scored. They've got 1 minute to score one more. Let's equalise. Up high, Astro, upfield to go. Trying to find another. To the corner, Devo get the clear. No follow-up in time, no boost in the tank. Starved in the Barcelona side. Everyone has hit Ronicky low on boost. Devo attaches 0. Ronicky sitting about that 80 mark. And oh, Barcelona not looking good for game number 1. The clear away, met by Atachi. Going towards net, he'll take a hand, but Saucet looking around. Trying to make it 2 with a pass out centre. Ferrer. Off the side wall, can't follow up. Keeps the pressure going, a good touch out to the side, and drop down to Astro. That's a shot. Oh, barely saved by Ronicky off the post, and out it goes. The Devo in the push-up field, going to get demos. The chance taken away from him. 10 seconds left, Barca's last chance, upfield, shot down, that's surely got to be it. One last chance from Devo, a last ditch effort, trying to bring this game back. But Astro great control, shuts down the play, Ronicky to the back wall, the ball will die to the ground. The Devo keeps it up, beat by Saucet, that'll be it. 1-0 Oxygen esports, they take game 1.
And it was a very professional one for sure, Boyer. It was so clean the way that they played it. They didn't overcommit. They only needed to save 2 times, then it was both on Saucet, but neither team really creating too much. It was a game of feeling each other out. Normally we see that in the first minute or so, but it was a full 5 minutes of both teams not wanting to commit too much on offense, and it was just one teeny tiniest of room which allowed Astro to get that pass down to Ferrer, who managed to finish it off.
Yeah, a very even game a lot of the time, but Oxygen esports found their opportunity, worked well with it, and were able to take the lead. 1-0, looking at the stats at the bottom, ball possession 50-50, field domination 52-48 in favour of Barcelona. So Oxygen esports were on the back foot a lot more that game, or a good bit more at least, but more boost consumed by Barca as well. They were able to do well in that department, but they were not able to score, and that is going to be the deciding factor. If they can't score, they're not going to win. Simple as that. Oxygen esports take game 1, get game 2 underway. Can they keep things up?
And I think I have to shortly wait for some things to be fixed, but Yeah, it's been a really weird game because normally we see this in first minute where both teams are very close to each other, and then it kind of starts looking like one of the teams starts running away with the game, starts getting that pressure, but there wasn't really any pressure play at all. I'd really like to see more of that from Oxygen, because I do think that once they're in control of it, they can definitely just keep the pressure up and completely pressure their opponents out of any boost, out of all the opportunities out of defense.
Well, game number 2. Can Oxygen keep this up? Go 2 up in the series, or will Barca be able to bounce back? They've got work to do. It was only 1-0 in game 1, so not too far away from them. But they are yet to score, of course, so they've got to show that they can score again. The Oxygen team before I have any belief in them. Itachi, the drop down, met by Joessi, trying to find that pass once more, coming into the midfield. Joessi beats out Devo, over to Ronicky, out to the side. Barca, as a unit trying to push up field, but not working out, shot down by Astro. The star player of Oxygen coming in here.
Ronicky.
A lot of things expected from him, but that's a great down from Ronicky. Itachi of the slowest moving ball of the whole tournament, probably. 1-0 Barca.
That was so smart from Ronicky. I already saw that. He stuck upfield, and it's so good. Do not be looking for those redirects. In these opportunities, just get that bump, get that demo, take the last defender out of the play, and you've basically given your teammate a free goal, which is exactly what happened here. See, Barcelona just starting this game too much stronger than game 1.
Itachi, met by Astro, the clear away, out to Ferrer, that's to the corner, already on the attack. Oxygen Esports not giving a chance for Barca to hold on to a lead. The Devo, good bit of control there. Joessi beats the ball by Itachi, a potential another coming through. Itachi brings it centre for Ronicky, the shot going wide, Devo to follow. The 2 defenders in net, easily saved. Ronicky once more, bringing it centre, over to Itachi. A shot saved once again. Nothing getting through now from Barca. 1-0 the scoreline, trying to make it 2. But Oxygen Esports defence holding out really, really strong. Another chance for Itachi, once again, just not working out.
Oh, but there's still an opportunity. Devo finding the goal yet again. This time it was Ronicky with the pass, and that pressure from Barcelona. Something that was lacking the entirety of game 1. This game 2, they're ready to rumble.
2-0 Barca. A lot of pressure coming from them. Oxygen Esports not been able to return as much. Only 1 shot taken for Oxygen Esports, and they are paying the price of that. The ball travels high. Devo will find a touch out to the side that will go where Ferrer lies, and the drop down going nowhere but to Ronicky's car. Oxygen Esports, they try and do something a bit more creative to get an attack, and Barca shutting them down, getting on offense, sustaining that pressure. Oxygen Esports doing nothing about it up high. It could be the chance Joessi needs to the backboard. Over to Ferrer, the chance, bent to the ball by Ronicky. Taking his time, Astro to the back wall, cleared away once more. Trying to fight their way through Oxygen Esports right now. But the drop down to Ferrer, it could be the chance they need. To the crossbar, saved by Itachi, coming centre once more. Over to Joessi, feet to the ball. Nothing getting past Barca now. Stuck in the back line. Great defence. That's a great counter. The shot from Ronicky blasting it. Saved by Astro. But you're going to keep on going. Upfield, half the game gone. 2-0 to Barca. And Oxygen Esports scrambling for a goal now.
Both teams really turned it up right now, Boyo. It has been Barcelona with the 2 goals, but Oxygen was knocking on the door for FC Barcelona for the longest time there. Couldn't quite find the back of the net, with some dangerous chances nonetheless, but it doesn't matter. On the other side, great pass from Devo down to Itachi, who managed to finish it off.
A great shot, a great pass. 3-0 Barca. Game 2 looking secure to be going their way. Of course, Oxygen Esports can come back. It feels unlikely as Barca looking a lot better now. They're looking like they've got in the swing of things, but that's a chance, that's a goal. Oxygen Esports bring it back within 2. Just as I say, Barca looking comfortable. They fumble at the last second.
I'm scared it's going to be that too late coming out from Oxygen Esports. Yes, it was a decent drop down from Astro, but it looked like he was looking for the shot. Instead found the pass towards Ferrer, and 1-3 now. Oxygen Esports still trailing, still needing to score 2, but they have 2 minutes to work with.
2 minutes on the clock. Oxygen Esports, they want this game 2. They don't want to tie up series. Face the same defeat they had in the Euro Cup against Barca. An embarrassing loss for them and the team they are. Not expected to lose to Barca, especially with this pickup of Itachi, a huge unknown. But right now they're trailing by 2. That's a pass in centre. Oh, Astro so close, barely not going in. Up the side will go. The queen away from Ronicky. A counter possible. Saved at the last second. Better. Fed by Devo. The back ball. Just set away. Small touch. Coming to Ronicky. Out centre it will go. Upfield. Ozioni's needs to get an attack. It could be the chance they need, but coming on as of yet. Astro up high. The pass to Joessi. The drop to the Feder. Joessi, an unfortunate touch on Feder's shot. Not powerful enough, but saved either way. Itachi upfield, 1 minute left. That's surely got to be it for Oxygen now.
He had the chance there, but it was a save onto his teammate. Very unfortunate on the side of Oxygen, but they're not really that careful with their possession either. Whenever they're in offense, they're just trying to get the ball towards the net of FC Barcelona as quick as they can, rather than looking for each other. Maybe here, Shushet down to Ferrer, but that gets blocked wide as well. Tachi does well. He can do offense, but he can do defense as well.
Upfield, down to the corner. Ronicky looking for the pass down, not working out, and the timer runs dry. 30 seconds on the clock. 3-1 to Barca. Oxygen Esports could not find the goals they needed, and we're going to be taking a tied up series, Joessi. What a better turnaround from Barca this has been. Game 1 and Game 2, stark difference for Barca. They've got an attack, they started to score some goals. It's actually 2 to his name, 1 for Devo. One giving an assist and 2 saves as well. Everyone putting in a shift for Barca. They were able to find the win, all thanks to that. Game 3, what will it have in store?
Yeah, right now I'm still favouring FC Barcelona. Oxygen Esports has been looking alright, but it's only been with waves. They've had really just amounts of pressure in which they did get some chances, but it didn't look too dangerous either. There was always someone back for FC Barcelona. Their defense overall just very solid, even though only 4 saves were needed out of the 3 players. And on the other side, they did also get all the pressure, especially that first few minutes in which they did get most of their lead as well. Was just pure pressure play coming out from FC Barcelona. There was nowhere that Oxygen could go, and especially the demo coming out from Ronicky as well to grab that goal for Itachi. Just great vision and great play by Barcelona.
Great play indeed. They tie up the series 1 apiece. Oxygen Esports, Barcelona. Closer series than some might have imagined, but 1 apiece the scoreline. Game 3. What way do you have it going, Joessi? Do you have Barca taking it, or do you think Oxygen can bounce back from that loss?
I think Barcelona is going to take yet another one. I do feel like Oxygen is just very reliant on Chaussette and Astral just playing the absolute best that they can, and both of them just not been too visible. Astral got a great pass in that game 1, but besides that, it hasn't been spectacular, which is the level that we expect from these guys. And as a result, it's really starting to favour FC Barcelona in this best of 5.
Well, let's find out if they can take Game 3, get closer to that match point. Astral and Ferro just get some more link-up plays like that. 1-0 already onto the Esports in the first about 10 seconds of this match, and it's below to start. A great shot.
I think Devo just got completely caught off guard there with the amount of power that was gotten behind that shot from Astro. Just absolutely slotted it into the corner. Ended up being a tough save, but I do think it should have been able to be saved. However, a great start here by Oxygen. You were asking me whether they could bounce back. Well, yeah, I think you've got your answer, Boyo.
I think I might just do it. They don't want to take that loss once more. Astro's angry and here's here to win and drop down. Coming in centre. Astro looking for the pass to Joessi. Oh, beautiful pass to Oxygen Esports. They are here to win. They don't want that game 2 to happen again, and they are showing exactly why it won't.
And I love that whenever you seem to be calling out a player as a caster, they show up big. That pass by Astro was gorgeous. He didn't get too much speed behind it as well. Ended up just being easy peasy for Chaussette to finish off. Oxygen Esports really just ready in this game 3.
Game 3, Oxygen Esports 2-0 up in the first 40 seconds. They drop down Metachi. Pass 1, Chaussette trying to get it around the back wall. That's coming centre. Astro to clear out to the side. Upfield he will go. Connected to no one but Ronicky. Itachi up high to the backboard, cannot follow up in time. Astro can get a boom upfield, a monstrous clear. Then Barca to the back lane once more. Will they try and push upfield once again, do it all again, get back on attack, but Oxygen says otherwise. They're shutting them down, not giving them the chance. At the moment, Barca been frustrated, trying to get this goal, make it one step closer. Oxygen with a great clear away, he's going to get back on attack.
But I love what Astor was trying to do. You have all these big clears going in, so whenever the ball just gets put to the other side of the field, you expect it more or less to come straight back to your own half. But Astro, instead of doing exactly that, it drops it down to Farah and tries then to get a touch, but the communication just isn't on par. Farah wasn't expecting it, even though it could have been read and it would probably code in voice chat too. And I think that's overall just been the absolute downfall of some teams. The communication just hasn't seemed like the top notch that we see in the RLCS.
Oh, on the dribble, coming in centre, that's a chance, but a bit too high. Astro now on the counter. Set will get a demo. Shutting down the chance of Barcelona instead, a chance of their own. Oxygen Esports trying to make it free. A good save, I'll say otherwise. Barcelona trailing by 2, half the game gone. They've got to get a move on an attack, otherwise it's going to be 2-1 Oxygen Esports.
Yeah, for sure. But Barcelona having a lot of trouble to find the same amount of pressure that they did earlier on in the previous game. Oxygen just much more hungry. They're not given the same type of space and time that we did see Barcelona getting in the previous game. Right now a demo as well there from Barish, said maybe able to finish this one off. No, Astro just comes by, sneaks that one away. And a lot of pressure coming out from Oxygen right now.
A lot of pressure, and at the moment they're going to keep on sustaining it. Barcelona nothing to say about it. No returns, no shots, no saves coming out, and when they do, very, very rarely, is Oxygen Esports will keep on the attack, just run down the clock as much as they can, potentially find a first to secure this game a little bit more, and they'll be well happy to go on their very way. Ironically, with a pass down over to Devo to try and make it one bit closer, cleared out to the side, Astral away, another chance ruined for Barcelona, and for how many more times is this just going to happen?
It's not looking good for Barcelona. Just as I was starting to really get impressed by the way they were playing, they sort of just seem to be dropping the ball. It is Oxygen also playing very, very well, even though I think there's more in their tank as well. But that double commit from Barcelona is just so sloppy and might get punished with the goal as well. The pass is there. Get a save, just make sure that it doesn't go to 3. It's not looking great either on the side of Barca.
We'll find the save. Out to Itachi. Joessi rushing in. Way too fast. Oh, what an angle to secure the game. And more importantly, make a statement. Oxygen Esports are here to win, and that's exactly why.
Oh, that is such a tough read, but Joessi both gets the read and the angle. Absolutely amazing player, showing us why, once again, it's not just Astral in this team. Joessi can do the exact same stuff.
The pass out. Time's already over for Barcelona. 1 minute to score 3 goals. They are not going to do that in time. If they do, it's going to be a miracle. The Oxygen Esports just say what a performance this has been in Game 3. Astral especially stepped things up. But I can't take any credit away from Joessi. He has obviously scored that great goal just there. 2 as well, 6 shots taken. He's been all out attacking. It's the Joessi we frankly like to see.
Yeah, for sure, and I think overall the best thing for Oxygen was the fact that rather than defending, they were able to have their entire defense basically in the half of FC Barcelona, is what it felt like at least, where they didn't really have to bother too much with it. Astral double flip reset, saves it himself. That could have been the best goal of the tournament so far, but a bit unfortunate on the side of Astral.
Wasn't needed to be scored, but it would have been great if it was. But either way, Oxygen Esports are going to take Game 3, go 2-1 up in the series. Match point coming their way. Can they do it in Fortress?
I think it's going to be tough for FC Barcelona to come back, and as a result, I do think we are only going to get to see 4 games here, because Oxygen Esports is a team that is so reliant on their momentum. Astro and Chaussette, if they're in a good mood and they're pulling off these amazing shots and goals, then it's just basically game over. And that's what we saw here as well. 16 shots versus only 2 coming out from Barcelona. That's an absolute shutout.
An absolute shutout is one way to put it. Oh, Barcelona. Good luck in game 4.
You're gonna need it for sure. Also, 8 demos coming out from Oxygen Esports as well, just completely disrupting the play. It didn't even feel like Barcelona got the opportunity to play here in this game 3.
Well, they're gonna have to try and play a little bit in game number 4 as could be the end of their upper bracket run. We could be seeing them head to the lowers, and not a fun team they're waiting for them. Dignitas. Whoever loses this game will be facing off. The winner of that match will be moving on and will be qualifying for the playoffs. The loser will be eliminated, so nobody wants to lose this and nobody wants to face against Dignitas no matter the situation.
No, for sure. Dignitas waiting for the loser here. He might see 1, potentially 2 more games depending on how much FC Barcelona has still in them. They're ready to fight. Whether it will be enough the next 5 minutes should tell us exactly that.
5 minutes on the clock. An even game once again, of course. Barcelona's last chance to stay in the upper bracket, win this series and move on to the winner finals. Otherwise we'll be seeing Oxygen heading there themselves. Going to get past one. They're met by Federer. Devo up high to the side while they will go, trying to push up field, starting early play, find that early goal. But every time Oxygen started off on the scoring side, they have found the win. They didn't get an early goal. What's to be different about that? The chance from Joessi. Oh, barely falling over the ball. Barcelona upfield, Devo will go, trying, hunting to find this goal. The the chance he needs. The defense gone. That's the goal. Barcelona 1-0.
Chaussette scoring an absolute banger in the previous game, but now on both sides of the pitch, not quite in the right position. We've got the miss on the opponent's goal of Oxygen. I don't think he was quite ready for the defense to miss the ball, but then on his own turn in defense can't quite find the touch that was very desperately needed, and FC Barcelona taking full control, but what a dunk by Ferrer. Just make sure that it goes in, but what a dunk.
What a dunk from Ferrer. Chaussette, the clean-up crew, the bulldozer coming in. Just ramming through Itachi. 1 apiece, just like that. Oxygen all tied up, but I can't get over how good that pass was from Ferrer. Well, Oxygen a quick return. I would take the lead.
Yeah, it is a quick comeback on the side of Oxygen, just being handed onto a silver platter for Chaussette to finish it off. Yes, he did get it past the last defender. It wasn't that hard. It wasn't as hard as a pass. Oh, Itachi almost finding the back there. Just a bit too high. Couldn't find a double connect either. And as a result, still 1-1, but definitely the most riveting game that we've seen so far, Boyo.
Definitely so. That's Devo to the backboard, met by Astro. Out to Chaussette it will send. 90 seconds off the clock. 1 apiece. Barcelona need this game, otherwise, as I said, they'll be going to the lower bracket. They're going to have to put their all into this. Up high, Joessi a touch out to the side, messing up the oncoming attackers with the pass out to Ferrer. They drop down, up in centre. Joessi to the corner. The play that Oxygen need to get an attack. The ball to Astro, up high it will go, met by Rodriguez, send that to none other than Itachi. Intercepted by Ferrer, upfield once more. Trying to find the attack, but the ping pong motion shutting down the plays. So, just looking for their opportunity to get an attack and avoid getting shut down once again.
But I want Chaussette to be taking it slower. He's so strong on the ball, and he's shown it time and time again in the past where he just gets the ball in his own and basically dribbles it past 3 players if he's feeling well. But right now, everything just seems to be a boom. Astro's trying to make it happen by just sticking up field and being ready for the passes, for the redirects. Overall, I don't think it's too good for Oxygen, and they get scored on as well. Evil the one to finish it off.
And we're speaking of great dunks, Itachi just in the air, scooping that ball from Astro's car, send it to the ceiling, dropping down to Devo. 2-1 Barcelona. Oxygen Esports have been able to come back once this game. Can they do it again? 2 minutes on the clock. The kickoff goes in their favour. Joessi's already up high. Pass Ronicki, the ball will go. A demo on one. Astro in centre. And just like that, all tied up. Couldn't write a better script.
Yeah, it is back and forth for both teams. Astro the one to take it slow, but what a bump too from Kerr coming out from the other side of the pitch. Absolutely bullying the last defender who sat in goal there. Just clearing the line for Astro. Finishes it off. And 2-2. Such a close game here. I hope that Barcelona is going to take this one so we get to see yet one more.
Hope so. Now I've really turned my tone off this series. I thought easy enough Auction is going to win this now after that game 3, but I feel like more confident for Barca. And when Itachi's tone off plays like that, I've got full reason for my confidence. 3-2 Barcelona. They take the lead once more, but they've got to hold on. They cannot let Auction come back for the third time this game.
I love the speed on that one, boy. The pass was so quick into the middle, and Itachi just keeping his boost trigger down and getting the goal as well. Absolutely beautiful coming out from him, showing that nerves aren't there. He's a natural at this stage.
Now leave it for Ron to give it a clear upfield to the sidewall. The pass in centre. Itachi will find a save, but Astro looking around. He will find a bump. Better launched pass. Joessi, fed by Ronicki, coming in centre to secure the game a little bit more, but the queen away, Devo cannot connect. Itachi to the ball. Better up high, dropping it down centre. Astro to the back wall. It could be a chance, but Joessi too slow, getting disrupted in the midfield. Can't make it in time.
Oh,
Run double. Barca, another one for Itachi. Oh, what a player he's been today. 4-2 now to Barcelona.
Second goal for Itachi in this game. Had Ronicki to help him out, but he wasn't necessary. Got the dunk on Farah and the goal as a result as well. Ooh, boy, I'm willing to call it at this point. A minute to go. I think we're going to see game 5 again here on stream.
I think we might get our second game 5 in a row, Joessi. Unless Oceanibo pull a medical 2-goal comeback in the space of a minute, I doubt that will happen. Barcelona. A great performance, especially from Itachi. I can't go over how good he was this game alone. The clock ties down. All Barcelona have to do now is run down the clock, not let anything else slip by, and we'll have a game 5 on our hands, and what way it will go, I do not know.
I don't think anyone does. I don't think anyone does, because this series has been such a back and forth between these two teams. It was Barcelona who I think looked the strongest at first, but we had that game with a complete shutout coming out from Oxygen Esports, where we play like we expect him to. But then this game, it's just back to old habits. It's back to double commits, not getting the great touches. I'd like them more to take it slow. They have such impressive individual skills, but currently they are not utilizing them at all.
As the clock hits 0, the ball will come and touch the ground. 4-2 for Barcelona in game number 4. A tied up series, game 5, here we come. Can Barcelona find this upset that so many people started to predict?
It's going to be a very close one, and it's much closer than I expected it to. I thought that Barcelona honestly was just going to get shut out by Oxygen. The individual skills on this team and experience as well, it's just something that I couldn't look past, but they're putting up one hell of a fight, especially Itachi, who seems to be playing absolutely naturally with Devo and Ronicki, and I love the fact that the losing of Flakes, who's arguably a very, very good player, just hasn't done too much to this team. They're still here. They're still a force to be reckoned with in Europe.
Yeah, certainly so, and they are proving their worth here. A lot of questions about their kind of Serie A in this tournament. They're proving their worth here, taking it into game number 5. But can they win it, head to the winners' finals, and maybe even beat Singularity there as well? Of course, that's for the future. They've got to make it to the winners' finals first. But this is going to be the last game of the series, no matter the outcome. Ocean Esports, Barcelona, let's take it away and see who will come out on top.
Game 5, yet again, two teams so close to each other, showing us why they deserve to be at this stage, where they received the invites they did, and hopefully for them, making a difference in this game 5, because this is where it matters most. This is where the heroes are born.
It's where it matters most. this tournament a lot on the line for these teams, of course. Barcelona trying out Itachi, looking to be more permanent with him in the future, I would start to assume. We're using them for both at this tournament and the Euro Cup. Watching these sports, of course, signed Astro now. They want to get the rest of it possible, prove that it was a worthwhile investment. A lot on the line for these teams, of course. The loser will face off against Dignitas for a spot to make it to the playoffs. Not to the esports, they face the first mistake. Barcelona 1-0 up and sloppy defense there. Joessi just throws the ball away and cannot follow up. 1-0 Barcelona already.
And it is Joessi making the mistake there. I expected him to take it slow. It's what I talked about doing in the last game as well. He doesn't do it. The ball just bounces off his car a bit too far, and on the side of Barcelona, they're ready to capitalize on it. Now Astro finding something on the other side. Diva has to put it to the side, but does that beautifully. Down to safety, and Barcelona putting themselves in a really good position in this game 5.
For the launch up field, looking to make it 2. The pass down to Veronica, beaten the ball by Joessi. Out to Itachi, it will go. After waiting on the backboard, better. Upfield, trying to find an open chance, trying to find a teammate on the pitch and descends to the backboard, but Astro he will take control to the top corner. Barely going wide. Joessi to follow out to the corner. It'll go. We're fair alive. Up high. Novus to follow. People can take control. Looking for to clear away. Joessi's not going to let it be that easy though. 90 seconds gone. 1-0 Barcelona. Those need for getting close to equalising. Barcelona shutting them down at the last moments.
And the biggest surprise for me is the fact that it seems like FC Barcelona is just outpacing Oxygen. It's the one thing that Oxygen, I would say, is the absolute best at, just because all three of them are such individually mechanically good. I just expect them to be able to beat their opponents at every single ball, but that's not been the case. And almost the second goal flying in as well. And she was just in time with his rotation back. Make sure that doesn't go in. Fair now on the other side. That slipped in. And we're all back equal.
All back even, game 5, all tied up, 1 apiece. A wide open net, very easy to score in the Barcelona defense. Where was it just there? But half the game going, 1 apiece. Game number 5 couldn't get any closer. Just who will find the next goal? Potentially the last. Up high, Ronicky bringing it centre, attaching, can't connect out to the side, it will go where Ferrer awaits. Past one, bumped in the process. Joessi out to the corner. Well, full iron past that, so up high. Ferrer. Hit by Devo. Ronicky takes control. Hit away by Joessi. Not working out just yet. Itachi to launch away, a wasted chance. 2 minutes left. 1 apiece still. It might not be for long. What a dunk. That's a goal. Barcelona back in the lead.
Barcelona find the punch yet again. It is Devo with an amazing dunk, and it doesn't get too much speed either. Wernicke's still able to get around the ball, get the angle, get the goal for FC Barcelona, and it's looking the desk might be right all along. It is Barcelona leading now. 2 more minutes to go. They have to hold on. The defense needs to hold on strong.
Beats the ball by Itachi. Trying to send it in centre. Astro's there, beats him to it. A great dunk once more, sends it to the corner, but no one there to follow. 2 minutes left for Oxygen. They need to tie things up. Joessi, high over Devo. Itachi comes in to the sidewall. Astro dropping it down centre. No one to connect. The shot going high. Devo trying to get the queen away, but coming centre once more. Itachi's there to recover. Time running out for Oxygen. Itachi upfield. Ferrer meets the ball. Going upfield. Astro looking for a bump with a demo. He gets a bump. That's a goal. Tied up once more. Half the game going. 90 seconds left. 2-2. Aussie Esports not going down without a fight.
I love that from Astro. Just doesn't get involved with the ball. Gets involved with the player instead. And it's a personal vendetta. The car gets bumped out of the way, and it's all open, all back to square one, back to the drawing board for both teams, because I think at this point we might just be heading to a very, very long overtime, because I think we're going to be looking at the game much like it was in game 1, where a lot of big clears are going in, and it's just going to be one chance, one opportunity, one might say, to either side that's going to make the difference.
Opportunity open, a chance to blow out to the side. Ronicky, the clear away, trying to find that last blow, that finishing touch. Cleared away back to the Barca half. Astro to the backboard. A chance for Onsen and awaits once more. And the ball falls out to Chaussette. Off the corner. Coming in centre. No one there's a follow in time. Devo beats out Ferrer. Bumps in the process. Astro to the sidewall. Dropping it down. Over to Atache. The shot saved by Chaussette. Wants to enter back half. Barcelona on attack. A clear away. Ping pong motion. Trying to find something as Ferrer. Out to Ronicky. 30 seconds left. Overtime looking possible. Looking likely. Unless Oxygen can score in his attack. They're pushing upfield. Devo takes control. The clear away shuts down that chance for just a moment. The Chaussette not going to let it die that easy. Then it's straight back in centre. And Ronicky has to find the clear.
Oh, and he does find it clear, but no one is out of the water yet. And that double might just be enough. Itachi said, but it isn't enough. The chance isn't there for FC Barcelona. The defense holding on strong, and the ball drops down. We get our Game 5 overtime, Boyo.
Game 5 OT. I think a lot of us were expecting. And now, one goal in it, next goal win, next goal takes it all. The drop down centre, saved by Devo. The shot going wide, but on the attack now, Barcelona have an opportunity. Astro take control. Devo, Demo and Ferrer. Coming centre where Chaussette awaits. He'll find a touch. Atache, the clear, only met by Chaussette. The drop down to Devo, coming upfield once more. That's centre. Devo beating the ball by Astro. Ronicky not slowing down. A good 50-50 Chaussette. Atache, beating the ball. Astro upfield, out to the side where Ferrer awaits. Cannot follow up in time. 1 minute of overtime. The scoreline. Who's going to find that goal? That's the question we're all waiting the answer for. At the moment, looking like Barcelona have the better chance.
It looks a lot for sure as well, Boyo, because whenever they get this pressure, they're not afraid to look for the bumps as well. And but Oxygen is just defending from their goal. Whenever you see an opportunity for FC Barcelona arise, it's just a play from Oxygen all the way in back of the net, getting demoed. But what a pass! Oh, Itachi makes a clutch save. Almost the opportunity on the side of Oxygen there.
Not slipping by. That's a demo. Astro, the bump from Chaussette. Oh, Astro, what have you done now? It's the easiest goal of your life, but you've hit it wide. Devo upfield now. Nova's in the tank. Ferrer to try and redeem Astro's mistakes. Coming in centre. Flies past the ball. Itachi gets it cleared away. Barcelona lucky to still be alive. Oh, Austria Esports. This should be their series. This should have been their win. But they've got to try again now. They've got to redeem their mistakes. 2 minutes of overtime now. A goal still not scored. Devo get a touch. Chaussette to the back wall. Beat out by Itachi. Astro not slowing down. High. Devo. A clear to the side. 2-2. 2 minutes. Game number 5. The winner will move on to the winners' finals. The loser drops down to face off against Dignitas. Barcelona send the ball centre. It's Devo. Met by Astro. Out to Chaussette. Beat by Itachi. The drop down coming centre. Astro away. Still hunting for the goal. A good bump. Ferrer shot down. Ronicky up high. Past one. A bump on Chaussette. Back to Itachi. Ping pong motions, hunting for a goal. No passes connecting. Just bangs up field, left, right, and centre. But they've got to take control. They've got to find passes, Joessi. Otherwise, it's going to be a stalemate for a very long time.
Ronicky may be there. They're almost coming out as well. My hands are sweating, boy. This is so intense. I've got to think about the players as well. They're playing in this one. They know that the tiniest of slip-ups may be enough to put them down into the lower bracket here. And they want to face off against Singularity. The winner of this putting themselves in such a great spot to get into that top seed, into the playoffs. Right now they still have this one to play. We're down to 3 minutes in this overtime and it just keeps going. Not many chances being created, but it's so close now. Maybe Barcelona, that one is slightly cleared away. Itachi drops it down to Ronicky, who takes it slow into the middle but gets bumped away. That's yet another chance averted.
But even at 30 seconds of overtime now, approaching a full game's worth. So, still not scored. Joessi, did it get any closer?
I don't know, boy. I am so scared right now. It is so close between these two teams and I'm not quite sure what to expect. What's going to be the thing that separates these two teams? It might be Itachi. Oh, that's inside post. Roniki gets saved as well now to the other side. Itachi is back, luckily for FC Barcelona. Almost a goal from them, just completely switched around.
Still nothing in. It's getting tight, Joessi.
Roniki! Roniki finds the goal. FC Barcelona breaks oxygen. They cannot breathe anymore. 3 defenders, it doesn't matter. The top corner is found. And FC Barcelona the one to be able to face off against Singularity.
And what a finish! Barcelona take the game and they take the series. They move on to face Singularity. What a win! Roniki MVP for a reason. Hat trick for him. 7 shots, 3 goals found. What a performance! Barcelona. They go to face Singularity. Ocean Esports. They drop down to the lower bracket to face none other than national team Dignitas.
I am very surprised you cannot actually see like the sweat dripping off my hands because that was so intense. And you've got to think about the players. I hope all of them can take a quick breather after this one because this is what you play Rocket League for, Boyer. It is these moments in a competitive settings where you go the distance in one of those overtimes is where the love of the game just becomes all of ours, and it's when the community comes together, loves watching these games, and that's what happened here. I hope we get to see a lot more series like this in the upcoming days to come, Boyer.
I hope so indeed, Joessi. But as that game comes to a close, as we said, Barcelona are going to be facing off against Singularity in the upper finals. And coincidentally, that is our very next match, so we'll be heading to a very quick break. And when we're back, some more great Barcelona action. Barcelona v Singularity. Be sure to stick around, we will not be long.
Welcome back to Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix. We're getting a taste here for Game 5 still already today, and Oxygen Esports and FC Barcelona have definitely delivered in their 5-game thriller. George, I'm here with Boyoroyo and Joessi, who were there on the fields reporting. And my oh my, this was an interesting start, but definitely an explosive end. And most importantly, I think Itachi made us remember his name. He may not be remembered for his boost, but his play definitely was something. Go ahead.
Oh, Itachi, I couldn't give enough nice words about him. Of course, it wasn't the Itachi show. As much as I want to push that, Itachi is such a good player. It wasn't the Itachi show, but what a performance it was by him. He was, in some of these games, Game 4 especially, was a standout game for me, and Game 2 as well, a great performance. The game Barca won, a lot of it was due to Itachi playing so well, and during Euro Cup, I think a lot of people might have agreed with me in saying that in that tournament, Itachi looked like the best on Barcelona, and it seemed like Dave and Ronnie could have won slacking behind a little bit. But this time, I couldn't do that about them either. They've worked well with Itachi this time around. They've adapted to this playstyle, and they're starting to win now. I am excited for this Barca roster of how I've just seen them play.
And yet, even in this matchup, we've seen Oxygen Esports sometimes completely bamboozle to FC Barcelona. That game 3, for example, 6 shots versus 2, or rather 16 shots even versus 2 from Barcelona. This wasn't even in the overtime game. No, straight 3-0. Of course, a lot of that, I think, was attributed to the demolitions that Oxygen Esports were making, 8 in total in that game. Was this really down to just physical plays allowing for Oxygen Esports to defeat Barcelona in those games? Or was there a different trick, Joessi?
I think the entire series ended up going into the favor of Barcelona because Oxygen just couldn't really play at the level that we expect them to, and that they can play at throughout the entire series. I don't think that we can take away anything from the wins from FC Barcelona, but I do think Oxygen can do much better, and you saw it in that game 3. Whenever Astro gets his plays upfield, he can get those demos. You got Chaussette coming in as well, and then you got Ferrer as a very solid third man, just finishing off the chances that are handed to him on a silver platter. Then this team is an absolute I would say a beautiful painting almost to watch, where you keep seeing these beautiful details just playing out to absolute perfection, but it doesn't happen all the time, and it only happened 1 in 5 games. That's just not enough.
I think we all expected perhaps a little bit more finishing from both of the teams. So many oohs and ahs for the moments that were so awesome, and yet never perspired. But I think both of the teams have once again put a fantastic show on both ends. And so congratulations to FC Barcelona moving on forward. Again, just like their counterpoint earlier, Team Singularity are now guaranteed to go into the playoffs. It's now going to be Dignitas versus Oxygen Esports battling down in the bottom of the bracket. But first, of course, we're going to see that winner's final game. And Team Singularity and FC Barcelona are already gearing up for this. We saw what FC Barcelona can do. We saw what Team Singularity can do. But Boyo, can Barcelona continue this run? Was this, especially against Team Singularity out of all teams? This whole group is absolutely amazing. And right now, all these permutations, I'm looking at this and thinking, what's going to happen, Boyo? What's going to happen?
You know, this group, as you said, has actually really impressed me. I didn't think as highly of this group. I thought Group A was a lot more of a dangerous group and a lot more of the high-quality teams playing well. But so far, I've been impressed by Group B. Every team has played really, really well so far, and I'm excited to see more. And of course, I'll be watching the winner bracket and lower bracket matches to keep an eye on these teams. I'm enjoying what I've seen so far, but for Barca, can they keep it up? I think if you asked me never against Dignitas, I would have said no. But I still have that, and I probably am wrong in having this doubt about Singularity, but I think I have to have that slight bit of doubt with Singularity being that good enough team. I'm going to actually say that Barca can keep this up and they can find the win over Singularity.
All right, there's one vote for Singularity. What about you, Joessi? Are you seeing Barcelona perhaps removing one of the players from Team Singularity, focusing on shutting someone down to beat them, or are you actually in Team Singularity's camp and thinking they're going to win?
I'm going to be on Team Singularity's camp, and
there it is.
To be honest, I'm not 100% sure why. It's just that throughout the entire tournament, I've not backed him. I didn't think they could beat Endpoint, and I didn't think they could beat Top Blocks. I definitely didn't think they could beat Dignitas, and now they're hitting the winners final. So they're definitely doing something right, and I think it's just because they're a team that like other teams, just kind of decided to go back to the basics, where they're like, okay, we don't need to play the flashiest type of Rocket League. What we'll do is just really focus on that team play, focus on getting the rotations all right, and we'll get our opportunities, we'll get our goals, and overall, as long as we make sure that our defense is all right, which it was against Dignitas, it was definitely not great, but it was all right, then they'll get away with the win. And I do think against Barcelona, that might just be enough to clean shit out.
On my end, I am trusting in the role that Singularity are currently on the performance that both Noli and Scrubkilla has put in the earlier match against Dignitas. To me, feel like just enough for them to get this one over Barcelona. But honestly, the longer these tournaments go, the longer we just go forward into the future where all these teams, honestly, by this point, we might not have Dignitas. We might not have Renault Vitality being the top teams. These might be the forefront runners, and I'm sticking with Team Singularity for this one as well. They've impressed me today. I feel like they're going to continue on impressing, might be going into the top bracket after this win. I'm also thinking this might be another Game 5, because why not? We already have been entertained a lot, and this just, chances are, it won't stop. And as the whole crew currently behind the scenes is trying to show that, hey, let's start a game, I say yes, why not start a game? TheEternalJay, Digital Bacon, take it.
Thanks, boys. Yes, we're almost ready to get into this matchup between Singularity and FC Barcelona, and possibly one of the better matches of the day. I mean, that's not saying much considering the fact that we just had two pretty decent ones of their own right here, Bacon. That last one has on the edge of our seats back in the green room. So let's break this down real quick. You were definitely either Team Singularity or Team FC Barcelona, one way or the other. There's no sort of like really big sort of argument points. There's usually just one definitive argument for either team. So what's your argument for who you think is going to win this one?
So I'm going for Singularity. They've just been more consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament. When you look at Barcelona there, whilst they had massive highs, like their attacks were looking good when they were coming on through, they were slipping up quite a bit in defense, and that's a big problem for me, naturally. I mean, we have that one moment there where Itachi was last man back on the midfield line, and it was very awkward back in game 2. So for me, I think Singularity have just got that consistency to it. I think it's probably going to be like a 3-1 scenario there. But Barcelona very much could upset. They really impressed me during that last series. Like, I was not expecting them to come out of the gates absolutely running.
That's the thing, it's like that's the argument that I was going to make here in favor of FC Barcelona, because personally I'm on their side for this one. Like, that was a damn impressive performance, and you know, you can make arguments here and there. Personally, I'd say that the Oxygen side are a slightly more powerful side than Dignitas right now. I think they're in a slightly sort of like a better level of form. So for FC Barcelona to pick up a newer player to their roster, and one that a lot of people hyped around for years and years, and you know, never really got his chance to shine in the top ends of the scene. Like, you know, he's the breakout star at the moment, and he's a massive pickup for FCB, to the point where I wasn't expecting him to do much. I thought he was going to be the hard third man. He was at certain points, but he also managed to have his moments of the spotlight, which just looked so impressive. And for FC Barcelona, yes, it was a Game 5 series, but I think they've just got that slight little bit of flash that will put them over the edge of this one. But as I said, you know, it's good arguments for both sides. You're either in one camp or the other, and for me, I'm over on the FC Barcelona camp. Go on.
Sorry, I was going to say, the one thing I did find weird about Barcelona was Itachi was quite often found to be the solo third man and stuck back in his own half, which you could see him itching, trying to get on out into the blue end during that last series. So there's a little bit of a worry about positioning and definitely rotations within the Barca camp, but they have got so much wicked pace to match it.
Game 1 is set to go live here between Team Singularity and FC Barcelona. The winner of this best of 5 to move on to our final playoff bracket. The loser to drop to the lower bracket of our group stage, but still have their chance to go to the lower bracket. Instead, the shots already come through from Devo. Itachi setting things up off the backboard. Roniki will contest, and the midfield control game by Noni. Now he's got a dribble play and a flick against Devo, but just blocked by the man in the back line. FC Barcelona already putting pressure and being pressured, and look at those to the backboard. Itachi's got to get back and deny that here. FC Barcelona now pressured in their own half. The Singularity will try to keep up the shots, but a couple of turnaways coming in from Roniki.
Yeah, even more important there as well, Itachi had to slow it down the play anyway, just purely because his teammates are only just getting back to net and then they got to form up together. This is a beautiful run by Scrub to leave. No teammates there, so that's a little bit worrying that no one else from Singularity is ready to attack. But yeah, both sides coming out of the gates, very different gameplays from either team, so it's going to be an interesting one to see if they really mesh, or if not, this could turn into a bit of a slugfest.
Off to the corner board, it's Devo taking it out of the midfield though, pushing it back down in towards Scrub Killer. A great link up, but the shot put way too far wide. Back into the center line, a chance available, but the two players in Singularity have rotated back to defense, so they're back up here. Dribbling against Itachi and Devo. Devo just puts that off target, but though that was a great setup that could have led to magic. Scrub's going to try and recover it from the corner. Nolly not going to get his chance for a shot. And no, back in the defense, they're going to have to receive the clear from Devo now. It's Roniki up for an opportunity. Nolly going to get back out. Those going to have to force the rotation away as Devo and Roniki come back in, passing between each other. Devo off the backboard, here comes Itachi for a chance to strike back down off the crossbar though, and all three players committing to that play. Couldn't make the first goal work. Again, it's Scrub, and though, off the backboard, way too far wide. Itachi can get that save, and he blocks Nolly as well. Despite their best efforts, Singularity just can't seem to get the opener.
Itachi has been massive coming into this game. Earlier on, there was a defensive move where he was up off the backboard, got the save, and then passed it directly over to Devo. Devo, having no boost, just yoinked it downfield for the redirect, which was incredible. It brought them so much space and gave them the breather they needed. So Itachi so far has been brilliant. What a setup this was to pull out the defender.
Talk about Itachi being brilliant right there to be out though. No one can get off the backboard. Nolly committed to that ball, and the end result ended up being black holes for FC Barcelona. An opener for the orange side of the court, stepping things up and setting things up for glory days here in our first game. Stowe coming off the midfield line, coming out to that corner, will get a second touch and try find his way in off the kick off the returns, however, thick and fast from Roniki for a shot. Scrub there for the denial, another good challenge in the midfield line. Roniki trying to pass over and find a setup. A shot down, attempting for the flip. Scrub killing us a demo. And Singularity. Right now, they're the ones being pressured. Took a lot of pressure out in the early game, but they've kind of struggled since the opening goal has come through. Massive ball control and dominance, possession coming through from FC Barcelona.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting passage of play right now, purely because everything's slowed on down, and Barcelona are liking it. They're just keeping it under control. A little whiff there from Devo. Not entirely sure if he was actually aiming at the net or did want it into the corner to keep it, you know, pressured downfield, and the teammates just weren't on the same page. But it's just quite cool to see that Barcelona are happy these days to mix up the pace. In the old days, you know, last season, Flakes were on Jay getting a little excited. But in the old days,
from Roniki, man, like what was that?
Solid.
It was solid indeed. What's better was the save coming out from Singularity. And Scrub Killer down with Nolly trying to bump Devo out of the way. He will get the defensive in. Still 60 seconds to the clock, and Roniki has one, setting up to push it away from though. Nolly coming off the corner, and the demo comes out. Scrub Killer going to pass back towards though. We'll take it off to that corner. 100 Boo's getting picked up by Devo of his own right off the ceiling play. Going to go back in. Nolly will take that off the sideboard. Itachi passing back downfield into open space. A shot registered. A pass to receive by Scrub Killer. Singularity still struggling to get this goal to equalize here. Though off the backboard. Either way by Devo. Nolly, big miss. That's dangerous. That's really, really dangerous. And Devo to Roniki trying to punish it, but the defensive just comes up in time for Singularity.
Yeah, and this sort of drag it to the net, follow it through right now from Barcelona, it's not going to work. They're playing very safe. They're looking to hold on to the 1-0 lead. If they get a goal, happy days. If not, they've got the advantage over their opponents. And so that's why they're not getting anything out. The defensive Singularity is clutch enough, they're fast enough players to be able to hold off. But of course, Singularity are very much stuck in their own half. Boost is a bit awkward for them as well. They continuously feel like they've got one lad who's on nothing, and Barcelona just took that out. It's the sort of game which I know Danny loves, where it's just you get one up and then you hold it, and just work the defense. And it was just very impressive by Barcelona. Nothing to, you know, get on a highlight reel with, but it got the job done, and it was just so well controlled by Barca.
Yeah, no, and I mean, one of the issues that you found with the Singularity side is the fact that I feel like at certain points they were a little bit mispositioned, some of the setups weren't quite 100%. They definitely felt like they were recovering their angles as opposed to really setting up shots. When they were setting up shots, they oftentimes were not ready to receive or set those up. Several times where Scrub Killer left that open in the box and no one came forward to take the shot. So Singularity have a couple of positional issues, I think, right now at the moment, but, the defensive was really confident. I really loved how they held themselves in that back line. Again, to just about defeat Ronicky there with his dribble play and his, barely holding control to beat out the whole defensive initially. The rotation still coming in fantastic there for the blue side of the court.
And it's only game one. We've got to look at that there, Jay, and how this is going to develop going forward. How are both sides going to change this on up? Because, like you said, Singularity didn't really feel on that same page, and now they should hopefully look for each other so much better. No more of these just long clearances downfield, and as I say that, Scrub doesn't. No, lads, keep it to yourself. At least try and get it off sideways to a teammate. A little weird whiff there from Nolly as well. Whereas on the opposite end, Barcelona are just so much more clinical right now. And yeah, that's the big difference maker.
Couple of controlling touches from Singularity, but again, they do look a little bit off this corner board. Scrub Killer out of the box. It's control in for Devo. Challenged again by Though. Seems to be the central man of this offensive at the moment. Nolly going to get himself involved as Though puts it back inside the box. Third player not going to come forward. Scrub way back in defense, and Singularity playing on the defensive half for the initial interim. Great control by Scrubkin, another good challenge. This could be Those opportunity right here. Backboard into the third player. Ronicky gets involved and pushes it out. Singularity need to work on the accurate placements and positions again. They could have found a shot as opposed to putting that to the backboard, and that's going to cost them the opening goal here. In the first minute, FCB can't score one of their own, right, but the challenges are good. Ronicky's lurking upfield. Though gets back in for a defense, and they still can't score despite it.
Yeah, good attempt there, of course, coming out from Ronicky, but that was the best looking attempt that Singularity have had so far in this series, to me anyway, Jay. Their problem right now as well is that they've not got a shot caller on this team, it feels like. They don't have someone making that big decision to go in with the play. Instead, it's just one after the other, going for these solo attempts from the midfield. That's a good setup down to Though, but you can see teammates not really sure what to do behind it, and it is causing a problem for Singularity.
Again, good passing setups, no way to receive the goal, receive the shot really. Ball in from the corner, Devo Though, back out position, Nolly going back off the corner once again. Nolly will come forward, and Though and Scrub taking their way out position here. Devo. You can get further away from enemy hands, but it is going further and further towards the back line. Scrub Killer trying to set something. It's Nolly just barely getting a touch to take it out of FCB hands, but it still is Ronicky to come forward and challenge, and Singularity just can't seem to contest him at the moment. The back and forth kind of game between both kind of defensives. And FC Barcelona, they're the ones with most possession. Ball still up in that orange half. That shot coming in from Nolly. Well, FC Barcelona been pushed back in their half for about the last 10, 20, 15 seconds or so. They will finally get a breakaway chance.
Nah, FCB are absolutely fine, Jay. They're the ones actually in control. Quite largely of this. Good little shot over from Scrub, though. Finally being able to break that. Barcelona might be getting a little bit too comfortable. They're just waiting for an opening. They're waiting for a mistake. They've seen what Singularity are like. We've seen a fair few whiffs coming out from Though and Nolly. So they're just sitting back, relaxing, playing passive. And this is something brand new from Barca, and I love to see it once again. I guess this is the best kind of Caster's Curse for me right now, because I can feel so smug.
Well, FC Barcelona eventually generated the opportunities here. Singularity were returning to their backline quite frequently. Couldn't find the shot or the goal that they needed here. 2 minutes to go to the clock, and still only a single goal to separate. FC Barcelona did pretty well with that single goal last time around. And Scrub outfield into the mid. Though booming it back on. A bit of a lighter touch by comparison. Scrub Killer still sets it up for Though to put it back high off the target. Again, not quite in position to go for the actual strike back. Nolly demoed out of field. Itachi will have to keep that one in the midfield control. No one's going to go ahead and challenge him, and actually gets a good pinch for it, but Scrub's there to push it back down with his own 50-50. It's Ronicky challenging Though. Devo going to try beat out Nolly. FC Barcelona continuing to try and look for pressure here in the blue half. A shot coming out from Devo, a bit too far wide of the backboard. Itachi still sets that up, but no third man to take the strike.
Yeah, and you can see the whole Barca making their way back, getting into defense, seeing what Singularity can throw at them, and what a mistake that is from Itachi! Nolly being gifted a goal.
Well, that shouldn't have happened.
No, he shouldn't have. Itachi's going to be kicking himself for that one.
What was that statement? Don't rotate down the center? Probably why. Although, to be fair, that's a bit of an extreme example. Either way, it's the opportunity back now for Singularity. 1-all at the board. Devo and Ronicky challenging, pinching. Here comes Itachi to try and find a strike back. Nolly. Seems like a fire's been lit underneath him here to try and continue the hot streak back from SNG. Ronicky gets a touch out, continues the pressure back over to the blue corner. Gonna bump Scrub Killer out the way. Now it's Itachi's chance to strike back, make up for his mistake. He puts it close with no cigar for the actual goal here. Teed away, followed up by Though. Ronicky bounce out to the mid-center. Scrub Killer from midfield will find Nolly in the front field. On that corner now, they'll try and walk off for an opportunity here. The boom back coming in from Diva. Ronicky to challenge it, and Though will take it away. 30 seconds remaining, that gong sounding. Itachi, good challenge. Follow up from Devo, goes back in. Where is Ronicky? He's there, but the challenge is still good from Singularity. They've got so much defensive in that back line that FC Barcelona been struggling to break it all game long so far. 15 seconds left. Though, forward to the backboard. Scrub Killer there to receive it, but it's blocked again by Ronicky with one final attacking chance here between him and Devo. Challenged by Nolly, Scrub Killer will come forward, let that bounce once. Try and beat Itachi, potentially pass towards Nolly. Put back towards the midfield, though, going to keep it alive, but this ball is bound for the floor, and we're in overtime.
Yeah, you're right. That does feel like a fire has been lit under Singularity. They picked up their pace so much. Defense, I'm still not convinced on for Singularity entirely. When you look at them when they're going into attack anyway, Jay, they quite often have a lot of open lines. I could see quite an easy up and over come out from Barcelona. But I'm loving this aggression right now. At least they're getting close into line, and a second man is ready there as an option for the attacks.
The pass to receive from Devo. Though tries to get involved, get it back to Scrub Killer. Back pass from Nolly as well, keeps it going. May throw the defensive off, but they do get up high enough. That ball is slow to the point where they can adjust for it. Nolly back passing to Scrub. He beats out one of the defenders and now tries to get back out position. Ronicky back off to the midfield line. Though puts it back down into Devo's territory, though he can go for a strike. Follow up there from Ronicky is denied by Scrub. And the point blank fast strikes don't quite work out for them. Sideboard bounce from Though, coming up 16 points a boost. Devo will push it downfield, attach it to make his way back up. Demo in from him against Scrub Killer. Ronicky in the back line still. Nolly moves forward, puts it back down to the midfield line. Big miss from one, but Devo's there to back up his man. Itachi takes it off the corner, looking for a second strike, but Scrub just able to deny it.
Incredible reaction times coming out from Scrub Killer there. On the edge of his seat, ready, and Though gonna have the ability to take that on past his opponent, read it well and blocked it away. Such a close game. I still hold on. Arsenal looking better, more in control, but Singularity with this pace will make an opening eventually. You can see how close to the mark they are getting.
FC Barcelona starting to run out of boost here. Itachi still able to make his way up to the blue offensive, but with nothing left in the tank, Team Singularity will eventually gain control. Though to Nolly. Nolly back to Though. Thoug's passing towards Nolly here. Itachi just following that ball over to Scrub Killer's position. Good defensive thrown up again by Singularity. I mean, you say you're not convinced. Personally, I'm more of the mind that it has been relatively good so far, if a little inconsistent.
Where's that follow-up, Jay? Right there. This is the problem with Singularity right now. When the attack is needed, when there is that opening, they are not there for it. They're happy to follow up, but only if there's two defenders back. It's because they're not working the defense correctly right now, and they're playing a very, very good holding game. Yes, both teams are. It's sort of like they've got the same answer, but they're working out. They're very different right now. What a launch there as well from Ronicky. Good stuff. Nolly was ready for it, but Barca are just more composed.
More stable on the pacing, passed out to Ronicky, not quite as composed there for the shot, went a bit too far for it. And now Nolly going to try and see if he can capitalize on that opportunity, gets it past the ball, back passes to Though, but both players missed the touch, not a shot or a save registered here for FCB or SNG. Scrub Killer Nolly passing between each other. Those going to try and find his way back out. Nolly's got to try and find his way downfield. Beats out one. No boost left for him though. Still goes in with the back pass play. Roniki a little bit too far forward to receive it, and the pressure continues with Singularity. Scrub killer pass out to though. It's still defended by one in the back line. SC Barcelona. Now they're the ones being heavily pressured. Further shots coming forward as the pass out to though finds its way to the net, and Singularity take us to evens on the games.
Great passing link-ups here up from Singularity. Instead of just bashing it at the net, we finally pick up the bright idea, Jay, of passing to each other. And it was so effective there. Singularity going to be taking game 2, time things up. But you can see just very minute changes in the way you play Rocket League can have such an outstanding effect. From Singularity there, it was instead of just rushing it towards the net, taking out wide, passing into the center, because they know that one lad's going to have to come out and challenge that pass. He's got to come out in case it's a shot on target. That then leaves a one-on-one scenario, so much more open space on that net to score upon.
Singularity certainly had the pressure against FC Barcelona as well, a decent amount in their opponent's half, and just about beating them out on ball possession as well. But like, I'm pretty sure that that's because of mostly how in the mid part of that game, FC Barcelona were the ones that had the majority of the control there. For Singularity though, like, you know, it really comes down to that end game and the mistakes coming out from FCB. Because remember, this was a 1-0 game for FC Barcelona up until Itachi scored the own goal, and how much is that mistake going to weigh down on their minds?
I don't know, because it's going to be weird, because I feel right now, like, after losing that game, Barca could say, right, let's change this up, let's try something new, which we don't know how that'll play on out. We could see Barca try and, you know, get a lot more aggressive instead of holding back and then moving sort of as if they're aligned. You can already see that from Itachi linking up to Roniki. I think that change-up is coming. They're going to be looking for a very heavy passing play style with a lot of pace behind them.
Yeah, Itachi got something to prove, not just in this game for his mistake, but also in Rocket League as a whole. Good pinch out to the blue half, but not on target. Cooks here would not be proud of that one. Still continues the offensive play here for FC Barcelona. Scrub out for the midfield contention. It's Devo with the dribble play. Challenged by Tho now off the ceiling. Back in for Itachi, pushing it over towards Devo. Big miss from the man, couldn't put it on center. So now it's Nolly towards Tho. A pinch play that almost goes right to the net. And I love it as well, but FC
We
Barcelona...
saw them doing that in the warm-up, in the server test. They're actually practicing doing that.
Oh, but it won't work for the defense. All caught up on the backboard and in the net, and FC Barcelona are the ones to strike first.
Yeah, you're right in the term of getting caught up. Not really sure where they should be positioned. Bit of an awkward affair, but it's only one goal. Let's see Singularity turns around once again.
Now an Itachi off the sideboard, bounce the ball in for Roniki, off to the box position. Scrub to Nolly. Nolly back down to Scrub. Killer! Oh, just pushed wide by Devo, but that was on target. That was a play. Damn near put us back to evens again, and once again the offensive play going to continue for FC Barcelona as Devo turns that defensive into a fantastic offensive 2-0 for FCB.
Devo just there, lingering like a spider on the wall, jumps, sets up Roniki so well. Every defender pulled on out, no one's home. And the House of Singularity are blown on down. It's only 1 minute 20 into this game too, Jay, and Barca looking so much more lively, so much more aggressive than before. Is it going to get them the game? Who knows just yet, but it's so much more enjoyable to watch.
Challengers getting close again from Singularity, trying to reapply the pressure against FC Barcelona, but I think for the first time in this series we've seen a 2-goal lead coming out from one of these two teams. Certainly at this early stage it feels like it. Ball out from FC Barcelona again being pressured to ensure that Singularity try and find their way back on. Nolly's going to steal that 100 boost in the midfield, but forced back to defensive anyway. So FC Barcelona can continue the pressure, and they have found a majority of that pressure here. Roniki up off the ceiling, second touch, beats out 2, not quite 3, but Itachi in the perfect position to punish it, puts it off the backboard, Devo puts it wide, and Itachi trying to recover, send it back for Roniki again, but FC Barcelona forced to concede and fall back.
Yeah, interesting ideas on the defense there, though. Nearly linked on up with Scrub and Nolly to finish it off. I said, interesting transition. I think defenders just getting caught up once again there. Ronicky and Devo below. I'm looking at that now, Jay. And he just noticing it and going, you lads need to rotate in net. Like Devo there rotated the wrong direction around. Should have spun around in net, would have been able to jump out, but hindsight's 2020.
2.5 minutes to go. Look at Scrub. Bit too wide to the left-hand side this time for his shot. The ball up from Nolly, still continues it off the backboard in towards Doe. Back out from Devo to Ronicky. Pushed off centre. Actually works out better for Singularity as they can continue to find their positions and keep the pressure rolling against FC Barcelona. They just need one more good play to turn us back to evens here. Though up, control in, good shot out wide for Itachi. Back up the backboard in towards Doe again. A great shot, close. All three players committing to that one. And Scrub Killer can push us to evens. 2-2 now in this game.
That defense was abysmal. Look, 3 players jumping across. Barcelona, you deserve to get scored on there. What has happened throughout the entirety of this game, Jay? What's been 2-0 up? They look fantastic. Now they look... I don't even think there's a word in the dictionary to describe it.
Okay. Thought for a second FC Barcelona were going to come back into this one. Good shots to receive, denied by Though. And I will admit, this was one of my bigger fears when it comes to predicting this series. FC Barcelona have a history of looking like amazing characters with amazing potential and players that should be winning world championships. But they always have a habit of potentially falling off the edge of a cliff, and that almost happened in that last series. It may look to start happening here unless they turn the dials back to 11. 3 players in defensive again, all 3 or 2 are actually committing outfield, but Devo holds back and was going to be that third man that looked to try go for it anyway. Nolly off that backboard, centers it up perfectly for Though. Itachi gets involved, Ronicky there as a receiver, and Scrub Killer beats him to the ball. Devo now pushing forward, bumps in from Ronicky to Devo, throws him off, he can't follow up with a shot. Backboard play in towards Itachi, another good challenge from Singularity, keeps it out position. So 60 seconds to the clock as FC Barcelona drum up their offensive, and they're still 2-2.
Yeah, Ronicky going for that play with no boost. It's a bold move, hoping that no one's going to come up and attempt to intercept him. They're keeping this attack going though, they're keeping the pressure, they've got hold of that midfield line, not the boost to really support it though, which is worrying. But let's just hope, you know, the grind pays off for them and a mistake will happen on the opposite end. Nearly a mistake paying off for Singularity.
No one in net, but the inaccuracy of that shot and that play back downfield may still get returned. Itachi get off the sideboard now as a Scrub that went off the ceiling for that touch. Though going to pass it back over towards Nolly, passing over towards Scrub, who's rotating back for boost. Caught out on the defensive now, 10 seconds remaining, he still controls, puts it up, centers up for his teammates, but pushed outfield again by FC Barcelona. Though back on towards the box, Ronicky keeps it away at 0 seconds though. Sideboard into Nolly for a dunk down, chance taken away by Devo, and it's another OT here for game 3.
Yeah, super close series so far. Second OT coming on up. 1 apiece. Who's going to get put onto match point? We'll find out. Cheeky little touch there from Nolly. Wanted to slip it behind. Does get demo as well on Devo, so see how much that'll help them there. Jay just so far keeping things calm, which in a no-T scenario where it does most of the time come down to a simple mistake, you've just got to play relaxed and passive.
Has been much slower as the game has progressed and as the series has progressed. Remember those first few seconds of game 1 where it was lightning fast from both sides. But right now, Singularity and FCB trying to feel each other out and try and find a mistake that may secure them the game and the match point play extension. Itachi setting that one up for Ronicky and Devo, and Ronicky in the midfield will be unable to strike as his opponent's beaten to the ball. Good control from Scrub Killer. He's tried to take it underneath his opponents in the past, but it hasn't quite worked out for him. Sideboard bounce, here comes Devo, up high off the crossbar. I thought actually it was actually low enough where it could have been going on net. Nolly there to take the defensive. Now Scrub Killer trying to take on Ronicky. Beaten out, not quite actually, gets a recovery touch instead. Second one as well to set it up. Itachi now challenged by Though, beats him out, puts it off to the right hand side. Ronicky puts it downfield as well. Nolly off towards Scrub Killer. Control out. Got a challenge on towards this man, and 100 boost picked up as Nolly now goes for a ceiling shot. An opportunity to beat out 2, possibly 3. Not quite against Itachi, though coming in with a recovery. Itachi still gets his challenge, so opportunities denied here by the Barcelona defensive. And a pass back towards Itachi, unable to get a shot in, although he puts it close. No cigar.
Yeah, and though they're lucky that it just rolled off the curvature into his hands and he was able to put it under his control. Only get 50-50 there. And it is just coming down to pressure plays right now. Again, you notice that from a lot of these solo drags towards net, the aerial plays, not looking to get many great passes off. Notice that when they do put the ball into the box to pass it, it's near enough counted as a shot, you know, directly on target, where you need to pull it back a little bit further to the 25% line if you want to find a teammate who can redirect into net. So both teams just following through and using brute force for this one.
2.5 minutes into this OT, and neither side showing signs of breakage, although Itachi sets it up for Roniki, denied by though. Back on target, and Scrub Killer barely as the defensive in, follows his way back out. No one's in net. Itachi is back far enough though, and Devo onto the corner play. Those got challenged, those got control. Devo coming in off the box position. Roniki can't maintain control for a shot, so it's back downfield. Nolly off the backboard for a second time, putting it out further wide here. Scrub Killer, a chance opportunity generated up. Second challenge now, leaving it for the third man, but no third shot from Singularity. They're still trying their hardest, going for these redirects and scrappy offensive now to try and match the scrappy defensive from FCB, but it's just leading to chaos right now in the backline, and it looks like maybe Singularity could come out on top of it. Bouncing off the post though, no goals to be scored. Big miss from though, and again, FC Barcelona 2 caught in their own half to capitalize and punish.
Yeah, and lucky there as well. Scrub Killer held Roniki away, pass locked into each other. And then they wasn't able to get the touch and just send it towards the blue Singularity net. Get the goal, but here it comes. Roniki receiving a brilliant pass on down. And Jay, this is what I'm talking about. You don't want to put it straight towards net. You throw it back towards the edge of the box, and then an attacker is going to be able to get on it to it. Because currently with these two teams right now, where they're defending is right at the goal line, because they want as much time to be able to react to the ball. So they're not going to be able to reach out and grab it at that 25% mark.
FC Barcelona just about turning that game to their favor, but man, did it take an effort and a half there. Singularity just kind of lost control, I think, you know, like again, towards the end of it, it looked so scrappy on the offensive, and then the coordinated counter-attack from FCB is what ultimately won them the game. And that does put them on match point, Bacon. Now, we've seen the best of both worlds at this stage. Going into game 4, what side has come out on top overall here? You know, ignoring the best of 5 scoreline here, like, who do you think, obviously, you know, FC Barcelona have come out on top in terms of being a game away, but assuming worst case scenario, we go to game 5, who do you think has the most potential to come out on top?
It's a hard one, because Singularity right now are very inefficient. Scrub Killer is insane at the moment. He is the true MVP of this match so far. But though and Nolly, they're feeling very inefficient, if that makes sense. They can pull that up, Singularity can take this series. But the problem is that their shots are a little bit sloppy. Their passes are actually quite good, but they're making unneeded whiffs, decision making, where they're just wanting to throw the ball away when they can keep under control, you know, where they've got the time to keep under control, but instead they think they're being aggressed upon, and that's the problem for Singularity right now. Barcelona, I think we're currently seeing them at their peak for this series anyway. Oh, good attempt to touch it.
Not to be this time. Singularity getting a bit of a lucky break. I don't know if that was more luck or skill, but either way, it's no goal scored in 10 seconds. Neither in 20, but the offensive now starting to get discombobulated here from Nolly and Scrub. Bumping each other out the way. Got to rely on Tho now to come forward and get his own dribble plays in. Challenged eventually by Roniki, sends it right back downfield. Nolly off the backboard, Scrub Killer will come forward. The 100 boost will be taken from the corner now for Tho to work with. The pass back to Itachi though, and it's going to be too far wide. Singularity now have Scrub Killer off the ceiling, looking for his way in. Loses control of the ball, so Devo can return it. Get a demo in from Itachi against Nolly. Continues to hold himself into some blue side control, putting it out towards Roniki for a shot. Devo continuing to contest, might try and find his teammate. The back passes from Singularity, taking away the ball control from FC Barcelona and taking away the shot opportunities from the orange side.
good throw towards the backboard, but even well read by Devo. Interesting that no one from Barcelona is chased up onto that ball in the air. Scrub Killer reading it very early, and he's been great on those 50-50s alongside Nolly there, but just the choice of when to attack is still a little bit disjointed for me from Barcelona. You can see everyone going for solo plays once again, but you look at that there, you had Devo right below him, could have just laid that off, but instead still just going at the defender head on, and he's going to get blocked every single day of the week unless there's a major slip-up.
Yeah, both teams all relying on mistakes, and for this case, Singularity actually found one. Nolly, easy control for a simple tap, and the defensive just crumbles for Barcelona.
Ronicky was not ready, he was heading into net there. He probably had his eye on the ball naturally, like you do, you put ball cam on, but he was not in any position to make a save there, so Barcelona, ooh, a real bad catching the rotation though.
Nolly and Scrub here off the ceiling. Back on for Devo, follows suit for Zoe, goes back off the backboard, and Ronicky there to control it. 100 boost stolen from him. Scrub Killer's going to come forward now. And FC Barcelona going to try chase and go for the offensive here. Stowe contenting, beating out one, trying to beat out Ronicky as well. Ronicky booms that right back downfield. And Nolly up against Itachi now, off the ceiling, off the crease. Scrub and Though bouncing out to the center, going to try and continue the returns over to the offensive half. The FC Barcelona so quick to return, but so slow to get their response goal. 2.5 minutes to go. We're still at 1-0 up for Singularity. Devo tries to challenge the midfield, beats 2 to it. He's got to now just challenge Nolly. Off the backboard he goes, and nowhere near the net will FCB go.
Well, that's because you saw their Scrub getting a demo on Ronicky, so it removed the follow-up attacker, because you can definitely see Ronicky and even Devo now have got the idea. They've got to chase in. That's a little bit forced. Don't like that so much. Itachi could have come in a little bit further. Instead, he had to slow down and then go for the follow-up. But you can see definitely right now that Barca have got the idea. They know that they've got to aggress, because they can see Singularity. If they get a quick 1-2, will not be able to reach it in time, because their clutch defense purely works upon spacing.
On 2 minutes to go, this ball's very dangerous, and it almost kept going dangerous despite Devo's defensive, but takes it high and wide enough. Itachi now with a dribble downfield, contested Devo to follow suit, but Scrub Killer takes it away from him all the same. Though, to Scrub, a fantastic link up that will connect to a second for Singularity. And 1 minute and 23, the task just got a whole lot more difficult for FCB.
Yeah, and a brilliant play there from Low. This is a little bit of what I was talking about earlier with Barca. Their problem is one of the Barca lads would have just hit that directly at net, trying to go for the shot there. Though knows that he's got Scrub Killer in front of him and can easily just lay that off. It allows the angle for the redirect, of course, naturally putting even more pace onto that ball, and then being able to take your time, look at which area of net is open. Devo nearly being able to get that past Nolly. Nolly was not ready in net, he was just watching. That's super odd.
That could have been right on there for FC Barcelona, and now they're going to continue to attack here from Singularity. I'm not sure about that pinch, that might have thrown off the accuracy. Either way, Nolly coming forward. Back pass might allow Devo a chance. Those missed it. Devo hasn't got an opportunity. Itachi strikes, goes too far wide. Devo desperately trying to recover, but FC Barcelona just can't find that goal that they need. They're now evading bumps, and though dribbles up, slow dribble. Scrub Killer going to try find his opportunity. Itachi now goes for a dribble up of his own accord. Redirect goes past one. No, gets back in time and denies the shot.
Good
He can't deny a second. Devo, 24 seconds. He's bought them a chance.
Thank you, Ronicky here. Playing so much better. Instead of going straight at net again, like previously, Scrub Killer would have been able to save it out. Gets the call from Devo that he's going to be down mid. It means it's a one-on-one scenario, and defender is going to be uncomfortable for that one. 24 seconds, like you said, Jay, and there is the chance to come back. That's a dodgy kickoff for Barca. Well done by Itachi. Look at Ronicky, he's in the air. What's a comeback from Barcelona?
The beautiful pass out in the midst of the air. Ronicky was so ready for it. And FC Barcelona back to even from a 2-0 deficit. The game just picked up. and they still have 16 seconds before another OT for this one. Those got the backboard control. Devo takes down the midfield line. Scrub Killer alongside the opposition. Back up aggressive into the back line. Demo do come forward from Scrub. Nolly and Though looking for their chances. Those going to try and beat this to the buzzer. Great dribble. Past one. Past two. Double touch denied. But Nolly still with a redirect chance. Puts it right in the midst of the box. We're in overtime for game 4. FCB still with a chance to take this whole thing in 4.
Yeah, all deep down to blue end, though with no boost. Can't send it that far, so does put himself in the right place at the right time. That's a dangerous ball into the middle. Scrub will get a big clearance on it, but Devo's back. Jay, Barca have found the way to finally actually efficiently attack with each other, but the problem is right now that everything's back to even Stevens. It is reset.
Ronicky here with control though, back up, here comes Devo. Scrub's got to get that ball away. Singularity having players upfield, back off the backboard. Devo's got to take that away, but still they center it up. Roughly at least, it's a bit, again, scrappy from Singularity on the accuracy terms. Back in front of the box, point blank for Nolly, he breaks away. Doesn't go for his shot, Scrub Killer. Back off the corner now, puts it down center. Here comes Nolly for a backboard touch, a second opportunity not going to present itself. And though controlling the midfield, Ronicky back down the other end of the field. Every time this ball gets returned to the blue half, Singularity, like their hearts skip beats because of how dangerous it really could be. FC Barcelona 1 goal away from series victory. 1 goal back from Singularity though will take us to a 5th game. It's all about survival for the blue side of the court, and they're getting great opportunities, but they're unable to go past that last hurdle.
Watch this right here, Jay. I'm looking at Ronicky. He's getting very overzealous. He's either going to win the goal for Barcelona or cost them. That's what it's feeling like. Good little 50-50 there from Itachi. Notice he's just now completely out of position. If the ball can come downfield, that's beautiful, and it is a good connection. He's got to be careful with his positioning because he does not want to leave his teammates hanging out to dry.
2 minutes into this overtime. Look at Scrub with the challenges. Opportunity for a teammate. If they had one set up, he sets it up for a third man to come forward, but they just don't do it. They don't act upon these opportunities. Singularity, passive-aggressive as anything at the moment. They've had the majority of pressure. They can't get the shots in, but when they get back to the defense, they're so slow. FC Barcelona have had control, even when Singularity it felt like they have. And though with a dunk down chance to the right-hand side of the net, taken away by Ronicky. Scrub Killer goes back on. Demo in, takes out one of the rotators. Scrub still with a good challenge, will buy and stall for time. Devo comes up, 100 boost, passing into Ronicky again. Bit too high, Itachi coming up, but Scrub Killer takes that wide and the high out position once again. Another game and a half being played in overtime total. FC Barcelona still hunting for their third, hunting for their 3-1. Scrub Killer just says no, not on my watch, but Nolly's watch is up and the back line's relatively open. Itachi, however, can't seem to finish off the job his teammate starts.
No, and again, talk about Singularity being passive. I feel like they've seen that Ronicky aspect and how they are going in super deep. They're waiting for that opening, and there it is. Nolly cheats downfield, and the ball is just delivered perfectly to him by Though.
And a big commitment from FC Barcelona, hoping to end it there and then, but the attack turns away. Singularity going to game 5 against FC Barcelona. I think business is just picked up here, Bacon. I think this one could get real interesting.
When did the, in quotations, business stop, Jay? Like that's it. These two teams have been plugging at it all. Okay.
I assumed the business had stopped when we were 2-0 up for Singularity. Then FC Barcelona scored those 2 back, and Singularity have come back in to take us to game 5. So it's
the business resumed about 5 minutes ago. That's it.
don't read too much into that. Just play along.
Okay.
But game 5, man, all resting in the next 5 minutes, my dude. Like we just seem to see back and forth from both sides at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth, and it is just coming down to, and the reason why I'm loving this game is that there is a very natural play style for both these two teams where They want to play quite passive, like, and that's something that's incredibly strange to see from Barcelona. Naturally, last season it felt like they were just happily ramming their heads up against brick walls and seeing if anything happens against it. And this season they're using the brain so much more. Definitely, I reckon El General in the background's a happy lad to see them really start to hold the ball back and then wait for those bursts through. We did see Ronicky, which I get the idea there. He's wanting to try and be proactive, try and get a play going. He's got to be careful on that because quite a lot of the time you saw him throw the ball downfield, chase it, and then just be stuck in his opponent's half. Again, another opportunity for an open net. Nolly.
Oh, Nolly!
What a play.
Forcing the own goal as well. The SCB defender, Devo himself, put this one in the back of his own net. I think it may have just bounced out there, but either way, gonna be a first for SNG here.
Okay.
Just only 20 seconds into this one, yes, Bacon?
Do you see the Singularity fanboys in the cams right now having a look?
I wasn't gonna mention that, no.
Yep. It's fine, it's fine.
Itachi looking to shut those guys up. Shut up Singularity as well. They have had control. They've gotten the opening start, and Itachi sets it up right in front of the box, but not to be for a shot. Devo just couldn't position himself, and they find their way out of contention. Scrub to Nolly, bump in, bumps back out. Itachi looking to redirect again, center it up for Devo again. Too fast into the box. Devo couldn't find his opportunity. Back to Ronicky, a fantastic pass, but though a fantastic save there. FC Barcelona really picking up the heat, really turning it up against this Singularity side, and the pressure is starting to get to them. The cracks are showing in the defense as further setups come through, but Though tries to deny.
And that scrappy defense should not work. Every single coach will be looking at Singularity there saying, what are you doing in your back line? But it holds. And for Singularity right now, when they're a goal ahead, you know, they're looking for their second right now. As long as it works, they're happy.
I thought Dyer was trying to fake that for Scrub, but in the end he couldn't get there in time. Nolly back forward for this one. Ball going dangerously close. Though, Devo challenging alongside Scrub Killer. Again, going to try and just get light touches on the ball. Nolly, sorry, Though I should say, coming forward out of the midfield line. Putting it close to the box again for the saves from FC Barcelona. They are contesting as hard as they can. The scrappy offensive continues to keep the pressure on. Singularity could still win from this position. A goal up to waste 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Any further for the cushion. The time's ticking away for FC Barcelona, and we're already almost a half a game done here.
Yeah, the problem is right now, for Barca anyway, when they're making these saves, Jay, they're not passing it off to a teammate to then be able to send it downfield. It's quite often just block the ball out and then hope that someone else can follow onto it, or hope that the team's quick enough, and that's not going to work. You've got pass out here. Ronicky in the corner is just delaying the inevitable. It's just delaying the next attack from Singularity. They have to stop that. They finally have to get a good clearance going. Better, but again, that is such a good block there. Unlucky it went into the crossbar.
2 minutes to go. FC Barcelona, some seriously light touches. They need to gain some momentum going up here from the corner. Itachi try to look out. Not with a big miss. Itachi might find his chance.
That's a goal.
Right on. Oh, it's on. It's going in. 1-1. FC Barcelona punish the aggression from Singularity at last.
I don't know really who to blame there from Singularity. Naturally, the lad up on the wall didn't quite get to see his name. I think it was Though. Not being able to make the challenge, which Scrub clearly thought he was going to be able to do, and then he's just stuck in no man's land. There's a quick follow through from Devo. What is this?
What is going on? Where did Singularity go? We saw the crumbling backline earlier, but I didn't think it was going to get this bad this quickly. Suddenly, FC Barcelona are back in the lead above Singularity, and the kickoff's going so well. Is Itachi going to get another one? No! Scrub just denies it, but you can see the quick setups off the back of that kickoff. Scrub and Though going in off the corner, bounce back off the backboard. Where's the fast strike? No! It's too wide. Don't redirect it! And Singularity will not go unanswered here.
This feels like it's going to be a fun rest of the game, Jay. It's the Wild West out here. Every single shot now is fast and furious. Caution thrown to the wind. Let's just see who can get to the ball first.
Seems to be Nolly coming in with a fantastic chance, but denied to the sideboard. The Singularity find the fire again. Scrub from the corner. Beat in one, not beat in the second, though. Will come forward. Scrub's have to shove him out of the way. Challenge from Devo takes away that shot. Nolly, sideboard bounce coming forward again. Good contention, but no one there to follow up. He tries the challenge on Devo and successfully does so as well, actually. With 60 seconds to the clock. How fitting it would be to end this game 5 off in overtime. But right now the pacing is picking up. I don't think FCB want that. They're going to try their hardest here. Comes Itachi for a strike against Nolly. Good challenge, may keep it going here against Devo's partly beaten out by one of the defenders. And Scrub Killer finds the clear.
Oh, and Tashi caught completely out there. Bad positioning from him. Luckily, he's got teammates to try and pressure it, and he's got the boost and picked up again. It's just super weird. It's all reactionary Rocket League. Again, excited, not well thought through.
Absolutely not, but it's working to keep it interesting. 2-all, 30 seconds. Devo's got control. All three players caught to the left-hand side of the defensive, but only one commits. And Nolly tries to find his way back out. Ronicky denies in midfield. Scrub Killer pushes up, but again is also denied by the defensive of the opposition. Tachi and Ronicky, or Devo I should say, link up in the offensive half. Ronicky with Demo, pass back between them and Scrub Killer, and they've done it! 3-2 now with 3 seconds to the clock.
Barcelona caught napping, it seems. 2 players downfield. Devo's not quick enough to get back. And I do believe that was Ronicky just jumping by, gets in a first-class view of Singularity's win.
Oh, man. OT denied. Singularity denying FCB as well, and they will take the game and the series 3-2 up. They're going to the upper bracket as the top seed of Group B. What a performance thrown up from both sides there. I think we caught the best of them both, man. I am well impressed and well chuffed with that one. At many moments, you would have thought, though, FC Barcelona were on the verge of victory, though.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't see Twitch chat right now, but I could understand if there's a couple of comments like choking and all of that going around, but you have to give more of the credit to Singularity. They saw what Barcelona was doing, and you've got to look at how they played this game and how different it was to earlier on this evening, Jay. They've done their research, they've done their homework, and had to adapt it. They weren't expecting Barcelona to go so defensive. This new style that Barcelona have, they're looking better than they used to do, but Singularity, they're coming into their own right now, aren't they?
Indeed, they are a team that started out in that qualifier will now go flawlessly into the playoffs. So big congratulations to them. For FC Barcelona, obviously still have their chance to make their way in, but they could be falling to the lower bracket, and we'll find out whether they will do a little bit later on today. For now, though, we're going to go to a short break and break that one down, so do not go anywhere. The Grand Prix will continue after this.
Did somebody order 3-5 games? Did somebody order game 5s rather? Whatever. This button is no longer working. Welcome back to Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix here with TheEternalJay and Digital Bacon. And we did indeed just have a game 5 yet again. And more overtimes are really you can shake your stick at. Jay, what is it about Singularity in overtime? 5 today. They thankfully won more than they lost in the overtime, but something about Team Singularity just makes them work so well, or just bring their opposition into the overtime.
I mean, it's ironic because we was in the pre-game we were saying, listen, these guys are a more consistent team. They have had more, similar sort of results over the course of time. But in this case, I kind of feel like the performance in that last series was very inconsistent. They had some really good lights-out games, and then they sort of just seemed to just go really scrappy, really miscoordinated, and just didn't really know how to play in certain cases. Like they really kind of just fell apart in the offensive half. So, I kind of feel like it was very inconsistent over the course of those over the course of those 5 games. And yes, they had some standout moments, but just not enough to turn it past the finish line.
And I think Bacon, the game that we just saw, really proved just how much prediction, expectation, just knowing exactly how the play is going to go so you pre-react to it matters in such a high-tier, high-paced game. We saw many of the mistakes, I think mostly on Team Singularity side. I'm pretty sure that FC Barcelona might have been guilty of that as well. That the plays all of a sudden just in a blink of an eye broke, and then goals were scored left and right.
Oh yeah, definitely. And just to back up your point, over the 4 series so far Singularity have played, there have been 9 OTs for them. This is a team that there's clearly a play style there. They are all about that passive playback, and you were talking about that sort of the mistakes. Yeah, we've seen a couple of mistakes coming through. Mainly in Singularity, it comes from the attack. Maybe in the midfield every now and then, like we saw there at Scrub towards the end, which got into the OT. But Barcelona have got to be careful because they're liking these big charges when they get a little bit, let's say, bored in that passive play style. They want to go back to that very heavy attacking style, and that's actually where they sort of fall off a little bit. They've got to be careful. Like I said towards the end there, Ironically just sort of running circles around his opponents, just wanting to jump at them. Very similar to, Gods Miller last season. He's got to be careful there because as soon as he throws himself past, it's then a 2 versus 3 scenario, and that's a worry.
So that happening on the field all throughout. Well, for Team Singularity, this is a fantastic run. 4 games in a row, not lost. They started their run way back at the start of the week during the winners semifinal in the qualification stage. They are seemingly today or tomorrow and throughout the whole week are eyeing that top prize. And you know what? Even if they do this in this fashion, in 9 overtimes, still nobody gonna say that they played badly. Congratulations to them. FC Barcelona will be going into the losers final in Group B. Both FC Barcelona, of course, has already qualified for the playoffs. Just a question of the seed, but there's a question of one team, and one team who's gonna leave this group today. And I would be surprised to say that, but Dignitas or Oxygen Esports. If Dignitas are gonna get out at this stage, it's gonna be drama all over Twitter, all over Twitch. It's gonna be crazy. So, is there still a chance, Jay?
I mean, there's always a chance. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you, what you try and pin it as. No matter what the series is, no matter how many statistics or how many advantages or whatever you can pull that goes to either team's favor, and no matter what your what your assessment is of the series and how you feel, there's always going to be that chance that an upset happens. That's why we always entertain the idea of the game 5s, for instance. There was a chance that maybe FC Barcelona could have pulled that off. There was, I think, a lot of people went into those matches saying Oxygen and Dignitas would have won the opening games here, but that obviously didn't happen. So there's always that potential. And for Dignitas, I think it's very possible that they could win or lose. For me, though, I think that there was some very glaring issues on that side that really cost them the match overall.
Right. Well, are you willing to elaborate on any of them?
No.
No.
Well, when you look at it, Twitch chat where the chief analysis is, or analyst, sorry, in that, and Yukio was not feeling hot today. He has struggled a little bit, hasn't he, Jay? And it's that case of, and we've seen this before in the past twice, when you bring in a new third man to the team, Yukio seems to fall off. Where he's just uncomfortable. He's a lad that plays purely on chemistry, and so the new lad Joris, it just seems like he's not completely comfortable with him yet on the team.
And Bacon, would this mean that you are favoring Oxygen Esports for this match?
I see. My head says that Oxygen are looking better. But you've got to give a bit of a pity vote towards Dignitas, because we were talking about this before, and no one's going for Dig for this one. Little spoilers to you guys. So, and there's clearly no Dig, fans in chat right now. So you got to give it a little bit of love to Dignitas, right?
A little bit of a mercy rule from Digital Bacon over there. Just if nobody's going for Dignit. Oh, I see what our producer has done. I see what he has done. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to put it like that. But Jay, are you fully not on the fence like Bacon is? Are you fully to one side?
I don't believe in pity votes. I'm all aboard Oxygen for this one. I've seen how they faced. I saw how good that matchup was earlier from them, and I saw how they struggled on the Dignitas side against Singularity. I'm just not a fan of how they played in that game. So I'm all aboard Oxygen hype train. For me, I think they're going to be the team that makes it into playoffs here.
I have my full support for Farah Shazat, who has impressed today, and Astral as well. I'm going all the way Oxygen Esports. Whether you are going Oxygen Esports, well, let us know in the chat. Just shout your favorite player's name. Spam your favorite emotes from whatever channel you might get. There's a lot of Dignitas stuff in there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Let's figure out exactly how this goes. Danny Boy and Craftman are waiting. Let's not wait any longer. Let's start that game.
Thank you very much, guys. And we're not going to be sitting on any fences here in the casting booth, Danny. I know Bacon might be just, being a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sympathetic towards Twitch chat, trying to get on their side. But the guys on the desk, I think, we saw the Dignitas game earlier, Danny, and they didn't look the best against Singularity, who, to be honest, Singularity have been a fantastic team today. But against this Oxygen squad, who performed fairly well against Barcelona, it's going to be a tough matchup.
I would agree with the points you bring up there, but before we may break them down, Digital Bacon sitting on the fence.
Oh.
Shame on the man, because behind the scenes, quite literally, he was talking about how good Oxygen was, how good they're going to be, and yet split on the desk. I think Digital Bacon's looking at a few extra fans there. So if you want, it's at Digital Bacon 1 and tell them, get off the fence who you really support.
Yeah, just pandering to Twitch chat a little bit, but regardless, as the guys mentioned, this is an elimination game. Dignitas versus Oxygen. One of these guys will not make Saturday and the playoffs. Whoever wins will have a date with destiny with FC Barcelona. And the winner of that game, well, good luck to you, because you have to go and face Liquid tomorrow in the winner's semi-final games, or the first round games, whatever you want to call them, in the playoffs. Regardless, Dignitas, we saw them earlier, Danny, and we praised their offensive pressure. They often got caught out by Singularity just being way too speedy to the ball.
Well, there have been sort of situations where you had to question Dignitas's sort of decision-making crafters. Yeah, it came down to that Yukio VP sort of thing. In fact, Yukio feeling uncomfortable, and Island Pan did those one or two decisions that really did cost them in their match, and now fighting for survival.
And fighting for most of the possession of this ball are guys of Dignitas. More shots towards net, each one having one shot now. Yukio has two. Oxygen still to register something on target. Astro was trying his best to work that one downfield, but Yukio, straight towards net. Just done that in, double save from Shaw set and the like. Nevertheless, Dignitas have most of the possession, most of the field to work with. And Oxygen just finding it hard to get into this one and rotate around quick enough, because Dignitas are just holding on to this ball for dear life.
Well, for the time being, and that pass there. Well, Dignitas of old, if it connected, it would have been the 1-2 connection that they desperately needed. And so far here, it's somewhat quiet for a majority of the VP's demo. Those fed it open wide with a chance, but again, this opening game here, Crafter, has been subdued at best.
Here comes Chaussette, though, off the backboard and gets the touchdown. Beautiful double touch by the Frenchman and gets the opener here in this losers semi-final.
Well, when you need a spark, Chaussette's the man to call, quite literally bringing the electricity into the game, finally forces Dignitas to come out playing. Trilling 1-0 near enough at the halfway mark, and Jonas already up, no double surely, as Astral's in tame, but VP in position.
Dignitas pushing hard here. Want to get one back fairly quickly. You gotta feel bad for Dignitas, they've been pushing hard all throughout the first half of this game, and now Yorez towards net, hits the crossbar, actually hits Astro. This one bouncing fairly dangerously, as Violent Panda was coming in for that one, but well coped with by the Oxygen defense. Dignitas pushing hard in that first half of the game and getting nothing out of it, and then just getting counter-attacked by Chaussette in that double tap. Gotta feel bad for the Panda. Has to make a last-minute diving tackle to get that save away. Here comes Yorez over the top of everyone. Can Astro make it? Yes, he can. But Yorez finds Yukio on the left-hand side. But it is well defended once again by Oxygen Esports, and Dignitas, they're trying to throw everything at this net, and still nothing is sticking.
Oh, what was wonderful there, Yorez actually redirecting the ball backwards. Knew the angle wasn't favourable, so played to a teammate. Yukio double off the post it goes, and Chaussette keeps it to the corner, tries to go to the halfway line. Astral beaten, and it's a one-man show there, and Federer decides to have enough launches downfield. Oxygen Esports, they're in defence here.
That they are. Trying to win out battles in the midfield, and Dignitas are still doing it. It's just their final third, their shooting ability is just not there. 3 shots from Yorez on his own, and 4 from Yukio, in fact, for that matter. Still nothing on the board now. Oxygen looking to maybe get a second, but well coped with by the Dig defense. Here comes Yorez, look at that double tap down. Where is Yukio? There he is, towards the backboard once again, but Ferrer's going to pick that one up. Everyone from Dignitas pushed up, and Oxygen will just get the quick counter.
It was nice to see them trying the attack, but overextension seems to be a considerable beat at this point here. And Crafters, as much as we want to see Dignitas come out, Oxygen playing well, do in terms of the opening here. As I said, they're going past 1 here, so a very healthy 2-goal lead.
And not overextending too much. Obviously, when Dignitas were in the situation they were in, just try to throw everything. Overextension might be forgivable, but you've got to be prepared, especially if you're only 1 goal down. Now with 30 seconds left, it's a bit dire for Dignitas at this moment in time. Yukio will try his hand at net, just held by Chaussette off the backboard. Now Ferrer looking for Astral in the middle, will not find him. Chaussette will follow this one up, follows through, in fact, as well, under the crossbar. And if it wasn't confirmed already, it is now. Oxygen 3-0 up, going to take game 1.
Yep. Just simply a powerhouse, this team. Oxygen Esports that came in around has sort of a flat Euros Cup, but bar that, Dignitas, they have not shown up in their first series of the day. Game 1 here, where it really does count here, elimination. Let's not forget that. They are slow, lethargic, and they still haven't found a way to crack this Oxygen Esports.
And Astro might put a 4th one in for good measure. But regardless, timer ticks to 000s. And Oxygen are going to take game 1. And Dignitas maybe get a consolation goal at the end. I think this one's just going to drop down. Yeah, Astro will put it to Chaussette. Oh, lovely doink through! Oh, Chaussette putting the nail in the coffin here in game 1. And they didn't need it here, Danny, but that has got to play on Dignitas' mind. The little flick and the doink from Chaussette, sealing game 1 away, and Oxygen sitting pretty above the European champions.
Oh, you just sit there and look at Oxygen Esports. The moment when Astral moves over to that side, you sort of sit there, who's he replacing? All right, Fruity's the man to go. We'll sort of ignore Fruity for the time being. Astral, what a performance there. 2 assists, 2 shots there, 36 ball touches. You can look at the possession stats. They are just dominating Dignitas in the major areas there, Crafters, and Dignitas look clueless.
They really do, and we mentioned it earlier when they were playing Singularity. They just looked lost on defense. They were scrambling about, both on, not just on defense, but upfield as well, and in the midfield. Dignitas just seemed all over the place. And the guys in the desk mentioned it about Yorez maybe not fitting in this team just yet. But we mentioned when they were taking on Singularity, he did have his moments, Joessi, but he does need to do a lot more because you can't expect Violent Panda and Yukio to do all that. And especially from Yukio. Yukio, we know how good of a player he is. He just needs to show that on the field as well and work Joessi into a better position because all these guys on Dignitas, they're world-class players. They need to put up world-class performances on the field every time they take it, and they're not doing that, at least in Game 1 against Oxygen here.
Yeah, you mentioned sort of that sort of key phrase there, world-class crafters. I mean, when you set the bar so high, Violent Pandas, what a career he has. Yukio, to be fair, has been exemplary, just missing a few trophies in the cabinet. When you look at the opposition side, to set Ferrer, it's a scary proposition, bolstered up with Astro. Yours is, of course, going to look like the weak link. Bit of shame to say that, but give him Tame. But Ferrer right now, Tame on the ball, no shot, been dealt away, and Eurus unleashed with the attack.
And Dignitas just can't seem to counter-attack all that quickly. Every time they win the ball in their own half, it takes them time to work this back downfield. And Oxygen have the time to rotate back through and just set up for what has been a particularly solid defense against Dignitas here. Not to say they haven't been reading the plays, they have been taking these away. Here comes Panzer though onto net. Astro will deal with that effectively. And Ferrer leaves that for Yukio. Oh, striking towards that top right corner. Player goes for a bump onto Chaussette, doesn't make it, and Chaussette will easily take this one away. But that's the creativity we want to see from Dignitas. That's the only way you're going to really get past this Oxygen defense, if you start to be creative and start to do things that are a little bit unpredictable, because we try to do the same things. It's what we saw from Vitality yesterday, taking on Liquid. They just were not being creative enough, and Liquid were reading every play, and exactly the same thing with the Oxygen here.
So the comparisons is fair, but two different teams, two different play styles. And the sort of the major point is, as you said, they have not found a way of creativity, haven't found a way of sort of breaking Oxygen in esports. Even when they're at the defense, they're getting to that last touch when needed. Astro taking the ball away. Eurus, what a pass, he's found a teammate. Quick shot, no, pull and drag, and that will do. Dignitas finally puts one in.
Slow it down to a snail's pace, and Ferrer just jumps at it. Wonderfully played by Yukio. And the guys mentioned Yukio needs to step up. That maybe just be the spark that Yukio needs to get himself back into this matchup. Get back into what has been a not great day for Dignitas here in the Grand Prix. And maybe they start to redeem themselves here in game number 2. 2 minutes gone in this game 2. Dignitas probably need this one more than anything. They do not want to go down to match point right on to game 3, but Oxygen will do their best to make sure that happens instead. Panda now towards net. Chaussette will step in front of it. And again, just all the opportunities coming Dignitas' way. Whether they go in or not, that's a different question, but Panda will slot that in the top right corner. Oxygen held back and Dignitas pounds.
Right on point. You need a captain to lead yourself out of a problem. Violent Panda's the man to call, and when you have Oxygen sat deep, far too deep in their own net, not challenging crafters, well, there's only one result of a man of that caliber. The experience will do, and he's already looking to put goal number 3, Oxygen, trying to get some life into the second gear.
Certainly are. It's really worrying when you see Oxygen just holding back, not going for these challenges. Yukio almost slots one in from the corner in the tight angle. Oxygen, like you say, they're just being very passive, and we mentioned that's not what you really want to do against Dignitas. You want to be in their faces and shut them down, because if you give Yukio space like he had there, just misses the touch on that one. If you give him enough space, especially Joessi as well, we know what he's capable of in his solo plays from the salt mine as well. Oh, that's it, in fact. Oh me, oh my. Astro will get credit for this one, but that's a mistake by the Dig defense.
When you look at that one, Eurus had position, had that one all save, and yet world champions still are human after all. They can make mistakes. VP took it away from him, concedes a goal. That's the comfort gone in Eurus, trying to rebuild a little bit of confidence into the team morale as Yukio for the double anywhere in field. No, it doesn't. And Chaussette moves that one down comfortably. Oxygen now have a saying, but they can find a way right through.
You can see Chaussette just being super duper passive there. Holding back as far as he dare. Daring Dignitas to make the shot right into him. And they certainly are just pushing up and right into the faces of Oxygen. Out of the corner, Astro will take this against his former squad. Gets demo onto Yorez, the man who placed him. In fact, here comes Yuki over the top and he beats out Farah. I'm not sure if he even made the touch, but regardless, it's 3-1 Dig.
Giuseppe beaten, Sealan beat to the offense of Oxygen. Yukio was just sitting there following behind it just in case of being able the second touch. Well, it's nice to see Yukio making a mark, at least in the second game. It's at least continuous compared to the suffering defeat in game one. You're right to go, ooh and ah, that was close, but again, here comes Dignitas.
Here they come, double touch by Yorez. Doesn't find the mark this time, but so dangerous. And Dignitas are feeling it, but not in defense. Farah fires from long range and pulls it back within one.
Just moving across quite nicely, just gets the position. Violet Panda can't get the finishing touch away, and suddenly that Oxygen, who looked beaten 2 minutes ago, finally showing they have at least a chance here to get back at Dignitas to steal the game away from them. Eurus beaten by Astro. Now anywhere in field, Fellas is hounding and hassling. He has to go alone, he won't have the support. Pops it across. Fella waiting patiently there. Dignitas are sweating with the remaining 30 seconds.
That they are, but they're holding on to the possession, and that's the main thing as well. It's interesting that they're deciding to still push all 3 men up into the blue half of the field rather than just park the bus. Because both the Oxygen Esports goals in this game have came off of defensive mistakes by Dig. Let's not shroud that in any secrecy at all. Chaussette will try and play it into the middle for Farah, but taken away by Yorez. Into the corner, Chaussette maybe try to pick this up. One more play, 30 boost in his tank, 0 seconds on the clock, and Dignitas will slightly tap it into the ground and tie the series.
Well, it's a very contrasting series, Crafters. You look just how the way they've been playing. Dignitas comes out timid, afraid of Oxygen, bounce back in game 2. Statistically, a little bit more comfortable if you're a Dignitas fan. Boost consumption's a little bit higher. Field dominance much more the way you want it. Ball possession, match even though. Those are the 3 sort of bars that you can see at the bottom, and yet Dignitas had a very comfortable lead, but threw it away and allowed Oxygen come back.
Yeah, I mean, they had the lion's share of the shots as well. With, if I do some quick caster math, that's 9-3-4 in favor of Dignitas. And obviously, 60%, we talked about field domination stat earlier on, Danny, and how Dignitas were dominating in that throughout the game with Singularity. But they never really got any chances going. They could squander chances, but this one, they took the chances where it mattered. It was just defense that let them down, and obviously the couple little you might call them lucky plays from Oxygen that the Dignitas defense just fell apart. But the important part in that sentence is the Dignitas defense fell apart. You cannot give Oxygen the chances and open the door for them to come through, because they will take advantage if you give them space, which, to be fair, Dignitas has not been giving an inch of grass on this field to them.
You're absolutely right again, Crafters. I mean, you can look at it down, you can say it's a fabulous shot, it's a clip hit, but is the defense perfect? You can always probably spot a small mistake, and you can look back and sort of go, we could have fixed that, we could have solved the issue, or something happened 5 seconds earlier. And so far, Dignitas, the defensive work there required. You can see him trying to search for a ball underneath. He goes for Yukio. One shot followed through. Unfortunately, Farah couldn't get it through.
Communication there from Oxygen was worked perfectly, letting Chaussette come in for that one, not commit Astro on it. So they keep possession in the Dignitas half. Chaussette keeps this one on his top of his car, but Yorez will have something else to say about that. And the first downfield presence really in this game, number 3 for Dig, is started here, but relieved for the moment by Chaussette towards the backboard, looking for that double tap down. Astro was in shooting range, but he's lost the challenge there. Dignitas all the way through to the blue half, but taken quickly back by Oxygen. Oh, Astral, lovely flick. Can't squeeze it under the crossbar. Neither can Josette get it back into the middle. Fair will pick this one up, but the chance has been and gone for Oxygen. What a lovely little flick by the former Dig member.
What I loved as well there, Crafters. He looked around, trying to spot a teammate. No, so what was the best option? That delay flick just does absolute wonders to still have the immediate pressure. Astral just stomping on any Dignitas player there in that situation. So set, quick little fling right through. Astral shot, and that shot is wide. Oxygen Esport buries one into the corner. Ferra still continues though.
Oh, and Astral was there, but he was pushed a little bit too far up. Didn't have the correct angle on it. Still 0-0, but it could be one in favor of Dig. Violent Panda gets squeezed away by the defense. Now the Dig attack really is on, but Chaussette will cut that one down. Everyone from Dig has to retreat back, and now it's time for Oxygen to push up, but they're not doing it quick enough. That Astral beats out Panda. Can he beat the defense? No, he can't this time. Yukio will clear along and reset Oxygen on their back line.
Oh, Astral. Oh, Astral! Goodbye, Dignitas. The defense is gone. When you have Astral there, it's just simply goodbye.
Oh, beautifully done. Astral just sticking it to his former roster and putting it right over the head where Dig can't get to it. 2.5 minutes gone. 2.5 to go. And Oxygen Esports, they can feel it right now. Ferra towards the backboard, no follow-up from his teammates, but Astral's in the corner there. Yorez will take this one away. Now the push is on for Dig once again. Ferra can't get it into this open space, but he gives it to Yukio. Yorez was there to intercept as Ferra was trying to clear, and Dig tied it back up.
Well, the former teammates not quite happy about that. It was passed, of course, by Yuz, the new one. Oh, this series is heating up quite nicely. Poised between the two. They couldn't be brick. And the two series is one apiece, 1 each in game 3. And there's Astral trying to find Ferra.
Ferra.
Shot in a tie.
Oh, this is heating up. I look back in game number 1 as if it was going to be a bit of a whitewash here, Danny, but Dignitas, to give them credit, have fought their tails off, but Astral is starting to pop off. He is starting to feel himself. Solo play around the entire defense will not be pulled off this time. He's got shots in the middle. Can he dunk it down? No. Yukio will take it away this time. Tie game. 1:40 on the clock. Dignitas pushing, but Oxygen looking to put their noses out in front and get themselves onto match point. Remember, elimination on the line here. Winning, you're into the playoffs. Lose, and you are out. Neither of these teams want to have that moniker of going out in the group stage, much like Top Blokes did yesterday. Here comes Dignitas. Here comes Violent Panda. The top will not find it, but finds the pass from Yorez. Top left corner, and Digger ahead.
Mention of elimination. Violent Panda does not know what those words mean. Not at this stage anyways. Picks his spot. Absolutely pitch perfect there. Oh, that was a delightful. Now we see what Oxygen are made of. They have to respond under 60 seconds. And we see Yukio already going up. We've seen Astral having some
Yukio!
fun. What a stop by Astral. Yukio may have the the odds against him. Wide open net. Equalising goal. Dignitas punished.
And the overcommitment, the overzealousness from Dignitas will not go in their favour. It's Chaussette's goal, but well, it's Astral's goal, but Chaussette should take most of the credit for it. Oxygen tie things up. 57 seconds left on this clock, on this tie series. But Astral over the top. He's been absolutely outstanding in games 2 and 3 here. This one trickling towards net. Yukio will get credit. How the hell has that happened?
I think in this series, probably be named where is the defense. And right now, both sides has been caught overextending. Dignitas will unfortunately take the advantage if you're an Oxygen fan. That bit of glimmer of hope has gone, and Yukio could put another one on. Back one saved by the Chaussette. And Yoris there trying to keep it fresh. 30 seconds in there enough. Dignitas just has to park the bus at this point.
Oh, brilliant pass into Ferra though towards the backboard. Can he follow up? He can't. taken away by the defense swiftly on that one. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Josette goes for it once again, but will not find the target. Just finds Violet Panda in open space. And every single Oxygen Esports fan in the chat right now is scratching their heads. They knew how Dignitas gave them the lead. They overcommitted, and now Oxygen are doing the exact same, and they're 2 down.
Oxygen will probably sit there and be absolutely frustrated at times here. Crafters have had some way of propelling themselves up, and yet they keep getting knocked down by Dignitas once they're feeling it. It's a shame here because that will put Dignitas on match point, and more importantly, Oxygen could be eliminated within 4 games.
It'd be a great shame to lose either one of these teams in the fashion that Oxygen Esports has dismantled themselves in this game number 3, 4-2. Dignitas takes it, but you've got to feel that Oxygen had the game in the palm of their hands and they just ended up throwing it away.
You get yourself in those situations. Yes, you can play a bit passive across Oxygen before, but Crafters, you have to take your opportunities when it presents itself. Forcing it, you're going to get punished for it, and that's what Oxygen did there. You can just look at the shot count alone. The ball touches there. Oxygen out-touching Dignitas in the area. The stat alone shows you there. And yet, what did they do with it? Not very much.
5 shots from Astro alone. He had some phenomenal plays, and obviously I've been praising him as the best player in Oxygen Esports throughout this entire series, but Josette and Farah, they need to play their part, especially on defense, because Dignitas, like you said, they're just going to push you and push you and push you and push you until you end up breaking. And even towards the end of that game, they even let Oxygen come up. They let them into their house, and they slammed the door in their faces. And now Dignitas are 1 game away from reaching the playoffs. Will this be the last gasp for Oxygen Esports? We've got 5 minutes on the clock. We're about to find out here, Danny. Dignitas will be on the front foot from the get-go, as they have been every single game this series. Oxygen on the back foot straight away.
That last gasp suddenly turns into an absolute choke. What a play. Dignitas to start there, waited patiently for the mistake, and VP just drives that one home, and Dignitas is probably just sitting there laughing at the defense.
Giggling their sides off. The Dignitas offenses, and of course the fans in chat, lots of them. You're watching, glad you're with us here on the Rocket RB channel. Could this be the end of Oxygen? Could that be that last game when they really just threw it away? Could that be their last gasp, their last ride here in the Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix? Towards net, that one will go. Farah gets beaten out by Yukio, but Astro to the corner here, tries to drop it back in the middle. We know what he's capable of off the backboard, but Josette, little boost to his name, can't follow his own shot up. And Oxygen, they need to start pushing. Oh, that touch there from Farah is not going to give him a good position, but Astro, he's worked it well, giving it back to Farah onto the backboard. Josette shoots and scores. And after what looked like a broken play, Oxygen get a goal out of it.
Well, when you have Astro just booting that one up to the backboard, Crafters, you're getting yourself a wider option, an angle leads you to shoot left or right. And when Dignitas is really sort of trying to feign what's happening, comms is going to be broken. Exactly, their position is going to be their downfall there too. 1 apiece with a minute near enough gone off the clock there. Going to see Oxygen now trying to hold the fort down and pick their opportunity, but Dignitas will not allow them, as Joessi will just put that one to the corner, and Yukio not ready for that one either.
Maybe Josette should have got a dodge while he could. Just sitting there really doing nothing but being a roadblock for his teammate coming in. He needed to get himself out of the corner, but he's got the boost now, finds Farah in the middle, actually finds Panda instead. Astro will double commit by Farah, maybe not the best option for him, but he's in the corner in possession, but it's given Oxygen a tough choice to make. Josette tries to delay the push even further because Farah jumped in on that one. If Farah hadn't done that and let Astro do his work, it could have easily been 2-1 at this point.
Josette trying to move into that potential goal line of 2-1, but Joessi stopping it. Josette just leathers it down the field, rightly so. He's last man. by Oxygen, a bit of tame here. Violent Panda infield pass, surely. The air dribble just gets a bump and over, and that will do. Joessi is there in position, and Joessi moves in. There is a battle just shifting on the pendulum between the two. One mistake will cost them. In the case of Oxygen, it will be good night and goodbye.
Yeah, remember you mentioned earlier, Danny, about Oxygen just being way too passive and not going for these 50-50 challenges. They have started winning these in the middle of the field. Lovely pass up from Ferrer to Joessi, but can't get it through the car of Violent Panda. Astro will go for the corner now. They are starting to be a little bit more aggressive, our Oxygen Esports, trying to force these challenges, these wins in the middle of the field and indeed in the orange half as well. Dignitas are responding well to them of their own. Yukio now down the right hand side, looking for Yoriez. Started playing his role fairly well, and Yukio was starting to get himself into a bit of a rhythm. Violent Panda has to make a awkward looking save, but back into the middle. Ferrer will bounce this down. Panda with the save. Joessi with the follow up, but right off the backboard and straight back into the hands of Dignitas.
Oxygen Esports are regulating themselves decently well, but don't want to be exposed at the backline. They had a scare moment there. Joessi goes low, Ferrer on the chasing. Will Joessi go high or low? It doesn't matter. It's Astral in the middle, puts it there. Dignitas will be grateful. Good demo there. VP has a passing opportunity. Elects for the shot. Probably not the greatest decision that time around. And Astral, what a pinch! Good stop there by Yukio. That could have been a horrible mistake that cost Dignitas game 4.
They've still got a minute on the clock to survive this one. The onslaught from Oxygen is on. Obviously must-win game for Oxygen. Lose and you are out of the Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix. Joessi now to the corner. Astro was waiting in the middle, but saying against it, probably looking towards overtime. At least not giving Dignitas too many silly chances and opening the door for him, but now Joessi go back on this one. Yukio picks it up instead. Ferrer over the top. 30 seconds now, and Oxygen starting to work it in the Dignitas half of the field, pushing. Get the demo onto Violent Panda. 20 seconds now. Can they create themselves an opportunity here towards the end of this game number 4, or will we have to go to extra time? Astro, 40 boost to his name. Can he do it? Gets shot down by Joessi, but Joessi's there for the shot, and he gets it. 8 seconds to go, and Oxygen might have just saved their season.
Might have, but let's not forget there is a potential Crafters Dignitas kickoff. Well, Oxygen will be fearing that. Let's see how they will respond under that one. Last few seconds, highly unlikely to let that one play around. They will play from the back lines as Yukio. No touch there, surely not.
And it won't be. As has been par for the course today, Danny, it is game 5 as that one hits down. Dignitas with no chance. And a 2-1 scoreline will seal the deal for Oxygen. And we do go to that crucial deciding game 5.
Well, the chance probably getting out and chat and Crafters there, reliving some of the lands that he's been to. Let's not get away from the whole thing. Even the casting crew is getting involved in the background there. But Digital Bacon Crafters sat on the fence. Dignitas or Oxygen, which one should I go for? Well, here's the tricky question. Which one are you going for?
Don't make me choose. I really don't want to choose. Do you know what? I feel for Bacon now, because he had to make a choice in the desk. We don't have to. We're not forced to make them in the commentary booth. We are obliged to be impartial here when we're casting the game. But I mean, it's a tough choice. Obviously, when you look at Dignitas coming into this game, they didn't perform fantastically well against Singularity, but we saw how well Singularity has been today. And both this Oxygen and Dignitas' side, they have played their little hearts out, and it will all end here for one of these teams. Game 5. We go to Champions Field. Violent Panda, his name hanging high in the rafters on this legendary stadium. 2 times, in fact. No stranger to this one, but doesn't have Turbo Pulsar this time, but he finds the goal regardless. Bottom right corner, 15 seconds gone. Dig ahead.
There's probably a few players in the world would probably have a statue. VP would be one of them. Comfortable. I think he is relaxing on this field. Crafters already getting the opening goal. Oxygen 15 seconds already in rears. As Yukio stuttering on the wall, and Ferrer has spotted that. Joessi anywhere upfield. Delays it. Astral just waiting patiently. They are like sharks at the moment. Predators, the instinct is the challenge, but they waited for the right moment there at the battle, the mid lane here at Champions Field.
Ferrer down to Astral. Bail out on that one and let Chaussette come in for it towards the corner. Yukio trying to clear it out, but Astral right on him, and this is much better than we saw at the start of the series, or at least in game number 2 for Oxygen Esports, and that one's towards net! How Chaussette got that through, I have no idea. But the bumped in demos come through, and Dignitas, pie on their faces, and explosions in their nets. Oxygen tie it up.
Level 2 apiece in series, 1 goal each. Probably be cliche to say the next goal will win. There's probably still a bit of life into it as Astral already up. They were fighting for tournament life while Dignitas was looking 1 match ahead, while they're for 3rd or 2nd place. Now, that comfortability gone. They're already in their final third. Astral pinch, wide it goes, high 2, and Ferrer. Mistake, Joessi. Can he pounce on the opportunity? Chaussette says no, and it's Violent Panda to play now.
Here comes Panda looking for Yukio in the middle, but intercepted by Chaussette. No one's there on the defense. What a play by Chaussette. Reads that wonderfully well from Violent Panda. He takes far too long on that, and Chaussette just says, I'll have that. Thank you very much, sir. Oxygen take the lead.
Dignitas are digging themselves out of the tournament by mistakes. Former world champion, as we keep on saying, harping on it, the stature of the man, and yet he does that. Well, questionable. But Oxygen Esports, as it takes a very early lead, 90 seconds gone, and VP stops, blocked in Ferrer. He sees net, and VP is throwing himself at the ball just to make sure that wasn't going to slip in. 2-1 sounds good, 3-1 sounds like a tragedy, but Ferrer, no touch there. Chaussette will have to play that one in, and Dignitas are scrambling, spread apart here. They could concede another.
This is more like the Dignitas we saw against Singularity, really disjointed and disfigured, but that one bounces down on the line, almost in for Dig. But they're starting to push. Oxygen have been slamming the door in Dignitas' faces in the middle of the field so far, but Dignitas have these openings every now and again, but so does Astral. Down to Chaussette, he can't stick it in the back of the net. And as we approach halftime with 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go, this one's still dangerous here in the orange half of the field. Violent Panda hits it into Ferrer, tried to clear it, almost went in. And Chaussette and Ferrer still have possession of this one as Oxygen keep a hold of their lead. It was almost 3 off the boot of Violent Panda.
Own goal fever, hot at championship field. And Dignitas squirming right now in Oxygen's final third. Demo by Ferrer on Joessi, and Dignitas retreating back. The general VP at the back line. He will lead the troop surely out past 1, and it looks like Chaussette alone. Dignitas are moving. They're moving in formation, and Astral, their former teammate, slaps it away from it and says, Dignitas, you're gone.
But they're still in it with just under 2 minutes to go. Dignitas 1 goal away from sealing overtime, perhaps. Big bump onto Joessi, though, will open the back for Astral, and he's got it top end, top right corner. And that might be it for Dignitas. Still plenty of time left in the clock, though, but Oxygen have their safety net.
When people talk about some of the greatest team talks of all time, Verge probably being our esports as maybe the top man on the list. He will probably be screaming, shouting, telling his troops what to do in a situation like this. He has to. Seeing his team getting battered in Game 5, elimination. Let's not forget this, the new format here at the Grand Prix as Joessi blocks and Yukio sets that one.
Oh, Joessi, how the hell? How on earth did you get another touch on that? Unfortunate there wasn't a solid enough touch for Dig, and no one else was there to follow up. But Violent Panda from his backline finds Yukio upfield. Joessi is there but can't make contact again. Oxygen just closing the door, closing these lanes down. Ferra might make it 4, but just a little bit wide. Less than 60 seconds to go. Danny, Dig are on the brink, and Yukio towards net. Astro is there to send it back into the corner, and Dig are scrambling for every blade of grass here on Champions Field. Could have been 4 again, but Violent Panda keeps their dream alive for the moment.
Yes. Oh, it was a pass, and so said 30 seconds. That's the Warden. 2 goals. They need to get 1 now to have any chance survival at its utmost. The fittest will be gone. Dig with 1 more save. They still have to play out there, scrambling for Bush Uris over the VP. No connection, and the former world champion looking very tame, average as Astral slows and whiz tame.
Oh,
and
how do
VP
you miss?
makes a mistake. That's a mount, surely. Oxygen Esports are toying with Dignitas with the remaining seconds left.
Panda, how do you miss a sitter like that? Astro will just scoop that up. The gift from his former team to his new one. And Violent Panda has cost Dignitas their spot in the Grand Prix. Oxygen are breathing this air of champions here on Champions Field, and Oxygen make it to the playoffs.
When you look at that series there, you thought Dignitas, well, they might have a slight chance. They looked on top, Crafters. They look convincing at portions. Yet Oxygen, they're gone, out of breath. You need to get in the healer just to get them help. Get them some lungs and that oxygen together. But yet, Game 5, Astral, that is a performance and a half.
Yeah, Astro, not just in that Game 5, but throughout that series, I really think Astro has started to step up within this team and really be that linchpin in Oxygen Esports, pushing everyone forward. But to be quite honest with you here, Danny, the story is not about Oxygen dominating. It's about Dignitas just breaking apart and just really looking a shadow of their former selves. I really don't know what to make of Dignitas going into RLCSX, because they just look disjointed, disfigured, not the world champions, or at least the world beaters that we know that Dignitas can be.
I don't know what many people will be considering that. They're looking them and thought, probably like many of us thought, Dignitas probably comfortably through this group, yet they're eliminated. But we're going to need a bit of time to break this down, so potentially a break. I think that's probably fair.
I think so. I think we all deserve it. We had 4 Game 5s. Will we see a 5th in our winners final? It will be FC Barcelona versus Oxygen Esports, as we saw earlier on. But it's first seeding. Winner plays Liquid. Loser goes to the loser's bracket in the playoffs. What way is it going to go? We'll bring back Jar Jam after this short break and find out.
We're back with Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix, where Dignidad. Are you alright there, Craftman?
Oh, fine. It's just, it's been a tense day, Jam. That series had my heart going. Honestly, that was unbelievable. Do you know what? I need to hang on. Go on. I'll be a minute.
Welcome back to Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix, where Dignitas has just sensationally lost their second game in a row and is now out of the tournament. The Oxygen Esports proceeding into the lower finals. Danny Boy, that was sometimes at some points it hurt to watch, and especially made worse, I suppose, by the fact that Astral just buried his whole team.
I don't think, in terms of Astral, will be caring about any sympathy that maybe Lexa Bacon would have showed earlier. That was revenge in some sense. That was a statement to say, yeah, I want to take that. In terms of Dignitas, painful from both sides. There were slow starters in the series, so of course, some bit of communication issue thrown into the middle of it, and frankly, the crafters there, he needed an oxygen tank by the time that was done.
Yeah, and I think all the players on Oxygen and indeed Dignitas need a little bit of fresh air after that one, just on tenterhooks all the way. And like you said, just with Astral burying Dignitas at the end there. And like I said, he was the standout player for me throughout that entire series, regardless of who won each game. Astral was this constant standout player for me. And going into this series against FC Barcelona, if this does not go game 5, I will be very, very disappointed.
Danny, what is there to say for Dignitas? What's one thing that can bring away from today's performance? And again, this was the only today's performance. 2 games. This is the first time we see Dignitas this week, and unfortunately the last time we see Dignitas this week.
The difficulty is that I'm not in the Dignitas camp. I can't sit there and presume what they're going to be saying. What I can sort of take away from it and sort of look at it in some senses, Eurus is new. He played a couple of events here. This is the biggest event that he has ever done. And you have RLCX coming. This is the standard this man can bring. Bit of experience, bit of time, good, a bit of coaching, likes from Verge. They can be dangerous. Just give it time.
I'm exactly what they're gonna get, and they better use it to their fullest capabilities. RLCS X, or 10th season, is just around the corner, and Dignitas, knowing just how big their legacy is, cannot possibly allow a misstep. But from some sad news to the final game of today, of course, we're gonna have FC Barcelona versus Oxygen Esports, and this is a rematch of an earlier clash that we have in the winners semifinals. That was our second game of today, and of course Barcelona has won that one. Now perhaps a little bit of a different affair, and I feel like the mood here on the desk is similar. Danny, I feel like Oxygen Esports, well, you and me feel like Oxygen Esports might take this.
Yeah, after that final sort of game 5, you sat there and looked at it and you sort of going, they're impressive. They've clicked, they've got themselves on the sort of the situ, and let's not forget this is a rematch. And I sat there and went, Barca. That was the team I predicted. And I was sort of going, yeah, they'll do the number on them. Yet this is an Oxygen who's went down to the lowers, who had time to develop, and they played some top level competition. So Jam, you have every right to back Oxygen Esports in this.
And what about you, Craftman? Are you in the FC Barcelona camp? Are you in the Oxygen Esports camp? Or
it's tricky. I've been sitting here for the last 3-4 minutes just going over my pick, because Oxygen, yes, what a fantastic series against Dignitas, but Dignitas didn't really show up today. Barca had an excellent series against an on-fire Singularity. And both of these guys clashing earlier, went right down to the wire. Do you know what? I'm going to predict five games. I'm not predicting a winner. I'm just going to say this is going to go all 5 games. And if that doesn't work out, then I guess I won't be back on this broadcast for the rest of the weekend.
Strong words for Craftman over there. It's a game 5. Anyone for game 5? Sorry, we didn't put that as an option in the chat for your vote, but it might as well be game 5. I see another Oxygen 3-2. I'm there with you, Shame on us. I'm going to go with Oxygen as well. And almost, it was in my head, it's not almost the duel between Astral and Itachi, who both have impressed today. I feel like we need to once again take a look at one and only Chezat45, and he has been on the roll. And when he plays, the team plays, and I'm seeing Oxygen taking this one. But just like your Craftman, I'm seeing that in 5 games. Whether that's true or false, we're gonna find out with Boyoroyo and Joessi for a final game of the day.
Well, as our final game of the day comes our way, Joessi, a familiar set of faces for us is it's the exact same match we casted earlier on today. It's Barca versus Oxygen.
It's the exact same, but it's also completely different. I do feel like it's been mentioned on the desk. Oxygen is, for me, is again the clear favorites in this one. I was sort of back in Barcelona in that previous encounter, but the momentum that Oxygen has right now and the players that it's with Astro, with Chezat, the players that we do know always absolutely pop off when they are on a roll, when they are feeling good. I don't see this going any other way than Oxygen. I just really hope that we're going to follow the script and just have all game 5s today, because that would have been insane.
Well, if you go on the side of Oxygen, I'm going to go on the side of history and results, just as I did earlier on today. Barca now beating Oxygen the last 2 times we played them. Why not make it a third? Barca have looked so good today, to give them the credit. Singularity series, it went all the way to game 5, it was a great series. And Barca against Oxygen, also a great series, the game 5 overtime coming their way, Ronica scoring the winner. I've got Barca winning this as well, and might as well throw it in for a game 5 because why not? It's been game 5s the whole way through. Let's give it another one.
Yeah, I hope the players agree with us and none of them pop off too hard, even though we did see that in the previous series. Astral scoring some absolute screamers, being so vital for that win for Oxygen, and whether he can do it against Barcelona as well. They couldn't do it last time, but another opportunity is here. Remember, even if they do end up losing, it will still be the lower brackets in the playoffs for them. We will see both of these teams again. The only question that remains is against who?
Astro looking for that early chance, an opportunity to drop the ball down centre, a bump on Itachi, Devo looking for the save. They'll find the touch and Itachi out to the side. And they advance upfield as Barcelona, but Oxygen not going to let them do such a thing as Joessi now. Let's send the ball away, met by Itachi. Devo off the side row, bringing it in centre. Ferro, a small touch on it out to the corner where Astral waits, beats the ball. Ronica a chance to bring it in centre. A bump attempt on Joessi, not working out. The early goal for Barcelona not found. A good attempt, but instead a counter looking possible for Oxygen.
A good defense on the back, but from Ferr, sure that one doesn't quite find the target for FC Barcelona. But I like the fact that they're on a roll. This first game is so important to them because they can't give away any momentum, and that's exactly what they do here. A beautiful infield pass from Itachi, finding Ronica, and the first goal is Barca's.
A beautiful pass, a beautiful shot, 1-0 Barcelona. And they start off with the early goal. Can also find a return to this. Only 90 seconds gone, so plenty of time for him to do exactly that. And the ball drops down, coming. Astro will get a touch. Devo out to the side, all by himself. Pass one more left. He's got the 100 boost, picking it off a bit too late. The taxi flies by. Ronica now all by himself, trying to find that bump, trying to find that touch, not going to work out. Itachi beats the ball by Astro. Impact to Devo off the corner, coming in centre once again. Ferrer up high, advancing upfield, but Ronica to Itachi. The striking duo at the moment, and a great striking duo at that. Ronica Itachi linking up amazingly, some great goals, some great passes, and Devo solid as ever in the defensive half and holding down the midfield as well.
I love the progress that Devo has had as a player in that old school Northern Gaming roster. He used to be that striker, he used to pull off amazing double touches time and time again. I believe actually like the first player that actually really just perfected these double taps and always got the read right, but it really changed into more of a defensive player and has been doing it so well. He's now so good at supporting his teammates, but what an attack here from Oxygen. Not just one pass for you, that was pass after pass.
Couldn't get any more passes than that. Joessi to Astro, back to Joessi. A bang into there. 1 apiece, Oxygen Esports. That is a way to play. Oh, what a goal that was! And with half the game gone, we're all tied up, Joessi.
That's one way of going back into this series. A beautiful team play on the side of Oxygen. Another chance here too, but that's well defended by Devo. And these quick passes coming in become so hard to read, and that's hard to read too. Just in time. Push that one to the side, push that one away. The pressure really just changing up. Oxygen now the ones in control of this game.
Better to the backboard, not going to work out. A clear away back to Chaussette once more. A soft touch rolling on the ground. Itachi shot too far wide, nowhere near the net. National out for Urain. Upfield he will go. Past one. Ball will land to Itachi. To Ronike. Oh, attack! Oh, what is this game one? We're only at the start and already goes like this. Oh, Itachi to Ronike. Oh my goodness.
Oh my lord, I've been saying all day that I did not enjoy all these players going for cherry picks, but if you hit that angle, I will gladly shut up and let you do the talking, because what a goal there. Oh my goodness.
Well, Oxygen better pass and play, and Barcelona raised with an amazing redirect. 2-1 in the Barcelona side, 90 seconds left for game one. What a start to the series has been. No matter who finds this win, Joessi, this has been an amazing game one, and it's only going to get better from here. I can already see it. But wow, Barcelona, Oxygen Esports, they are giving us a game at the moment.
For sure, Astral now trying to make it more of a game, gets the pass set, saved away by Devo. He's a good position and managed to steer the ball wide into his own corner. Back to safety, and Barcelona's defense has looked so strong so far. 5 clutch saves versus the 0 on the side of Oxygen so far.
That's it. Things low. Pass one, but to attach it once more, gonna bring it in centre, orders the impossible angle. Oh, barely missing out on that. Veronica not gonna slow down. The clean out, meets out with Devo. That's it. Trying to get this clear away, past Itachi, upfield, they try and find the equaliser, saved by Veronica, up high it will go, Itachi a chance, the shot on target, saved by Astro, 30 seconds left. Also these boats need to get upfield, need to get an attack, the Barcelona saying otherwise, calling them down, so many chances but nothing going in, but 2 on the scoreline and it will remain.
And the pressure mounting on the side of Barcelona as well, getting chance after chance, it's just wide, almost a demo coming in there as well. Devo, as the third man, pushes up quite far, maybe an opportunity for the Oxygen side, but that stayed wide. Back to safety it goes, and it seems with only 3 more seconds to go, that Barcelona will be the takers of this first game.
The bullseye's down, game number 1 in favour of Barcelona. Great start of this series for both teams for that matter, but Barcelona, they come out on top, and it's Ronike, the star striker, 2 goals to his name, and only 1 shot taken.
That's insane. It was the defense right here from Barcelona that just pulled through 5 saves on their sides, making sure that they could get this win here, even though the pressure overall, I think, for Oxygen was better. A couple of good shots, but I've missed that absolute killer instinct that I'm so used to on the side of Oxygen. Joessi, and someone who normally just shots away every single chance he gets into the top corner, unsavable. Right now, a lot of shots are just too close to the defenders. They can steer it wide, and I do feel like this should have been Oxygen's. I felt like they really had the pressure, they had the opportunities, they just completely failed to capitalize on it.
Well, game 1 going in favour of Barcelona. As I mentioned, that striking duo of Veronica and Itachi, all Veronica's goals assisted by Itachi, just proving how well they are working together at the moment. I want to see this keep up. I'm really liking this new striking duo. Before in Barcelona, of course, it was Veronica and Flakes, strike force. Now Veronica and Itachi, and Itachi is fitting in greatly. And really showing why Veronica is, like, such a good striker. He's really getting all those opportunities to strike.
For sure, his positioning is impeccable in front of offense, always ready for passes, maybe like this one. That's a bit of an overcommit though, maybe a chance for Joessi, but Devo, who else? Oh no, it was actually Itachi, so that's the other person. And then that one to the side, great defense coming out, another chance now on this side of Barcelona. Demo coming in from Kerr, make sure that doesn't quite go in yet, but once again, just an explosive start to the game.
Save found by Ronike. Bumped around, Joessi going aggressive. Astro got a touch out to the corner, but Devo, gonna look around, leave the chance for Itachi, hand the back off as Astro up high, going for the pass one, maybe past another. The 50-50 attempt not gonna work out, but Joessi can turn on it. Number one, he will go, sends it out to the corner. Austin and Esports want this early goal, and they might just be finding it, but a good clear away. Itachi upfield, the chance shot down for Oxygen, and they're gonna have to try again.
A good demo there from Itachi as well, just taking Astro out of the play. On the side of Oxygen, it doesn't feel like they're fully committing to their attacks. I feel like Kerr just stays ever so slightly further back and allows Shazette and Astro to be that duo up front. Going to be able to create much more chances, but a lot of demos from Itachi just making sure that Oxygen can even set up their own game plan whenever they are in the position that they want to be in. They are getting demoed, but it doesn't matter because that's a great time. And so Shet, and the 1-0 is a fact for Oxygen.
A monstrous dunk from Joessi against Oxygen Esports, 1-0 up in game number 2. The net left wide open. Don't able to read that dunk coming. Now Barcelona playing on the back foot, can they return the favour 90 seconds in, 1-0 Oxygen Esports. Will they keep this up, extend upon their lead? Have a tied up series maybe after this game. That's a good demo. Then Itachi back to Neo, find the save out to Astro to go. The pass to Joessi, already up. Beat to the ball, but better. Gonna keep things going, not let that play die out. Oxygen Esports did a really good job at that at the moment. Holding on the offense, not letting the play die out after one miss. But Barcelona advancing upfield, that's a shot down, saved by Astro. Joessi gets to clear away, shuts down Barcelona's attack for the time being, instead of getting an attack of their own.
Yeah, whenever they find themselves upfield, they constantly immediately turn for the ball there. The place for Barcelona, just very in sync, bro, with their rotation. It's working wonders because normally Oxygen would be able to completely pressure a team like this and make sure that they don't even get out of defense. But Astro there with a solo play, beated in the last defender and got the goal to go along with it.
Astro known for his one ability for a reason, baits and Devo. And just does it all himself, 2-0 Oxygen Esports. And what a surprise, Joessi. We're going to end up having a tied up series, it seems already.
It's all a little according to script, Boyer, right now. It is like that previous series as well, where one team could just completely be dominating and then just end up losing the next one, like we will see here as well. Shazette not finding the back of the net yet again. That shooting really has not worked out for him so far, but Astro
come on!
Gets it off the ceiling, does it all by himself. Shazette doesn't need to score if Astro does this.
Astro are already dead off the ceiling to himself, and that's another for Oxygen. 3-0, an explosive game 2. And I guess Oxygen want to get this to a tied up series and get closer to a potential game 5 again. It's 3-0, 2 minutes left. Oxygen Esports, what a turnaround, and Astro especially.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly, Boyer. This has been amazing from Oxygen, but let's not forget that we saw the exact same scoreline with what? 16 shots versus 4 on the side of Oxygen versus Barcelona in Game 3 in this previous series. And it didn't matter. The next game was a complete switch around, a completely different landscape. So even though I think this is really good for Oxygen and I like to see them keep this going, keep that momentum, I do not think it's going to have too much of an issue going into the next game.
I think that Barcelona already given up with this game 2, 4-0 already, made that 4-1, attaching a rocket to net. 3 goals instead of 4 difference now, but is it really going to change much, Joessi? There's 1 minute 30 seconds left, they need 3 goals. I doubt they can pull it off.
Yeah, it's not going to be a comeback right here, boy. The defense for Oxygen has been too good, even though I do feel like Barcelona is that strongest defense in terms of Devo. He's just been absolutely exceptional lately in this series. No different for him. That one mistake pushing into the corner is a very rare one. Overall, it's just such a strong defender and makes it so hard to score against, whereas in this Oxygen side, it is more of a team effort. It is Shazette who gets a lot of the saves, but overall, it's all 3 players just being very involved in defense.
Devo back to his own corner, just trying to make a play, but nothing working out. 1 minute left, 3 goals in it. Tied up series coming our way almost definitely now. The Barcelona blasting more shots at net and they're not going by this time around. we've got to give all the credit to the Oxygen here. Astral especially, as well as Joessi, the striking duo over on the Oxygen side. 2 goals for both of them. And Feather just sitting back and watching and defense, making the saves, finding the assists, and he'll let the boys do whatever they want. Striking wise, he would just supply them with the chances.
Yeah, some good chances on their side, but they have to score most of them as well, which isn't something that we've seen the entirety of the tournament so far. It's been overall, I feel like most of the teams still have more in their bruised tank, and they've been performing all right, but not to the level that we have seen them perform at. And I'm quite sure that that's down to the tournament not being of the same caliber as RLCS, and they don't feel like they are pushed to the absolute limits like they are in the other types of tournaments. But I am looking forward to see how it also progresses into the rest of the tournaments, whether once we get to the playoffs, you see all the teams absolutely popping off and showing the absolute best that they've got.
Well, the ball touches the ground, just approaching now. Game number 2 going to go in favour of Oxygen Esports. A tied up series 1 apiece. I've seen it happen before, Joessi. Seen it happen plenty of times actually. So let's be honest, frankly, this means nothing for the series.
I mean, we said it before, we could just skip the first 4 games and go straight into the 5th, because that's what the script has been like all game, and I feel like that's just how it's going to continue on throughout this series. And I'd like to quickly mention out that field domination stat completely at 50-50, even though we did see the 4-1 in the favor of Oxygen. So it means that they didn't necessarily push into Barcelona's half too much. They just were very lethal with the chances that they had.
As they head to game 3, I was going to ask for any prediction, but let's be honest, who knows? It could go either way. It could be 10-0 Barcelona, it could be 1-0 Barcelona, and the same can be said about Oxygen. We have no clue what way this one's going to go, because it is just such a close group. Group B is, well, we said Group A was the group of death, the stat group. Group B is the group of close matches. Everyone just seems even. Like, and there's no way you can put anyone above anyone here.
Yeah, I mean, we already said it somewhat beforehand, because on the side of Group A, there was always going to be top blokes who we felt like was the weaker team. And for me personally, going into Group B, it was Barcelona. However, they've completely stepped it up. They've been looking so strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if they end up taking this game off of Oxygen as well.
Yeah, completely shut down my views on them. I was having some kind of small bit of trouble believing in them, but they definitely lived up to, I guess, some people's expectations, and making it to the playoffs as a whole is a great achievement. Potentially making it there as the number 2 seed from Group B would be even better for them. But they've got to take the Oxygen Esports to do that. Oxygen Esports, of course, being out digged to get here, and losing a top team like Dignitas, a huge blow for them. But these teams don't deserve to be here, and they've gave us a great series so far, a great series earlier on as well, in that first one we saw.
For sure. And just I want to quickly point out how it's looking on when we go forwards, because these 2 teams are now battling, and it seems like they're battling for their absolute lives. But even the winner is going to have to face off against Team Liquid, who are on an absolute roll. So even if you do manage to beat off the opposition here, you're still faced with a very, very big challenge going forward in terms of Team Liquid. And it just goes from bad to worse, basically.
An insanely big challenge. Team Liquid is no easy match. And Barcelona, I think, looking to be the team to face them right now, is on the attack, trying to find this early goal. Into the back ball, dropping down. Ronicky bringing it centre. A shot from Itachi, well slapped in 1-0 Barcelona.
Itachi the one to find the goal. It pops up from the pass from Ronicky. Itachi is up so quick with that very, very annoying boost out, but it doesn't matter. As long as he managed to score the goals, which is exactly what he does. FC Barcelona leading now here in game 3.
A launch up field, saved by Devo, with a follow-up incoming. Ferrer dropping that down, trying to find the pass, but met by Ronicky. No one else on Oxygen Esports able to make it to the ball. They need to find an equaliser here. On the attack now, Astro fakes out Itachi, able to recover and time the ball forward back to Ferrer. Trying to bring it in centre. A good touch on it. Devo fly pass. Itachi upfield. Blasting a shot today. A quick turn of pressure. Barcelona looking to try and make it 2. As Devo rounds the corner. Astro past 1. in the midfield, looking for a challenge. It is Itachi once again, the prodigy on Barcelona at the moment. The huge question mark. Well, I think we've finally got some answers.
Yeah, Itachi's been popping off, and my biggest really fear with him was how he's going to fare with the rest of the team in terms of chemistry, but that's been natural. Astro doesn't care about chemistry though. Who needs teammates? Just go from one box straight to the other with one flick over one and an absolute banger into the bottom corner. Unsavable. We're back at 1-1.
Itachi couldn't be a touch on it in the midfield, and Dio just a little bit too late, won a piece of the scoreline. Similar to game number 1, if it ends the same way, we'll see Barcelona taking the lead, but who knows just how well these script writers went into this one. Well, Ronicky, it will go past one. Astro takes the ball upfield all by himself to the backboard, over to Ferrer. That's a shot. Ferrer makes it 2-2-1 Oxygen.
And just as you think you've got it all figured out, just as you think you know who's looking stronger in this series, Oxygen is like, no, you definitely don't, and completely switched it around. The comeback has been completed. They are now leading 2-1 in their favor. Half of a game to go, and it just couldn't be closer between these two teams.
2-1 Oxygen Esports. Joessi bumped in the process. Ronicky flies by. Upfield it will go, trying to get another play. Go and secure this game a little bit more. Oxygen Esports waiting for the touch from Ronicky. Ferrer diving in. Itachi. Clean away. Astro take things slow. The Devo little wide. Joessi back to the midfield. Clear away for just a moment. Astro can finish the job. Boom this upfield. Getting a tackle the ball perfect for Ferrer. Barcelona time running dry. 90 seconds left of game number 3. And 2-1 Oxygen Esports. Good for them.
I'm loving how early Oxygen is basically just challenging anything. FC Barcelona is trying to get out of their own half. The hard clears aren't working because there's constantly someone for Oxygen who's reading what they're doing and making sure that the ball doesn't leave their side of the field. Opportunity though for the gate save from Astro. He can do it in offense, he can do it in defense. He's just been an absolute monster so far.
Well, back to Ronicky. That's a touch he doesn't want. The shot set shot. Barely off the crossbar. Devo to clear away upfield. 1 minute left on the clock. 2 on the scoreline. Barcelona hunting for a goal. They're getting close, but Oxygen's there to make the saves. Astro upfield, leaving it for Ferrer. He's found the 100 boost. Ferrer all by himself. A good 50 to Ronicky gives Joessi some time to push up. But Itachi, like a rocket upfield, the bump on Astro. Ferrer for 1. Keep it going, try and drop it down. The pinch away, just run down the clock and it'll be Oxygen's game. Game 3 looking really good for Oxygen. But can they keep it up for game 4 and maybe finally avoid a game 5?
It seems like it because that goes straight to Shazette and the 3-1 is a fact. This time Astro not being in the play. Ferrer and Shazette can do it as well. They can step up when they need to. And it's looking like we are gonna see Oxygen on that match point.
Well, Barcelona back against the wall. They're 2-1 down in the series. Need to win 2 games in a row to try and bring this back. 2 wins in a row for Oxygen now, puts them in very good standing to take their season a potential 3-1 as that one sinks in as well. Just to end it all for the fun of it. Ferrer gives the goal to Astro. 4-1 Oxygen.
I'm just glad with that goal because I wouldn't be able to say Ferrer with the redirect. Those are words that do not go together with the mechanics that Black Boy has. She leaves it. That's very smart. He probably would have saved it if he had tried to go for it.
Well, as the clock dies down, the ball approaches the ground. Oxygen Esports 2-1 up in Barcelona. A lot of work to do now. Can they find the 2 games in a row needed? Take this serious, or will they fall at the final hurdle and head to the lower bracket of the playoffs?
I don't know, Boyer. It is match point to Oxygen. That's a fact. That's the only fact that this series basically can tell you because it's been up and down the entire time. We saw it in the previous one as well, but it is the second one going in favor of Oxygen. They are on a roll right now, and I do feel like especially Astro is in his zone And when this guy is in his zone, you know that you have to look out. He's got the goals, he's got the assist, he's got the saves even, just topping almost every single stat in there. He's just a man right now that's making the difference between Oxygen and Barcelona.
Astro is in his element right now. He is loving life and he's playing well, so who can complain? 2-1 to Oxygen. Game number 4, potentially our last of the day, but knowing how today's went, Barcelona's going to take it, I guess, Joessi.
They could very well. I think as long as Devos finds his challenges in defense and Itachi and Roniki take their time, because in this game that we just saw, every single time that Itachi and Roniki were in defense, they ended up booming the ball away, and that's when Oxygen will just keep the pressure onto you and you cannot get out of it at all. If they start to take their time, if they do the same stuff that we saw Astro doing in the previous game as well, where you suddenly take the ball for a dribble, catch your opponent off guard like that, I do feel like Barcelona still has a very good chance at bringing us to game 5.
Well, potentially our last, but we will be finding out in about 5 minutes time. It's Roniki upfield. He wants his Barca win. He wants his game 5, and he's already scored, so one step closer.
Script is very much written and is very much being followed as well. Just can't find the save, even though I feel like he could have gotten a touch on that one, would have stayed it wide and it would have been same. Didn't happen for him, unfortunately.
Well, only 10 seconds needed. Barcelona already have the lead. Can they extend upon it, secure their lead of Oxygen Esports? Passing upfield, help them find the equaliser. Well, getting close. Trying find a chance. Close game, and I think they might have lost Joessi at the moment. We'll see if we can find him coming hopefully soon. A close series at the moment, and tough one.
I am currently unable to see the games going on, a bit of a technical issue. I think it's on my side. I'll try and get that sorted as quickly as possible. We can join you back in the booth there.
Yeah, I think I might be having the same issue. I think Discord might have just died for us, Joessi. So, this is very inconvenient for us. We can no longer see the game. So, anyway, chat, how's things going? We'll try and find a solution coming soon, but we'll keep updated by our broadcaster, but I guess we'll be able to look back at the stream and see what's going on. Currently 1-0 to Barcelona, but that's an inconvenient situation, isn't it, Joessi?
It's a bit unfortunate. I'm watching the stream right now just to get the feed for ourselves, and it looks like Josette almost scored a goal about 10 seconds ago for you guys. I'm not quite sure what the delay is. It's unfortunate for sure, but Josette scoring is what I've heard. Is Oxygen back at 1-1.
One a piece of tied up series at Barcelona. That's against the wall still. They're not through freely yet. We will try and keep this as entertaining as possible while we try and get things fixed, but just at the moment trying to get things sorted.
We are underway, and I have the game right in front of me with Devo taking a shot and Josette not finding the save. It touches the one to score the goal. Barcelona back in the lead.
Back in the lead. They want this game 5, and will we get to see it as a caster? That's the real question. Joessi just hunting right now. Oxygen Esports, they might just do it. Even though we can't see it, they still want it to go to game 5.
It seems like I've lost the feed again. I'll try and get it back into into our screen. So yet again, unfortunately, you'll have to do it without our live commentary of the games.
I might be back, but as another goal as I found one I could have passed down to Devo, 3-1 Barcelona, and finally the goal found by Barcelona puts them 2 goals up. Game 5 looking likely, just in. I think the real question is Discord, will we get to see the Game 5?
It would be lovely if we do end up watching Game 5, but unfortunately I'm not quite sure whether Discord will be agreeing with us. I'm not quite sure whether we'll take a quick break to get everything sorted. We'll look at that very, very shortly. But hopefully we do, because as it looks like, it is Barcelona just completely sweeping this Game 4. So I think Game 5 is looking very, very likely at this point.
I think it is actually looking likely, and I've got to give it to Barcelona. A good job at coming back after 2 losses in a row to Oxygen, 90 seconds left. 3-1 the scoreline. It was almost definite we're going to get a Game 5 at this stage.
I'm trying to get the feed up and running yet again, but Game 5 is going to be where it's very interesting, because we do now suddenly see FC Barcelona completely switching it around. It was such a one-sided affair, and I already called it during the game going on beforehand, where it was Oxygen that was looking so strong. But then suddenly it's just really switched around, and right now I don't quite know what I'm to expect from that next game.
You know, I think finally we might have a solution to our viewing problem. I have got the game up now, able to watch, and I can say it is for one of Barcelona. Of course, you can't see that on your very screen, so hopefully we can avoid any more issues going into Game 5, as that is going to be a good one. But Astro to the backboard. It's all over now for Oxygen. Game 5 looking definite.
Game 5 absolutely imminent, and just almost a goal from Oxygen to take it back, but it will not matter. And Astro just losing out of groove, and that is why we thought that was so important for this Oxygen squad. We've been pointing at Astro as the main man to look at, and when that doesn't happen, when he cannot find these chances, when he cannot find these goals, the Oxygen team is struggling, and I think that is the hardest part. Game 5 is literally going to be on Astro's shoulders.
Well, Craftman, of course he predicted correct. He predicted a Game 5, and what else do we get other than that, Joessi? As the ball touches the ground. Game 5, here we come. Barcelona v Oxygen Esports. Deja vu.
It's interesting. I don't know how it's possible that literally every series went the distance. This is absolutely insane, but I do hope we get to see the same type of games going on into the playoffs, because it's already so close, and I hope it just keeps getting closer and closer. We got best of 7s coming up in the playoffs as well. Potential grand final bracket resetting coming as well. I hope that works out too, because that's going to be an absolute blast to watch. But first, there is this, the winner going through into the upper bracket facing Team Liquid, and the losers still having to wait to see who they end up facing in the lowers.
Oh, Joessi, I'm excited. I've had some great final game, great series so far. We had a great Game 5 earlier on for Oxygen v Barcelona. Went all the way to overtime. Will we get something like that again? That is the question. Itachi with the MVP in that game number 4. Well, I don't know what else to say anymore. I don't know what way to call it, because it is 50-50. It is a full-on coin toss at this stage.
Alright, I'm quickly gonna look over my desk if I do have a coin somewhere. I'm afraid I don't, because we all have to pay by card nowadays. But yeah, it is now all down to the wire, the 50-50 like you explained it, and I think that's exactly what it boils down to right here. It is, will Astro show up? Will he not show up? That's a 50-50 chance, and that's what's going to decide this series.
Game 5, the last game of the night, the last game of the group stage as well. The Barcelona head to The upper bracket of the players or the lower bracket, the same question for Oxygen Esports. Where do these teams end up? Who do they face off against? Of course, the winner facing off against Team Liquid, the loser. They'll be heading to their last live, waiting for the loser of one of the semi-finals. See who they will be facing again. So, not an easy run for any of these teams. But they want to make it to that upper bracket, of course. 2 legs is better than 1. Maybe they can even get that upset over Liquid. Ironically, upfield he will go to the back wall, dropping down, coming centre, Devo trying to find that perfect bet by Joessi, over 1 Joessi will be another touch away. Itachi, centre it will go, Ironically with a drop down, Devo rushing in, 50-50 saved by Fera, cleared away by Astro, Itachi sent back to his own corner.
And it is now both teams being pressured, having to do everything they can in defense to stop the attacks coming in. Dunk there from Farah, another shot as well. That's just one, and Itachi is the first one to touch it. Not any commits on the side of Oxygen unless Astro is finding a goal there. Good chances in a double commit. Joessi, it's so close on the side of Oxygen. They do find it when Farah does get the shot in. Finally for Oxygen.
1-0 Oxygen. Vera finds the first, and will be the first of many, Joessi. I think that's the question we ask next. Is Barcelona are going to be wanting a return 90 seconds in already of the kickoff. Ronicky over Joessi to the back wall that will go. Astro takes control, trying to get it away. Up high, pushing upfield, looking to make it 2 around the back wall. Trying, but the bum not going to find it, but Vera dropping it down centre. No one there to connect. Barcelona looking for that clear. But a good demo. Astro off the ceiling, following up, beat to the ball, but it's not over yet. Joessi still going on with this play. And the ball pulled back to Fera. Oxygen not slowing down.
But I love the way that Astro also went for that shot. It wasn't just a regular shot. He got the double tap and another double tap here for Joessi. Oh, almost dropping in. Itachi just in time. Still almost finding the back of the net. It's Oxygen's show right now. No breath on this side of Barcelona. They have to defend. And they have to keep doing it as well because Oxygen is knocking and then not letting down.
Okay, that could be it. Oh, what a save. Barely kept out. The ball's up high, dropping down. Another follow-up. Astro gets the clear away on the dribble. A flick over 1. Over another, possibly not able to follow up in time. Joessi to the corner. That's dangerous. Barcelona take control. Ronicky out to Devo. That's upfield to the corner. Coming in centre. A chance at Barcelona to tie things up with Joessi. Waiting in it. To Ronicky once again. 2 minutes left on the clock. 1-0 the scoreline. That's to the backboard. The follow-up. It might go in. A goal line save. Barely kept out. Oh, so close. Oxygen Esports the main 1-0 up, but Barcelona lucky it's not 2.
Yeah, Oxygen looking like clear favourites right now. Something has to change on the side of Barcelona. They need Devo holding defence on his own. While the others are upfield ready for the pass. Ronicky, that shot should have been better and that could have been a great chance.
Up high, Astro trying to pass it in centre. Met by 1, dropping down. Still nothing found, 90 seconds left in the clock. Barcelona need to get upfield, otherwise it will be the end of the road for them and they'll be heading to the lower bracket. Shot into the backboard, met by Astro. Takes out 1, trying to get past another. A great 50-50, Nova's in the tank, beat to the ball. That's up high. Hit by no one but Fera. Barcelona, 1 minute on the clock, trailing by 1. Oxygen Esports need to run down this timer and they will be in it. They will be comfortable and they will take their series.
Series in their hands, it's theirs to lose at this point. They've got a firm grasp on it. They just need to keep holding it and keep holding strong. Well, let FC Barcelona get any space because as soon as Oxygen falls too far back, as soon as they stop defending in their opponent's half, and rather end up falling back to their own, that's when it starts to become very dangerous. It's actually showing why exactly there. Great clear from him and a good 52. So gets it all the way back up the field though.
No.
And no, and it shambles a shot. What? That's not it?
So close for Fera, but 20 seconds left. Oxygen on attack, they just need to hold off. Clear up field. Meet by Ferrer once again. Time running out. That's surely going to be it. 10 seconds. One last time at Barcelona. They've got to go upfield on this play and find something. But beats to the ball. Sends it about low. Chronicle low on boost. Everyone low on boost. The ball touches the ground. Alternate Esports take game 5. They take the series and they move on to the upper bracket in the playoff to face off against Team Liquids.
I am so done with today. I need a lot of rest after this game. This was such a long day with such good Rocket League, and the FC Barcelona did not deserve to go down. I feel like it's a repeat of yesterday where the one that goes down towards the lowest is still such a strong team. Both BDS and FC Barcelona is putting up such a strong showing, but just isn't enough because the depth in the top of Europe right now is just oh so good.
Oh, so good. Barcelona, they fall to Oxygen Esports in an unfortunate one. Now let's bring back a familiar face and see what he has to say about it. Jar of Jam, of course, the man I'm talking about.
This is my favorite part of the show, Boyo, Joessi, is the fact that I'm being invited. I usually introduce you, but this time you guys introduced me, and it's the most wonderful feeling. What can I say? Get your game 5s. That was the name of the game today. We had plenty of overtimes. We had game 5s throughout the day. We had upsets, we had nail biters, we had games on the edge of the seat, and of course the final game was not the exception. The comeback from Barcelona in game number 4 against Itachi was spearheading that. Almost for a moment I thought Barcelona can break it. Wasn't to be. The script was written differently, and I'm happy that my support for Oxygen Esports has proven to be pretty darn efficient. Even though Barcelona has won the first game, Oxygen Esports continue on throttling through. Both teams, of course, going to the playoffs, but there might be a little bit of a different situation for FC Barcelona, who, of course, no longer have any lives. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. We can breathe out. That's the final game. We can finally be free.
That's exactly how I feel. I think that's how everyone feels.
Yeah.
This was such a tough day. I'm very annoyed that we didn't get our 5-minute break because I would have loved to just breathe in for a while. But it's been an absolute blast today, Jam. It had been yesterday as well, but today has just full on delivered. I think down to the absolute last seconds of every single day, you just didn't know who was going to take it. You didn't even know who was looking stronger than the other team. You don't know who's getting what seed. And I'm glad that now we can kind of look back at it and realize that all of these teams are just so closely matched, and it was always going to go down to the wire.
Down to wire it did, and every single time it's almost impossible to think that we went the full maximum distance. Folks, we've been here for almost 5 hours. I hope you have been enjoying the show. We of course have been. You should have heard what was happening behind the scenes. Pandemonium for each and every one of these games. The goals that have been scored were absolutely crazy. Of course, again, as I mentioned, heartbreaks. The Dignitas going out, and well, I can only imagine what's currently happening in their camp. But Team Singularity, Oxygen Esports, FC Barcelona, every single one of these teams should be proud of their performance. They definitely have entertained us. And boy, Joessi, I'm pretty sure you'll join me here in naming our MVP for the day. It's Astral, no doubt, right?
Oh, definitely.
For sure. He's literally the person who decides whether Oxygen absolutely pop off or are just an okay team. Because even if he's not playing too good, they're still an okay team. But man, that guy's nuts.
Well, good news, folks. We're going to see much more of Astral during the rest of the week. 2 more days remain. Other than that, that's it for today. That wraps up the group stage. We have seen the qualifiers. Singularity is still with us from that stage. We have seen both of the groups, and we have seen upsets. We have seen expected results. And we, of course, have seen some amazing plays and amazing goals. Once again, foremost, big thanks to our wonderful casters, Boyoroyo, Joessi, Craftman, DannyBoyATM, Bacon. I hope I'm not missing anyone, otherwise I'm going to be really disappointed in myself and ashamed. Our producer Ben, big thanks to him. I'm pretty sure this magic that you just saw with our casters suddenly being able to cast was thanks to him and, of course, our team behind the scenes. Just big props to everyone who just managed to so quickly make a turnaround and make this Game 5 possible so quickly. Shoutouts to Spleen and John, aka Always, for being in the background and helping with the games. Lucas, as much as he hated Game 5s, we need to thank him. If you have watching any highlights on Twitter, that's his job. And of course, Sparta has been preparing all the assets that you've seen today. There's only one graphics team in the world, and that, of course, is our graphics teams. That's Eskimo, Palacium, and Rurik. That overlay that you see and feast your eyes upon, that's their work, and really cannot say enough praises for them. Finally, thanks to Psyonix. They've sponsored this amazing month of events, and we're about to finish it up with playoffs for the ages. This Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix will return tomorrow, 1 hour earlier, 6 p.m. Central European, as we will enter the playoff stage. Until then, thanks for watching. Good night.